Welcome to another exciting edition of the Voice of the Call Nation radio show. I'm the chief host of Call Genesis. And my moniker tonight is the Honorable Val Thomas and his wife, Cynthia Blanford, the Honorable Cynthia Blanford Thomas. You know, they are two leading African Americans in the Republic of Liberia, helping to rebuild our legacy there. I've known Mrs. Blanford for like 13 years now. You know, when she was first met her when she was working on Delta Airlines, bringing Delta Airlines to Liberia in 2010, and then she helped open the Kendaja resort there with Bob Johnson. It was a lot of stuff didn't go right because of politics and everything like that, but we're still there strong. They are basically the publishers of International Focus magazine out of Atlanta and Houston. And also there's a Monrovia edition. And also they are Pan-African consultants, right? They've been working with bringing Black America together with several African business interests all over the continent. And recently, I know they had something to do with it. The government of Angola signed an education agreement with the Republic of Liberia. That, folks, is big. Angola and Liberia working together. Next is if Angola establishes full dividend, she's black full, she's African American, 100%. You know, we all come. Black America comes in different colors. You know, my late sister looked just like her when she was very light like that. You know, I hate people try to come in here with that. Is she black or white? If you're Black American, you know right away. You can see you know your own people. You know, so we got these foreigners like Elvis don't know. Yeah, we have black people look like that. You know, in our community, in our families. So anyway, basically, she helped establish Kendaja with Bob Johnson. She basically put with Madam Sir. She was the former ambassador. Like it was a non-governmental post, but she was like a goodwill ambassador from the state of Georgia to Liberia. You know, and she did a lot to bring interest to and highlight the things like a lot of stuff Liberia is benefiting now is because the infrastructure that is being reestablished between Black America and Liberia. The historic ties and something that was lost over the last 45 years are being restored. And if you could connect this with other countries like Angola, Zambia, and everything, Liberia would definitely be a powerhouse in the region and on the continent, you know, because it's connection with the diaspora in the West. So it's Mr. Blanford and I met them too when I was in Monrovia and whatnot. Me and Val Thomas, we talk all the time, you know, and he's going to be my consultant over there as we start bringing business interests and political interests and education into Liberia. You know, he's my go-to guy. You know, he's a consultant. Him and his wife has a consulting business right there on Tubman Boulevard in the Boulevard Palace Hotel. And they have an office storefront right there. It's really, really nice, you know. That's why when I saw that office, I said, I got to step it up. I have people that want to rent me office space in Liberia, but it won't do. I got to go for broke. I need something nice like that. Carpet, AC, brand new building, glass front in the front, you know, the back thing with cubicles and studio and all stuff like that. I need something like that. You know, I'm not going to get no raggedy shit. You know, nah. This movement's just too important. So if I got to wait a while to get this office set up and do it right, I'll do it right. You know, but meeting them and seeing how established, and also they lived there in Liberia. I love the fact that they lived there in Liberia. You know, so I was like, man, I'm starting there. I got a house there, so you know, I'm making a start. So in 3 or 4 years, who knows? I might be living there too. So. But yeah, look, we have a good topic tonight, right? The topic of the main problem is with the Comfortable Negro. There was a good movie that came out in 1990 called "I'm Gonna Get You, Sucker." I might play a clip for that, right? And when it was basically explained, say, yeah, we got to do something about this people ODing on gold chains. And he went to the Black Revolutionary, Clarence William III, and Eve Plum from Jan Brady and whatnot. He went there and he goes, my old fade white witch. And it was so fucking funny. That was hilarious. He goes, bean pie, my brother. And he goes, you have some of this. And they would give me some juice when they spit it out. That shit was so funny. He goes, what happened to the Black Revolution? Y'all were 1,000 strong. He goes, you know, building on Crenshaw or whatever like that. Well, we went in there with guns and take it over. Right? The brothers went in there with guns, came out with jobs, you know, and then they weren't angry no more. Yeah, they got comfortable, you know, the comfortable Negro. You know, the most dangerous thing in the black race is a comfortable Negro, because all you have to do is promise him a job, promise him something that he'll forget all that radical black stuff as soon as he get that job. I had a friend. Yo, we're gonna have some fun tonight, man, because I got so many stories, man, to go along with this. A friend of mine, well, a friend, I don't know, we call him friend. He was okay. I guess I can call Pianki a friend, but him and I used to battle all the time online, man. He was like a nemesis, you know, of mine, right? He's an older guy, man. He's like old enough to be my father, right? Anyway, he was Pianki. He was one of these black Egyptian guys, black power, black unk, and all stuff like that, right? Well, anyway, he did construction and stuff like that, and contracting and everything. I'll never forget. He basically got he got a contract where he was talking about, I'm getting this contract right here, and then he got this contract, right, and I think he netted like $1 million, right? Yo, he completely turned into Rush Limbaugh. He was conservative. He was he hated Obama and whatnot. He was called black people lazy. Black. He sounded like Uncle Ruckus. He turned right into Uncle Ruckus after he got that money. Yo, I said, Pianki, what happened to the movement? The movement. He was like, man, y'all niggas are useless, man. You know, it was funny. So, yeah, I hope David Hitt calls in, because David Hitt tried to do something with him one time in contracting up there, you know, Captain Hitt. I don't know what that was all about, but it didn't work out, whatever like that. But Pianki got that contract with those white guys, whatever like that. They gave him, it was a big contract, but he said he could do something for something, whatever like that. And he won the bid. And next thing you know, man, his whole demeanor, everything changed. Man, money will do things. So I say like this: in order for us to really get people in the Pan-African movement, the Pan-African movement got to start putting money in, real money in people's pockets. So you want to play this game, you have to. If people knew that they could really make money, real money in Africa and the Pan-African, this movie would grow overnight. But because motherfuckers are broke, and every time you see a Pan-African, he's dusty, struggling, angry, bitter. Nobody wants to be part of it, you know? And so people get comfortable in American mediocrity, you know, because hey, mediocrity in America pays, you know. Why go around being angry all the time when you basically could just make your money every day? The problems of black, the way Pianki was saying, the problems of black America will still be there. So I'm gonna go ahead and get my money. I'm gonna get mines, you know. The hell with niggas, you know. That's what he said. Well, I can't believe I was mad at him at first. Called him a coon. I called him a turncoat. I called him a race trader. I called him every name in the book. He go, oh yeah, really, Collar? But I got $1 million, $1.2 million in my bank account right now. What could I say? What the fuck can I say? He's sitting at the time was like, that was like when I first started doing insurance, I was struggling, right? I'm struggling, right? Trying to preach the gospel of Pan-Africanism, black nationalism and that. And he said, I'm sitting on $1.2 million in my bank account. What do you, I would say? So he won that argument, you know. So it is what thing. Ross Moy says, sit down and be quiet. You don't know what you're talking about, you know. Yeah, so it is what it is, folks. Tonight we'll talk about the comfortable Negro. Are you comfortable? You know, comfortable. Well, I want to say, and I'm taking a slab of my immigrant family, right? But how do you go and be comfortable in another country halfway across the thing, you know? Astute participant. What the hell are you talking about? Are you a comfortable Negro astute participant? Maybe it was you. Maybe you said something stupid and goofy last time. That's why basically. Are you a comfortable Negro? You know, the comfortable Negro. Yo, let me tell you something. Don't underestimate these comfortable Negroes. You know, they'll bush you upside the head. You get out of line. When they think you're getting out of line with massa, they'll bush you upside the head and whatnot. Nigga, you messing up all my money and whatnot. You know, and these Negroes will assassinate you. You know, to keep you quiet. You know, they don't want no static. You know, I'm very comfortable Negro. I'm proud. Ross Morris, you're a clown, you know. So I know you're a comfortable nigga because you're a clown, you know. You're a clown. You don't live for nothing. You don't stand for nothing. You know, comfortable Negroes. Look, it's all right to be satisfied. You know, I'm satisfied with my life, but I'm not comfortable. You know, comfortable is when you're content with everything. I can't be content with the social order, the culture of things. That's why I'm a culture critic. You know, if I was comfortable, you know, I wouldn't be a culture critic. I criticize things that go on in my culture. You know, I'm a culture critic. This is the only thing I have. This is the only my outlet. If I didn't have this platform or my influence in social media, I would literally go insane because I'm boiling with so much rage and anger, you know. So the bottom line, this is my way of getting it all out, and I cannot bottle this up. I cannot get comfortable and bottle. I would lose. I would go insane. I really do that. So this is my relief. I hope some people understand that. You know, this is my. That's why the fact that my ancestors, their souls have never rested in peace. So when you think I like that? No, my ancestors' souls have never had a proper burial and proper respect and everything. And see, that's the thing. When you actually believe in something and you stand for something, you know, you can't just walk around and be comfortable. You know, I can't do that. You know, I'm sorry. You know, well, I'll be honest with you. I would want to be anywhere where my people are. That man, your cousin Ross Moyes. I'm wherever my people are. If my people are in here in America, then I'm with my people. If my people want to build an Afghanistan, then I'm with my people. I'm wherever my people are. I love my people. I love my community. I love being Black American. You know, that's if I hope that solves that problem. You know, no, I don't want to be in fucking Haiti. Are you really kidding me? Any Black American, any African Americans in Haiti? No. What the fuck I want to be in Haiti for? You know. So, so that answers that question, bro. But yeah, so I'm gonna try to find some of these videos. I got a video promo. I put a video promo of my tour next year on Real. It's going viral, man. It's like many people sharing it and stuff like that. You know, whether it leads to more people coming on tour, we don't know. You know, we could just do the things and everything like that. Put the information out. It's really nicely done, brother of mine. Did really nicely done. I put it on Real. That's a really effective thing. It's probably more effective than anything else. That Real, you know. No, we not. We're not in no damn Haiti. You know, how the hell are we in Haiti? Yeah, your people are in Haiti as well. No, they're not. I don't have no people in no fucking Haiti. You crazy? You know, my ancestors' souls are doing just fine. Yeah. See, dude, that right there is a race traitor. You know, my ancestors' souls are doing fine. You know, no, they were never avenged and whatnot. You know, so they could live in America. So they basically, so they died so you could chase white women, eat chitlins, and act a fucking fool and whatnot, act like a clown on TV, make world star hip hop videos and whatnot, run around acting dumb and whatnot, kissing ass, bootlicking and whatnot. That's what they died for. I don't think so. You know. The topic tonight, Marcus, is the comfortable Negro. The Negro will throw every struggle, everything we out the road just to have a little bit of peace and comfort. You know, they don't want to hear nothing about the Negro struggle. They don't want to hear nothing about Black Power. They don't want to hear none of that. You know, they wanted me to be a part of it. Our ancestors did not want you to be part of American system. Our ancestors hated this country. What are you kidding me? I got proof of it. Our ancestors really hated this country. They hated this land. They hated everything America stood for. That's why our ancestors were not. We sold our ancestors out for money and jobs and everything like that. Our ancestors hated this country. They hated this land. They cursed this land. This land that gave them nothing but misery and oppression. You know, I don't know what ancestors you are, but my ancestors are African Americans. You know, and I know my ancestors. You know, they hated this land. They hated the white man. They didn't believe in his government or nothing. You know. I'm being honest with you, Carl. Yeah, I know you're a comfortable Negro. You're a sellout. You're a race trader. Now you can enjoy America and take all the blessings and the benefits they give you, but the bottom line is this: old heads they hated the idea because the bottom line, some people tell me they would like to piss on Martin Luther King's grave. That the fact that they had to endure the abuse from white people and everything like that. Our ancestors hated this fucking country. What are you kidding me? integration and stuff like integration stuff is like the youngest ideology in Black America. Black separatism and Black nationalism is like 400 years old, and Black nationhood and Black repatriation is 400 years old. Integration and all the stuff like that, pluralism in America and stuff like that, that's relatively recent. That's only like 80 years post World War II. Most of our ancestors in this country were just trying to survive. They around in a racist, hostile country, So, yeah, we did. We didn't do integration. We were forced into integration because the bottom line is the white man didn't let us build our own communities. He didn't let us leave this country. Nothing, and we were forced. That was like the integration was basically us getting on our knees and pleading for mercy to the white man. Now, Dusty Brothers is a Captain American Negro. Cops man, enjoy your American citizen. America is not Liberia home 757 God. Okay, whatever. Dusty Brothers Incorporated, I got my Captain American Negroes in here. Do I got to play the song? Do I got to play the song, folks? Welcome to all I think I have to. I think I gotta. This goes out to Dusty Brothers,
When Captain America throws his mighty shield, all those who chose to oppose his shield must yield. It is led to a fight, and a duel is due, then the red and the white and the blue will come through when Captain America throws his mighty shield.
That goes out to all my Captain American Negroes. Memorial Day, 4th of July coming up. Y'all extra patriotic Negroes will be out there sucking on some ribs and some hot dogs and shooting your fireworks up, So it is what it is. I can't stop you niggas from eating ribs and stuff like that, We play the white man. Why play like the white man and put us in the bottom of everything? Because you are at the bottom of everything, nigga. But I'll tell you something about, watch this video today. It's that 12 and 13-year-olds out there in Chicago carrying gats, talking about we're going to shoot them nigga 13 and 14-year-olds, right? And when I look at stuff like this, I'm saying the whole goddamn society, Black America, needs to be burned the fuck down and basically start all over again. I don't accept no system that tolerates this level of crime and deprivation. Nothing good's going to come out of this. If I got to be the lone voice in this and say what the hell I need to say, I'm going to say what the fuck I say. I don't give a damn if everybody walk away from me. I'm going to say what the fuck I got to say. Black America is in serious problems, serious trouble, And when you got a society that tolerates the level of crime, deprivation in Black America, and then you're going to sit here and tell me you're an American like everybody else, you can go to hell. America is a death of Black people. It's a death. America is a Black man's grave. That's just the way it is. Always has, always will be. So I'm not sure what happened in Chicago. Well, isn't that part of America? So you go up there and you get your little piece of the white people's suburbs and whatnot. And like I said, the comfortable Negro. It bothers me. I live in a nice neighborhood too, but it does bother me the stuff I be seeing in Black areas. Why? Because I love my people. I'm there with my people. If my people are suffering, I'm suffering. No. For the Black man, America's the grave. G, this is a grave. Black America is doing such a well. They would have died if there any other places. Whatever. All I know is if we had our own land and we was away from the white American, we'd be probably ruling the world right now. We probably have the nuclear weapons. We would probably probing space and solving science and stuff like that. But we're basically wherever you see Black America succeeding in America, if we were on our own, we friggin' dominate the friggin' planet. But we're kept in this box called America, you know? I'm going to get you a link in a second, folks. You know, I want to know, are you a comfortable Negro? Are you a content Negro? You know, I can only deal with any problem. Now everybody's backing off for it, you know? Right, the business black in the world. Look, we're saying we're the richest blacks, but that's not our fault, true quo. You know, that the rest of the blacks are poor. What does that mean? You know, it's like saying, damn, why y'all complaining? You're a well-fed slave, but you're still a damn slave. You know, that's the dumbest thing I've heard in my life. The richest black. It doesn't matter if you're rich. You're not free. You're not free. You know, simple as that. Chicago has enough people there to clean up their own community. Okay, whatever. You know, I was saying like this: what kind of society would allow that to happen in the damn first place? You know, that's what I want to say. That's it tells me the system is I call illegitimate. You know, illegitimate. Because if we were Americans like everybody else, we would have thriving communities of safety and everything like that, like anybody else. You live in the richest country in the world. There should not be any ghettos. There should not be any gangs. There should be none of this stuff existing. The problem is you got a few black people who make it. They move out of the ghetto and whatever like that, and they're not in proximity to it, so it doesn't affect them. So they say, oh, man, I'm ready to kiss Master's ass. Look, what gets me is this. I live better than most of the people calling to the show. But I have a black, what we call a black conscience, right? As long as I know there's black people out there suffering. Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. Years ago, I'm trying to think, what year was this? Probably 2017, okay? We did this event. I think I got it on video. I'm going to post it one day, you know, at Cary Park. We was basically, and I learned a lot this day. We did an event, right? We were there representing United Healthcare, our group. And we was there with a whole bunch of vendors, black vendors, right? And that was that day that I met a group of black men called the League of Extraordinary Men. I was so friggin' blown away and impressed by these brothers, right? Because they came up to me and asked me to shake my hand. How are you? Whatever like that, you know? While I was acting all standoffish, they came up to me and initiated contact with me and just basically, and we bonded. This is what we do. We represent several different black colleges and everything like that. We help out the community and everything. And I was freaking blown away. Well, anyway, a week later, I had an enrollment for a lady in the same place, right? Lady was 75 years old, right? Going to her house, right? Apartment, a little tiny apartment. The fact that people got to spend their last years and something like that, you know? You know, I was not intimidated, you know? I was just like, I'm the type of person like, you know, I was in my nigger mode. Like, who are these niggas at, man? Who do these niggas think they are, whatever? The brothers came up to me, man. So let me introduce myself. This is such. Stuck their hand out, and I was like, man, I felt like so friggin' bad, you know, how I was acting, you know? And so basically I was like, yeah, I said, I said, I'll never do that again. Nobody's ever going to get the jump on me like that ever again. I'm always going to initiate contact, you know? Anyway, I went to the lady's house, right? And she said, oh yeah, there was some shooting out here last night. I said, we just had that big event out here. The kids, we had music, we had everything. So was giving out hot dogs. Like, oh, that was nice, but at nighttime, whatnot, Craig and them came out, whatnot, and she was showing me a bullet hole in her wall. It was concrete, but I said, why the hell does a 75-year-old black woman have to live like this? And it angered me, you know, that people like this. And you know what's the sad part is the fact that nobody gives a damn. Not even your community, black community, gives a damn. Like this is normal, you know. This is normal that a 75-year-old woman, I don't give a damn how poor she is, you know. I don't care. She worked all her life or whatnot, you know, don't have much, right? So she's in public housing. I don't care how damn poor you are. No people should have to live like that, you know. It just really, really angers me, you know, that our people are only subjected to this. You think a old white woman would live in a... Think about that for a second. When's the last time we see an old white woman living in public housing, got subject to, talk about, yeah, I got to get on the floor when I hit it, when the bullets start flying. What the hell is going on? That's why I said, all you comfortable Negroes, I'm putting my foot in your ass tonight, because I can't stand race traders. I can't stand cowards. If you can't do nothing, at least you should be angry about that. And I'm not saying walk around miserable, but you should always have what we call a black conscience, Something's not right. I don't give a damn if I got all this money in the bank. I don't care how many cars I got. When you start saying that everything's all right and everything like that, yeah, that happens so often. Work a whole life to live poor in an old age. I'm sorry, I don't accept it. I don't accept this world the way it is, So it is what it is. But the comfortable Negro, that's perfectly all right. It's all right for our seniors to live like that, But let me tell you something. I'm gonna give a praise to all the people out there that work in senior services and stuff like that. The people that basically work in nursing home cares and wellness centers. Mostly black women. They're out there engaging the seniors in the community. We're not playing board games with them, being companionship with them, because a lot of times these seniors right here, the kids don't even talk to them. The kids live somewhere in Ohio, and I had this one lady was so sad. She saw her son and daughter are military people. Oh yeah, I haven't seen my son in 5. So every 5 years they might come to Virginia to see their mother. And I said, man, that is just so freaking sad. And people like just heartbroken at the fact that they live lonely in their old age. It's just a really sad situation because we haven't built the love in our families, that we should have had, that we did have at one time in Black America, It ain't the welfare state. These are people, Chuko, that work their whole life. These are people, but sometimes when you stop working, you got to have income coming in. That's what I say. If you basically work your whole life, here in America, there's so many people over time. If you know that, Chuko, most of the people who are poor in America right now are people who work their whole life. They got Medicare. Because I work in this business, right? In order for you to have Medicare, you have to have worked 10 years. That's 40 quarters, 10 years. So it's not like somebody sitting on their ass collecting welfare. That's another lie that people like Chuko tried to spread around us, Yeah, Chuko's ignorant, People, you work 40 quarters, that means you work 10 years. That means you earn Medicare, Social Security and Medicare. You got to earn that. That's not given to you. So the bottom line is people got Social Security, got Medicare and whatnot, but they still live in poverty. Why is that? It's simple, there's no system for our people. People should be basically, our community should be thriving, where people shouldn't even have to think about the basic stuff, So first world problem. Yeah, maybe it is. I'm so like this. I'll tell you one true quote, right? I go to Liberia because that's where my wife is at, right? And we got Cynthia Nash and Cynthia Blanford and Val Thomas right there in Liberia, right? Connecting. All we're doing is connecting to, look, first of all, when you talk about, I don't consider Liberia Africa, Liberia is Liberia and the rest of Africa is Africa, Liberia was never colonized, So the bottom line is, so when I connect with Liberia, I'm connecting with a certain part of Africa that has our history in mind. Liberia to me is a part of Black America. So you're not it's on the African continent, but it's part of Black America. It's part of the friggin' Caribbean. It's part of all the diaspora. It's a Pan-African experiment. That's what I'm connected to. I'm not connected to the friggin' dumb, dusty shit that goes on the continent. I'm just not doing it. So you can take that someplace else. So that's a really great skill set, and keep it up, Ra's a clown, So, it is what it is. Like I said, the comfortable Negro, Liberia was colonized. No, we built the country. It wasn't colonized. We colonized it. We built it, What you see in Liberia, the reason why they can't get together because the people who built the country, right, are not there. You cannot build something on something you didn't initially create because you never understand why. We didn't colonize Liberia like the Europeans. We didn't have a mother country. We didn't put our foot on nobody's neck. Yeah, did we create a country? Did we incorporate the native people into the country and integrate them into society? Of course we did. I ain't gonna apologize for that. You call it colonization, call it what you want. But it was black on black colonization, It's not the same thing, That's why Liberia's not going through the problem. Liberia's not going through the problems with France and all these other countries, whatnot, because they were never occupied by France. That was one country our ancestors basically made that was free, And some people are like, oh yeah. And forgive me, I just found there was a new article that a bunch of Burkinabes were in Liberia. St. James got an answer for that, There was a bunch of Burkinabes that fled Liberia because they were doing illegal mining. Man, I thought Ibrahim Traore, had it going on. Why we got illegal miners from Burkinabe in Liberia? Are you kidding me? I thought the Messiah had Burkina Faso. Everybody's like, he could raise the sick, heal the sick, and raise the dead and whatnot. Traore got friggin' mountains of crop and fruits growing out there. You can just pick mangoes all day. We eat and whatnot, We got plenty of food everywhere and whatnot. So what the fuck are they doing in Liberia scrounging, I don't want any form of colonization. Okay, whatever. I don't care. Well, that's what this is the reason why the black movement's not going no place. People rather fight against me and black people in America call what we do. What we do is not colonization, fool. My high intelligent Igbo brother. Yeah, you guys, you and Chuko go dummy up, If Ross Moises call you intelligent Chuko, you better watch out, man. That's not saying a whole lot, Now, I like Traore and everything like that, but what you used to have right now is AI. Africans are abusing this AI shit, AI was the worst thing for Africa. Right now, we will never know what's going real Africa. You got black people out there getting fooled as they go into African countries, thinking that they're going to get rich and whatnot. And also, they get there, damn, you don't even have water systems, don't have fucking roads, you have nothing. I was led to believe, yeah, Africans are good at that, man, using technologies to fool people that their country's going someplace, so I don't know. I don't know about that, Chuko. I don't consider Liberia Africa. That's just my opinion. I don't feel like I'm in Africa when I'm in Liberia. So I know you guys like to claim it, but I don't think so. Liberia definitely put Black America overseas. It's like a black community from America overseas. So if you say I can't go to the rest of Africa, I would not bother you or anything like that. As long as we got Liberia, that's all I care about. That's all we need. That's all I need. So yeah, so the comfortable Negro, people are coming. The country Mali is doing business with the Russian China. When people say the doing business, gee, can you explain what business they're doing? Because I don't ever see, look, people would say, oh, somebody we're doing business. Doing fucking what business? Every fucking African you meet is a fucking businessman, I'm an African businessman, what you call it? No, Liberia doesn't have a corrupt government like that, It functions at least. Liberia we're number 5 in the most stable countries in Africa, So I think it's run pretty good. The ancestors left something that these idiots could build on if they do it right, So Russia has hands in mineral mines of Mali. Who knows? I don't look. Every African is a so-called businessman. I'm an African businessman, I trade in cola nuts. Always some fucking businessman, high level. I mean, when I was in Morocco, right? I'm freaking in the downstairs, trying to get some sleep, right? In the freaking restroom, they give you a bed to sleep on in a soundproof glass room, whatnot. And I'm sitting there. I'm next to this fucking Nigerian guy. He's sitting there just going off on his phone, right? I just looked over and said, dude, man, you gotta shut the fuck up. He goes, huh? I go, are you deaf? This is supposed to be a quiet room. We're supposed to be here quiet, sleeping. You're freaking talking business deals or whatnot. Go outside with that shit. He just looked at me like, I can't believe you're saying that. I said, look, I'm telling you right now, I'm trying to get some fucking sleep for my flight. Every African is a businessman, God damn. Does anybody just work, have a job or career? Has everybody got to be a wheeling and dealing businessman all the time, whatnot? It's like, yes. Everybody's wheeling and dealing a businessman. I don't know about these people sometimes. Liberia is not the Haiti of Africa, Cynthia Blanford and Val Thomas Blanford would not be there if it was that. Liberia got promised. Haiti's a fucking certified shithole. They would like to be like that. Haiti's a certified shithole, Well, the bottom line is, hold up, look. If we do build an Afghanistan, it'll be basically the best of Black America in a benighted continent, We're bringing light and civilization. It'll be the best of Black America finally on top. Right now, the best of Black America is marginalized, And so if the best of Black America was leading the community someplace, we'd be fucking ruling the planet. I know it. You got videos of what they're doing in Haiti? Okay, Marcus, come on up, man. I want to see that. Let's see what they're doing in Haiti. Marcus, step right up. I'll play your video. Yeah, we already did that. I have, look, all that stuff like that goes CD, or what do you call it? CD AutoCAD. All that technology, stuff like that. I'm going to buy all that technology because I used to do it before. And I put out a blueprint of what a African-American city-state would be, how to build it, populate, all that stuff like that. All right, boo, I'm way ahead of you, bro. All you Johnny-come-latelys and whatnot. I've been doing this for friggin' decades,
Rizam, how you doing?
What's going on, brother? You see Chukwu trying to diss Liberia now. Anything that I put my feet on, these people are just haters, whatnot, I guess we're supposed to go as dusty ass, undeveloped Igbo land in Nigeria,
Ideas or some shit. It would look like he always critique his shit, but the topic at hand though,
look, hold on. Where's your boots on the ground? You see the people right there in the picture? That's my boots on the ground right there, bro. Those are my partners. We're having a business group, a trade group coming there in July. So people are like, "Down with your business." I'm way ahead of you, freaking clowns. But people don't know by now that I'm serious and I'm gonna do this, whatever.
I don't know what to tell you. I already know. But the topic you said, Black people are what is it?
Is it a problem with the comfortable Negro?
Being comfortable in America.
The Negroes that want to basically ignore everything just to get along and just.
I mean, they sell out for some change though. Think about this. Sports, like football season, basketball season. We talk about some Black power stuff, whatever. Football season come around, they forget about.
Oh yeah, I said. Would you listen to what I was saying? I said you got like a couple of months before football season comes around. It's like the game. You got the worst time of year when you got Hooters. You see grown ass, big ass Black men. Oh yeah, go. I'm like, dude, it's not all that fucking serious,
Yeah,
hooping and hollering. I mean, I guess that's what we do. But when you out there in the aisle, I just can't do it. Those are comfortable Negroes, man. I like watching football. I like watching sports anybody else, but I'm not gonna lose no sleep over fucking if my so-called team loses. I'm not.
I think most of our Black people are comfortable though in this motherfucker. You think about it. We drink. You think about turning up on Friday, Saturday, get our head banged, start drinking. They want school, fuck on some shit, then they forget about it. Then they go back to work. Then they start complaining. It's the same cycle over and over. So I mean, shit. That shit, like, I mean, the stuff you're talking about, I'm not gonna say it died in the 90s, but shit, like, most motherfuckers comfortable. I'm telling you the truth.
Yeah, that's what I said. That's the hardest thing about this movement I'm trying to build is is dealing with a comfortable Negro, you know, because to
Yeah.
be honest with you, right, Dave, right, I
yeah,
told you about the
bro.
story about my good friend. I don't know if I'll call him friend or not, but nemesis friend, friend of me, Pianki, right? That was an older dude. He was like older. He was older than my father, older than my father, right? This dude was like, "Oh, black the power or whatnot." We used to be, Kemet and all stuff. Yo, this Negro got a contract with some white guys, whatnot, and he freaking pocketed 1.2 million. Yo, he turned into Uncle Ruckus overnight.
Mm-hmm.
He's talking about, oh, what women on welfare, Nick they ain't raising their kids, all the whole.
You just gotta give him some money. That's it.
Yeah, he got won that contract. He was like putting the bids on all night. He was like, man, the system works. This is the greatest country in the world. I mean, he did a 360 degree turn, man.
They think they white now. Yeah.
Oh, Pianki is black as the ace of spades, right? He was he's been to Africa and everything like that. He's been to
Oh, for
Ghana,
real?
Egypt, yeah, Kenya. He was a Pan-Africanist, and basically almost it was like saying fuck Africa, He just basically, yo man, fuck it. He got man, became a millionaire, and he was like, man, I don't want to hear shit, man. I
So
wonder
the
what
money,
happened to Yankee. Let me see if I can look him up. Is he
so the
still?
money
I
that
don't,
he made,
I don't even know if he's still alive, man. He was old back then, man. That was like years ago. I wonder if he's still
he
alive.
never invested. We invested back into Africa. He was talking about that
Yeah.
Pan African shit.
Yeah.
That's how it usually is, Marcus. That's how it is.
So you, I believe this shit.
Oh wow,
It's
man.
like it's like white people know black people, like we all got a price.
Oh yeah,
Check this out. He's still around. He said one mutual friend, Bomani. Okay, Bomani still fucks with him. Okay, he's still around, Pianki. I'm gonna inbox him tomorrow and just bother him, man. He's gonna get pissed off. He's like, yo, Kyle, I'm gonna block you. Stop inboxing me with stupid guys to call. Just fuck with him, I'm tired of your ass, man.
Oh man.
Those are the fun days, man. When I was in Block Talk Radio, that was the fun days. I wonder if Mufasa comes up here, he remembers Pianki. That was one of my nemesis, man. Him and Black Achievement, man. That was my nemesis. Back in the days when that was fun. I was born in Emo State. Go back there. Why is everybody telling me where they were born at? You got comfortable here. Go back there. Build something. Go. I'm not holding you here. So like I said, go back there. Build something. I want to see Emo State, wherever you at, thrive with tall buildings, skyscrapers, monorail.
Colin, they ain't got no vision to do that.
Yeah, that's the whole thing about the African American. One thing you can say about we have vision,
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the African mind does not have freaking vision. Unfortunately,
No vision for that.
So therefore, when you say, okay, I want to build an African, right away, Africans thinking how they can make money up front. Oh, they don't care. They don't care about the end result. You understand? If you build a city state with Black American and diaspora, whatnot, you guys will have a trading partner, business partner on the continent. That's long term. They don't think like that. You rather go to Russia and try to deal with Putin. Putin's already in a fucking war right now. Hey, Dark Migo. Okay, that's Dark Migo.
Yo, I was gonna say, yo, that's Pianki. That's like Sonetter Boy, right? I heard that name before.
Yeah, he was back. He was with all that, man.
Yeah, he was on that platform. Yeah.
Yeah, so he's still around, man. Beyond, but mine's still his friend. Still his friend. He's still alive, man. I'm gonna fuck with him. So like that. He was basically, what can I say, man? He was like, yeah, Carlo, all that shit you talking, man. What the hell, man? Ain't going nowhere, man. Fuck Africa, blah blah blah. Why? Because he got comfortable.
He got his price, man. He got his price, Colin.
Yeah. He got that $1.2 million. What can I say? I say the Pan-African world got to start producing millionaires and billionaires. That's the only way we're gonna win.
Yeah, that's true.
I say we got to start putting how that happens. Only reason why it's not happening is because you got freaking lazy ass Africans in power. That's it. And people are like,
they're not trying to facilitate it, Colin. They got to try to facilitate it.
what you call it? You heard about all those Burkinabes? They tried. There was in Lower Bong County
No, I
illegal
didn't hear
mining.
about that. I didn't hear about that.
It's on my page. Go look at my Facebook page. I'm like,
What
hey,
happened?
well. I said you got all these burgers. They fled the country before they get arrested. They'll do makeshift illegal mining operations.
All right.
So I thought Burkina Faso had it going on. What are they doing in
I,
Liberia?
I thought I thought they had gold.
Yeah, they say so. They say, right? But the thing is, though, a lot of stuff you see, and I wish them a lot of well. I like Ibn Traore. I think he symbolizes a good man, but I am not stupid. I wasn't born yesterday. It's going to take a lot more than just you freaking taking over a country to transform a geopolitical reality. You know, what's the way out of that? I have no idea. But the whole thing is, what you have is people. Somebody put an article out there said all these tributes are friggin' fake. They had Beyonce singing.
At least Rwanda now they manufacturing guns now in
Yeah, they're
Rwanda.
doing Rwanda's making computer chips, computers,
And
all the shit like that.
Rwanda
Well,
stepping
hold up,
up.
hold up. If Rwanda's doing all that, but everybody hates Paul Kagame,
Yeah.
I don't
I just read
understand
an
that.
article today. I said Paul Pagano, they producing military arms right now.
Yeah, they probably missiles soon. And so the bottom line is they said they hate Paul Kagame, but he's actually taking
He's the
minerals.
one. He's working. They hate the person that's working the most, and that's
Yeah,
straight.
he's the one that actually making them
They hate him.
transform. He's
They
not
hate
exporting raw materials. He's basically making finished product. I thought that's what Africa wanted to do.
this guy. They hate this guy because he's straight and he don't take no bullshit.
Yeah,
That's why
he's
they
not
hate the
stupid.
guy.
He's not a fool.
Yeah, that's why they hate the guy.
And they'll say that, and what they do is what the West does is they make us hate him. The same way they made us hate Charles Taylor. If you look at Charles Taylor, that was a very educated man. It was brilliant, right? They made us hate Charles Taylor because I have no idea why. Because he wouldn't play ball with them.
Yeah.
He said Liberia is a sovereign country. We're not your cotton fields, whatever like that. We're sovereign people. George W. Bush didn't want to hear that shit. So he should have never stepped down from power. I don't give a damn. Hindsight, he should stay right the hell there to the end. He's I tell you, I met his son, right?
Nah, he didn't tell me that.
They're going to BAO main page. Let me see. I'm gonna find this. BAO main page. I'll show you in a second. Give me a second. Okay, hold on. Made in Liberia. Oh, you hear about Angola and Liberia doing education stuff together?
Yeah, I heard about that. I read that on your page.
Oh man, isn't that great? Angola and Liberia, man. Angola has a lot of money. They have a lot of money that they can pull into Liberia. That's what I'm betting on. Okay. I'm gonna show you a picture of me and Charles Fell's youngest son. Yeah, man. So many people came through the BAO, man. It's just like I'm looking back at some of these old pictures, man. I'm like, freaking, it was just great times, man. We had so many people that basically This group influenced so many people. That's why it's my job to carry on with this message. No matter what it costs me. Hold up. 12. All right. No, I can't find this picture. I don't know where it's at. I can't find that picture. But it was like me and Chuck, little Chucky Taylor. I don't forgot his name, but he was like he wanted to come over and meet me one night. His youngest son. He looked just like Charles Taylor, man. It's like, damn. I said, your dad split you right out, man. He looked just like him. I had fun. Like it said, Dusty Rose says, watch a lot of YouTube videos on Africa, and Kala, you are the only person to the Western world that bigs up Liberia. Yeah, because I know.
People, yeah, you're right. He's right. You the only
The bottom
person
line
that
is this:
talk about
did you see the picture of Val Thomas and Cynthia Blanford Thomas, right?
Yeah, I see it.
You see a picture in the Association of Africans there.
Yeah,
I was like, man, that looks like a president and first lady, right?
Yeah.
I'm saying, now, what's the chance of them ever getting elected? No, because
no, they're not gonna get elected.
So the bottom line, they did so much for Liberia and whatnot, but it is what it is, man. Now you got people in Liberia. You see, George Weah's boys are coming back. We gotta have CDC. That's about a whole bunch of protests with CDC, and they want to take power.
Really, Carla? I hope not.
Yeah, look at my Facebook page, man. The guy was like, "This is the guy." The guys that would remember something in 2022, CDC police were beating up people and some everything. Remember that?
Yeah.
They were beating up dissidents. This is what you have goon thuggism when not running for. I said, look, I don't know this is why I said I'm sick and tired of the United States. The United States does not give a damn about Africa. How can you legitimize a fucking thug country? Look, the bottom line is this. I believe that if a country can't run itself, the military will take over. That's what I believe,
Yeah.
And before Liberia is about to go through a transplant. You see there basically the ports are being rebuilt by Morocco.
Yeah.
So all this is going on. So one election,
instead of them being happy about it and embracing it,
they try to ignore it. This is the mentality you have. They don't care nothing about the country. It's all about them. So you're dealing with people that's basically almost primitive. They don't care nothing about that. Just like when Tolber's time. Do you think they cared about the rally time, the project, whatnot? No, they ignored them.
It's being displayed right now, Kyla. It's being displayed right now.
They ignore it.
Let me tell you something, Kyla. African Americans, Black America has been vindicated for Liberia. I mean,
we have been vindicated because the bottom line, no matter who gets in power, these people want to cause problems and whatnot. They try to do it where? Remember that?
Yeah.
And where set up those hot trucks? Remember that? That people were like, were you in I wasn't protesting, man. We just saw you on camera.
I always ask myself, when do they agree on just one thing? What is it that they agree on?
I have no idea, man. Just like, look, all I know is one thing's for sure, man. We cannot build anything before we start building in Liberia. We gotta get some things straight. You cannot have that level of poverty in Africa, because as long as you have that level of poverty in Africa, man, the rebel flowers is always gonna be in power. You know what I'm saying? They're always gonna make it seem like your power, Dave, your wealth, whatever you got, is at their expense. That's how they do it, And it don't take much to spark. The next thing you know, they're coming at you with a cutlass,
Mm-hmm.
You're getting carved up. That's the reality of Africa. Anybody want to go to the continent? That's the reality of Africa, That's why I say if we ever settle in Liberia again, when we ever settle, if we ever settle in Liberia, everybody should have armed gun training.
Yeah, you're gonna have gun rights and everything.
Yeah, gun rights. Without that, we ain't got nothing. If they knew everybody in our settlement had guns and we had shooting ranges and stuff like that, do you think anybody would try something?
Oh no, that shit would have been over. That should have been over.
The Hebrew Israelites, man, they went over to Ghana, man, unarmed and shit like that. What the hell,
You know they got Hebrew Israelite settlement in Liberia too.
They had one, but they left.
Nah, they still there.
I know they went. They went to Israel.
Yeah.
You're asked to leave the country. You know.
Some of the locals. They
Yeah,
still
one of my
practice.
guys. I think he's a Hebrew Israelite. You ever see a guy?
They they still have locals there. They have the churches there.
You ever see
Locals are
those
still
two
around.
brothers that do Africa? I met
Nah,
them when I was there this time. You know, at Al
oh
Lagoon.
yeah, you showed me the video.
Yeah. What you go? These guys are cool. I don't know if they're Hebrew Israelites or not. They dress like Hebrew Israelites, you know, and they talk a lot of Hebrew Israelite rhetoric, you know.
Yeah.
They're cool brothers, man. They're cool brothers, man. Yeah, so we had a
Now
chance
they
to
out
talk.
there. Kyla, they out there.
The
They
number of
moving
African
fast.
Americans in Liberia is growing. You know, they're
Yeah,
growing.
I noticed that too. It's growing. It's been growing over the years. Like
Yeah, it's
people just
growing.
coming in on random trips. Some
Round
people
trips,
I meet.
staying there and whatnot. You know.
Some people I meet that go there, right? Some people they just be like, "Oh, I just found out about Liberia in the
Yeah,
library.
so
Read
that's
a
if
book."
nothing else. What I'm doing is promoting the
Yeah,
country. You
and they
know,
just
to let
fascinated.
people
They just
know.
want to go there and see what's up.
Yeah, so
So
people are curious, whatnot. What
yeah,
you know, country our ancestors built because Black America is like that. They watch it. Every other people in the world talk about government and stuff like that, and people like I know the psyche of Black
I
America.
be a resurgence, man.
Yeah, I
Kyla,
say
I have that feeling that it's gonna be a resurgence. It's gonna be a resurgence.
yeah. What you go look? Every Black person, African American, wants to know what it's like to have a government or a nation. You know, every Black person in America
But
at one
but but
time.
but Kyla, another problem too. Most African Americans don't know about Liberia, man. Most Black
Yeah, that's the whole
Americans they
thing.
don't
Yeah,
know
that's why
about
we're trying to
Liberia.
look. I would
They
love
don't even
my
they can't
novel
even
Journey
point
to
it on
the
a map.
Promised Land. My novel Journey to the Promised Land. I would love to get that in the hands of Ryan Coogler. You know, imagine he would do with that book when I, you know, because everybody. I have several filmmakers that want to make it into a film. And I'd be like, yo, look, yeah, get Ryan Coogler. He can do it. You know, and several filmmakers, several film companies. IMBD approached me, and Lionsgate approached me with they said that could be an epic movie because it deals with history of America. It ties history of America with Liberia, post Civil War, and all stuff like that. And that would be such a good crossover film. You know, it'd be like regular Sinners. You know, although it's a Black film, you also delve into the Irish culture. You know, and then you have the Chinese culture, you know. So everybody had a piece of the movie, you know, the Choctaw or whatever, you know. You with this my novel, man. You got the Irish community, you got the British, you got all kinds of. You got New Englanders, you know. You got the Washington D.C. All those scenes in the book, right? You know, it's just the book is incredible, you know, that I wrote, you know. So if that was ever made into a movie, man, it was like I know it'd be a blockbuster, you know. I know it would, you know. So waste time on Liberia's a shithole. Look, why is he saying he's from Haiti? Why is he calling Liberia a shithole? Liberia's not a shithole, bro. Why, yo, Dave? Why do people think that? Did they think Liberia of like 25 years ago is a Liberia of today?
Yeah, I guess that's what they still reading about.
Yeah, it's like this. Liberia basically is not the Liberia of years ago, you know. And now that you know, even though something, our ancestors who built Liberia built that country, Monrovia, so well that the native people couldn't destroy it completely. You know, you're like, damn. And when you're in Liberia, you almost forget there was a war there. You know, because the country is so well, the infrastructure is so well put together. You know,
But
so.
they still living on the old infrastructure. So
Yeah, but the fact that old infrastructure is still standing up, you
yeah,
know,
exactly right.
I'm like, how the hell? It's like
Still
you're in
standing up.
1940. It feels like when you go to Freeport, you feel like you're in 1940. You know, it's still holding up. You know, Liz Z says, Dusty, I don't want to hear we're going to be going there to oppress people. No, we're not going there to oppress nobody. You know, we ain't never oppressed nobody in our damn life. You know, yeah. So that's
Who's
another.
that? Who's that talking?
I
Let's
don't
see.
know. But I don't know. Maybe she was being
We ain't
rhetorical.
gonna go there and oppress people. Why should we say that?
How the hell? And that's what they always think. They always think Black America is trying to be like white. They always try to make Black America out to be white people. You know, who I hate. You know, ain't nobody trying to oppress nobody. Like we have, it's like we're sitting in America and say, you
That's
know,
but that's
man.
but all of that's a lie, Kyla. How if The Americas was like you said. If the black people that came, the free slaves or whatever who came there, if they was oppressing the natives, why they still let the natives still practice their rituals and stuff like that?
And why they let the
Oppressing
natives? Why they let the natives in the military?
them. Yeah, why they was oppressing them? So I mean,
You know, then how the hell you going to be what you call it, oppress somebody that you're going to arm? You know, that's the dumbest thing I've heard in my life. When you start grilling people, like, I don't know, man, just like this. Logical Black says more likely our land will come here.
right now you ask any native Liberian who oppressing them, they're gonna say their own brother oppressing
Yeah, bottom line, yeah. So the bottom line is this: it's like
them.
it's
Right
a oppression
now,
Olympics, you know. So the bottom line is this, and they always resort back to the Congo people. The Congo people, you know, it's like this mythical Congo people that never existed, you know. They, when
those people
Liberians
that's dead and gone, dead and
dead and
gone.
gone when they're still talking about the Congo people, you know. Remember that Eugene Fagon idiot, you know, talking about the Congo. He got appointed under Wayne's administration, talk about the Congo cartel. Remember that?
Yeah.
The Congo people are in Italy. They're making a move. Blah blah blah. He was making all this noise, and he was giving deputy minister. That's how the louder you are, the more. And freaking this book, I put him in the head of the communication. You know, it's like the bar is so low in Liberia. You know, this guy is a freaking complete moron. You know, and like this. You know, so I don't get it. But
He got connections. He got connections. He scream out loud,
he's
and
loud. He's loud. That's all it is. Liberia, you'll say something about people don't say
he'll
about Africa.
cause a problem, cause protests.
Yeah, that's what I said. All
You
they do is
know,
give job. Oh, it's like you want to quiet me down, give me a position. You know,
yep,
that's what Mobutu used to do. Every time he had an opposition, he just basically bring them on. You know, and
yep.
that's how people got stuff done. You get a crowd. That's all it is. You get a crowd and you get a following and whatnot, and next thing the government's like, he's a problem right there. So let's try to appease him, and that's how you get things done in Africa. You know, it's sad, but that's how you do it. You know. Let's see. Logical Black. Of course, you should have another Black World Shit. Hope that is not bombed down. You know, well, we're focused on tribal land. What tribal land here is he talking about? Dave, do you know anybody any tribal lands in America?
No,
Tribal Native Americans? We're not Native
maybe
Americans.
the Native Americans. Yeah, Native
I'm not a
Americans.
damn Choctaw. I'm not a Cherokee. I'm not none of this shit. You know, what, you crazy? What are you on crack, brother? You know? I'm not a damn Choctaw. I'm not a Native American, you know. I'm black. So
Dad said, no,
say it again, brother.
no, I'm reading some of the comments.
Colin, presenting Liberia in an untrue way. You're trying to integrate. Look. I'm saying like this. If black people in America, all black people in America have to do is reconnect and rebuild the institutions we already had there. Imagine if Rick's University, Covington, and all these other places, CWA, and Liberia University was completely, and Tubman University was completely 100% tethered to black HBCUs in America, institutions that we could build on the ground and whatnot. Because back those days, we didn't have a lot of institutions, but we still got a lot of institutions now. You know, imagine if it comes to art. Like for example, Liberia doesn't have a public library. You know.
Yeah, I mean they destroyed all those
Yeah,
things.
all that stuff like that was destroyed.
All
Imagine
that stuff
basically
got
everything we
destroyed,
do.
dog.
Hold on. What black city got the best zoo in America?
I say Bronx, though. I like Bronx, though.
I mean Bronx Zoo, but that's I don't know. You consider
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe Chicago.
There you go. Okay. Imagine if we basically said, look, we want to build another zoological zoo, and we want to build like a safari type thing and a Sapo National Park. And then basically we partner with the black people in America, whoever in America, and make that happen. You know, Liberia's benefits from the fact that it has a close relationship with Black America, but they don't have not harness that. You got you heard about you see that business group that's coming from
They
Houston, right?
don't want to do that, bro. They talking about trying to talk to these white people. Colin. They ain't trying to fuck with
And
you.
they don't
They ain't trying to fuck
understand.
with
White
white
people are
people.
not interested in freaking Liberia. The only people that be interested in Liberia is Black America.
They trying to talk to
But
white.
like which we call Val Thomas told me. He said, "Look, although they love Liberia, he said the problem is they see us as bringing the American Liberians back to power. That's unfortunate, you know." They are now starting to link African American, the presence of African Americans with the America. Oh, the Congo people come back to power. What the hell was so much about the Congo people that they say they would rather have the Lebanese and all these other people take over everything? I don't understand the African mind. That's why I disagree strongly with my brother Dollar Bill. He says we're an African people. No, the fuck we're not an African people, because we don't think like these people do, The African mind does not think in terms of race and survival and stuff like that, We do, so I don't get it. I don't understand why is it just so concerned about us coming there and whatnot. So it's a catch. We wanted to build this Pan-African link with Liberia, but the bottom line is,
No, man. They trying to talk to white people, Colin. They ain't trying.
yeah, they
They
want
trying
white
people. They
people and
trying to get
Chinese and
white.
all these other
They
people.
trying to get white women.
Yep.
Liberian men trying to get white women. They ain't trying that,
Yeah,
man.
the bottom, like I said, they're comfortable. They're
Yeah, they
comfortable.
ain't trying.
They're comfortable. They don't
They
care.
worse than the so-called Congo people. At least the Congo people would be coming back here and talk to other black people.
Yeah, they all. You ever see these Liberian guys that coming back from Europe with their white wives and girlfriends and
Yeah,
whatnot?
they happy, bro.
And
Word.
she's one of their family now. She knows the color choir. I'm like, look at these motherfuckers. Like, damn, you guys are fucking a joke, man. None of us
They
are
don't
going
care
to like.
about Liberia. Like I said, they do not care about Liberia. Right now, Colin. Right now, if you have billions of dollars, you can buy Liberia, man.
Oh
I'm
yeah,
telling
man.
you. I'm
I'm a
telling you, right
shoot for
now,
that.
if you go there, look, man. Everybody go to America. Look, this is interesting. You know what I mean? I got the money. Let's
Bottom
go.
line, hell, one day, yeah, we probably have to do that.
Man, listen.
We have to
Everybody will
do
run for the
that.
hills. Everybody in the country say, look, man, I'm about to give y'all your American passport. Y'all just go to America. Y'all get out of here.
Yeah, well, imagine that if we could
Yeah,
say y'all can come to
yeah.
America,
Like you look like a trade in places, and we could
trade, yeah,
trade 5 million
like
Black Americans, and then send them over there, and then send them
in like
Liberians, all
10
the
years,
native people,
in
send
like
them over
10
here.
years, in
Oh
like
yeah,
10 years, we have that country up and
yeah.
running like you want.
You do that. Do like a trade in places. If you can get a deal like that, do a trade in places. Okay,
Yeah,
y'all
y'all
got
can
five.
come to America
So
all y'all
yeah,
want or not,
yeah. And then you just start setting your laws up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You start setting your laws up. You start blocking now. Now you can't come back. You can't,
Yeah, get the hell out,
yeah.
That would be great. That's a dream, man. Don't let me dream, Dave, man. You just look.
You
Give
can't
me a
come
dream,
back.
man. That's a jam. No, it's the truth, man. If I could
They
basically
don't like
somehow get
yo.
rid of all these people in Liberia,
Yeah,
send
just
them
do it.
someplace
You know,
else or not,
look,
we
man,
that
y'all
would
go to
be,
Australia, send them. Yeah. You send some to
yeah.
Australia, they're gonna agree. They're
Or
gonna
at least
because they
take the
already they already
vote
look
away
at
from you.
Liberia as hell, Colin. It's already hell to them.
Yeah,
So look, man,
it's a
go
thing,
to
but a lot of black people, particularly Africans, all they know how to do is create hell on earth for themselves. Like, damn. One thing we say about Liberia, we look at Caesar's Beach, right? Yo, have you been to Caesar's Beach before?
oh man, beautiful beach, beautiful beach.
Yo, it's
Caesar's
Dave. It's
Beach,
beyond that, man.
Cuba
You ain't doing it
Beach,
justice. You ain't doing it
Outer
justice.
Lagoon,
Hey, look, check this
Miami
out.
Beach.
It's a
Oh
fucking
man,
look. Let me tell you, folks. Caesar's Beach is a beachfront and a lagoon connected, right?
beautiful.
The front part is like
Well,
where they have,
most of Liberian beaches are like that, Colin,
yeah,
with the
Cooper's
lagoons
Beach is like
connected.
that. Yeah, the Cooper's Beach like that. But let me tell you about Caesar's Beach, right? When you go over the bridge, that's where the family is. They had hotels back there, everything, and houses, and each family had their own little plot and they had their own mansion back there, So they had a lagoon, the property, the Caesar's property. They had all the, and the front part is where visitors came, you know, and
Yeah,
they would make money off the people coming there, for functions and whatnot. Caesar's Beach was nothing. You ever see the Caesar's family? It's on my BAO, the website, right? Go to my page, right? The Caesar's Beach look in the 70s look like freaking heaven on earth,
yeah.
And And I'm saying like this: me and William Caesar's good friends. You know,
You go there, you relax, you chill. You know what
I
I
love
mean?
I love
Yeah.
Caesar's Beach when I went there in
You
2021.
in
You
the
know,
Palawa hut. You know what I mean? Come
and you
on,
got the
man.
water sports. You got the people
Yeah,
on the
man.
water paddle and whatnot. You know, and kayaking and whatnot. It's just so friggin' good. That imagine, man. I was thinking about this. Imagine you living in a country, a black country, and that's your reality on the weekends. You know, you got
I saw the old pictures of Hotel Africa and Ducor.
yeah, that's hell,
Oh
heaven
man,
or earth,
beautiful,
man. You know.
beautiful, man. Oh
Like
man,
I said, we managed to,
beautiful.
which
Five
you
star.
got to give us this credit. Our ancestors managed to create a paradise for themselves on Earth in Liberia.
Yeah, man. Place was yeah.
So
I saw Broad Street. They had Chase Manhattan Bank.
yeah, and now
So
that you see
yeah,
Broad
oh
Street,
man,
they had the plants and the
yeah,
shrubbery was nice and green. Now that they on Broad Street they cut all the plants down. Who the hell decided that? The
yeah.
bushes all bare and whatnot because somebody cut them all down and whatnot. I'm like, psh,
Now you got historical buildings in Liberia that's not even occupied, not even active.
right. So I'm like, look at this place. Like, man, this
People
country.
don't even know that, man. Come on, Principe talking all that smack. You got historical buildings, historical churches in Liberia that's not even occupied, not even active.
Yeah.
Oh
Uh,
man, get out of here, man.
our ancestors, I ain't apologizing for nothing they did. They created a virtual paradise on Earth. It was called Liberia. It was a paradise. Yeah. Man, look at Liberia. They building up. Yeah, we know they're building up. But that's only as good as whoever is the next president. If God forbid, let's say Buckeye can't run, who's gonna run in his place? You think his vice president will run?
Yeah, maybe Combs gonna run.
Oh,
People like
because
Combs.
George Ware gets back, dude. We are fucking fit. I mean, if George Ware gets back in, that means I got to abandon like that's what I'm looking at. Look, the possibility that he might come into power or whatnot has me basically apprehensive on a lot of shit. Because the bottom line is he has a bunch of goons and whatnot, trying to run a government. I like I said, I don't believe in the electoral process. I don't believe it. I mean, if you got a bunch of people who are ill-informed, voting for something, that's what happens.
I think for me, I analyzed the. Hello, you hear me?
Yeah.
Um, I don't know why I was hearing speech. Hello. I wanted to talk about. Hold on. Hello.
Yeah.
I wanted to talk about Tubman. Tubman was a great guy, man. To
He
rule
was.
Liberia for 27 years, he was a strong man, man. He was
Yeah.
another strong man in Liberia. I'm sorry to say
He
it,
got.
man,
He got. I
but
don't
the
care.
guy knew what he was doing. He knew Liberian people.
You could not. You could not just basically every 4
Yeah,
years somebody else. Like I said, there's a thing. Tubman knew why.
yeah, he knew why.
If you don't know why, you're never gonna freaking get anything done. The native people, the progressives, didn't know why. They didn't understand why. That's why when they get in power, the country fell apart. They didn't know nothing about aid. They didn't know why that they had to do certain things. Why is the country was founded? Why did they come across America? Why did they found a Negro Republic in Africa? Why? If you don't understand why, you are not going to understand how. And what to do and what. San Diego do is in the D is the best. Okay. Yeah, all these places I hear where things we could connect Liberia to the zoo. I would like to connect Liberia with some of the sanitation departments in America. When I say, hey, look, if you got extra stuff, you got extra.
Tyler, you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Tubman was one of the greatest presidents in Liberian
No, he
history.
was the greatest president.
Yeah, I will say I analyzed him for a long time. And a lot of the things he did, I think he had to do it. And he needed to do it, to preserve the sovereignty of Liberia.
Yeah. The
You
bottom line is
know?
this: it was the only sovereign republic. Ethiopia was a kingdom. Other than that, that one piece of territory in Africa is probably what saved the continent. Because it had not been for Liberia, there would never been independence. But independence was basically based on all the people who Kwame Nkrumah, all these people used Liberia as a base, to spread their message. You couldn't talk like against the British government and colonial Africa. How you get your message out? You went to Liberia,
Yeah.
That's where black radicals and nationals met up and went and shared notes. Liberia,
They had telecommunications in Liberia. They had a mail system. Look
It
at
had infrastructure.
look at Kala. Look at Kala. Look at Liberia. They don't even have a mail system since 1980. They ain't got a mail system.
Yeah, Liberia had the best postal system in Africa
Yeah.
at one time.
They all talk about government, government, government. You ain't got no post office.
It's the government. The government. Yeah, I never thought about that. Yeah, how do you mail something in Liberia?
No, because part of having a government, you have to have a post office, postal codes. They had all of that,
Oh yeah,
But I want power. You don't know how to run a post office.
they want power though.
Shit.
That was it. Well, the president wanted a voice. They want power. Like power is not deserved. But with the majority, I don't give a damn if you're the majority or not. Power is not the freaking deserved. Power is for those who know why, not the majority. But people want to overthrow that when that. What they should do. If that was the way it's going to be, our ancestors should say, post World War II, we knew it was cool. In fact, post World War II to 1980 is only 35 years. So the golden age of the Congo people was only 35 years. You know that, right? 35 years from 1945 to 1980. That was a golden
Imagine if
age.
they had a full 50.
What do you say?
I said, imagine if they had a full 50 to do the work.
Yeah,
Full
50 years. I would say by 1990, they had planned by 1990 they'll start opening the country up to more native representation, stuff like that. If they would have waited 10 more years, 1990, there would be some place, or 1995, but they wanted power right then, 1980, when not. We just want power or not, it is what it is.
They missed the whole 90s, the .com era. They missed the whole
Everything they
era.
were throwing back.
Missed all of that.
Liberia was
all of
on
that,
the eve.
bro.
It was on the eve to industrialization. It was basically had cement works. It had all these things, glass works. They had paint manufacturing. They had food processing. They had all stuff like cigarette making. They was on the eve of industrialization.
Yeah, bro. 1980, man.
1980. All they need is one more decade, right? Of what they would have moved into the tech. They would have met in tech
Would have
areas.
meant the .com era,
Yeah.
Apple, Google, all of that. When the Yahoo
Yeah,
came
Liberia could have
around,
been a center. Liberia could have been a
we want
tech,
to have the first internet infrastructure in Africa running.
and Liberia could
Yeah.
Liberia could be a database center. Right now there's no database centers in Africa. If you look, when's the last time you ever called a help desk or something like that? Say, okay, I'm having a problem with my computer. Call that. When's the last time you ever
So they
called
only
a help
got the
desk?
electrical grid for those data centers, man.
Yeah, we should have them right now. If it wasn't cool, we'd have right now. What you go data centers? You need a world class electrical grid system, and stuff like that, because data is important. That's life and death here. Hospital data, storing data and stuff like that on backup data systems and whatnot. They pull stuff about all over the world. You got to have zero failure, zero. So that's why when you call dial out in Liberia, you got to go to a third country. They process the data someplace else. We do a world remit or Sunwave. You think that's done on the continent? No.
No, they don't have a database for that.
Yeah, the database.
They don't got the servers. They don't got the servers for that.
Yeah, so it is what it is, man. So, but like I said, my Africans are comfortable. They're comfortable with 99% of all data.
You go to the Liberian government right now, or any African, most of you even go to Nigeria right now. So you want to build a data center? They're gonna try to scam you.
And they said we got data centers. No, you don't. No, you don't. You know what I'm saying? Like we saw shot up 19 African Americans. It wasn't 90, bro. It was only 14 people died. Let's not exaggerate, Dusty, but it was only 14 that died. 14 innocent men that died for nothing. You know.
Nah, Colin, they wanted to kill like 200 people.
Yeah, they wanted to kill like 200, but that would have been a blight on their culture and civilization. The hatred was there. You know, the hatred was there. So that's why I said we build in Africa. Yo, we have to. I don't care where. That's what Lion said. We have to be armed. You know, our people have to be armed. You know, that's the only way we're gonna stay safe. People know if they roll up, but we have to be in groups, and we have to build our own communities. You
Yeah,
know,
but I don't understand that, Colin. Everybody else go in groups. The Chinese people
because
come
everyone, because
in,
people are threatened by African
Japanese,
Americans in groups. You know,
Indians,
because everybody wants to be
go
included
in
with us.
groups.
You know,
Go in a group.
like, oh, dare, how dare you basically kick us? No, I say, look, you become one of us. Yeah, you can be. We're more welcoming if people want to become with us. But when you come here with your own agenda to us or whatnot, no, no, no. If you come with a Black America, you better start acting like us and believing like us. You know, that's what I'm saying. You know, and live among us. You know, but the bottom line is that some people don't want to do that. They want us to freaking completely be disarmed and vulnerable to them. You know, that's just not going to work. You know. I couldn't get nobody to move to Africa like that. You know, people will know, okay, if we do build these communities, we're not, people will come. You know, if they know you're gonna have police and security and you're gonna have schools, hospitals, all those things attract people. You know, schools, hospitals, shopping centers. Oh, okay, it's a nice place to live. Shopping centers, recreation, stuff like that, and you got full utilities, stuff like that, and electricity, whatnot. You do that, look, people will come. The problem is when Black people talk about building in Africa, they always leave shit out. You know, okay, you got a settlement, but we ain't got no damn electricity. You know, we ain't got no damn running water. We ain't got this. We ain't got that. We got no damn healthcare system. You know, they said, damn, why nobody's coming? Because you ain't building the damn infrastructure. Black America cannot live without infrastructure, without modern infrastructure. We can't, you know.
We can't live without infrastructure, Colin. We need our infrastructure.
I know we can't. I said that.
We need our running water.
We need
We need
all
our
so and
sewage
that running water is not a
system.
luxury, it's a necessity, you know.
We need our sewage and drainage
We need a
system.
stove and whatnot. We need refrigeration,
Oh, refrigeration.
all
You
the stuff
live in
like that.
Africa, so you need a dehumidifier. So for the humidity
Yeah, we
and
need
things
AC
like that.
units and whatnot, you
AC
know.
units and stuff. Yeah,
All the
you need
basic stuff.
you need roads, parking
Pave
lots,
roads, you
paved
know.
roads.
You
No
know, I hate
dusty
drive.
roads.
I hate driving and
No
going.
dusty roads in 2025. Why any African country should have dusty roads? I don't understand. I don't
All the
understand.
roads, main roads should be paved. You know, it should be expressways and beltways, parkways.
The African only think the main roads should have coal tar. They don't think like the back, the roads to their house and stuff. They should have coal tar.
Yeah, it should have
They don't think
stretch of road should be paved. You
they
know,
don't they don't believe in that.
and should have drainage. You know, and stuff like that, culverts. You know, stuff like
I don't
that. You
believe in
know,
that. I don't believe in that.
well, we gotta get the African mind to change, man. You know, it could happen, but I don't know. You just need large numbers of Black Americans and Caribbeans and whatnot going to the continent, going to Liberia, and build and establish themselves. If we ever did that, man, it'd be a ball game, you know. But how do you get everybody on the same page, right? When we're all in this nonsense about Pan Africa means we gotta forget who we are and come to Africa and don't do shit, you know. You ever see these people?
I don't look at Pan Africanism like that,
Yeah,
Colin. I look at it more from a business standpoint for me.
you got people like,
You
oh,
know,
like years ago when we were talking about building a community in Ghana for the diaspora. Oh, why y'all want to live away from the native people? I'm like, and the same people after they basically did that, went around the rural. First of all, you never go to rural Africa like that, you know.
no. It's not safe out.
It's not safe in
You
rural
gotta
Africa.
if you go out there, you gotta be out of there by nightfall.
So anyway, our girl Lucy, she went over there with that. Oh, Kyla, man, y'all don't like the native. I'm going to live with the people. Yeah, that lasted 2 years, man. And she was like, "Yo, fuck Ghana. They took everything from her. Stole a
Yeah,
goat,
but you don't
stole a
go out
chicken,
there.
stole everything."
The way we live out. The way we live. We free. You understand me, Carlo? We don't
Yeah,
believe in having fences and living in barbed wire
Yeah,
houses.
look, one thing I would say is
We
this.
are free people. You know what
I
I
do
mean?
not
So
look that yo. I think about that when I'm driving around there's one neighborhood that I had a client in the other day called Grassland in Chesapeake. It's like mostly black, right? But it's nice. Brick out. I said I like going out and pull up on the block as a cul-de-sac, right? And you can see everybody's nice manicured lawn, everything like that, you know.
landscaping, you
Nice
see the
cars in the driveway and
landscaping.
stuff like that. I said I can't take you go driving a house. It's like a wall compound and friggin' those barbed wires and the gate. You know,
Yeah,
somebody
it
at the
feel like
gate
you're in
letting
a
you in.
prison. It feel like you're entering a prison.
Yeah, so I'm like, man,
Nobody, you know,
how
because
you
it
know, like I
shows,
said,
you know,
Africans are so
and
used to that shit.
The African doesn't understand when people come from the Western world and see that. When they see a barbed wire fence, it shows instability. It shows that the place is not stable. People see them. People come to Africa just to do reports to see if the place is,
Now,
you know, feasible
what
to
you
do
call
business.
Liz Z goes, I don't mind digging. Yeah, you would mind digging more because some of that borehole water has poop in it, you know, and you get cholera, you know. That's what I said when ignorant black people talk like that. I don't mind borehole or that. Yeah, right. You know, you get sick, you get typhoid and die. Okay, you know, go right ahead. You know, it's a drainage point where race is no joke. That's why I say there's not, none of us ask us to move to Africa and be satisfied unless yeah, that's a challenge right there. If we could basically provide all those things right here, because we could do it. If we had floated bonds, municipal bonds, stuff like that, that we could pay back or not. A bond is how you basically get the infrastructure built, right? If it means you got to pay it back over 20 years, taxes or whatever like that, you know, service. But the bottom line is nobody takes the initiative. They just go to Africa. Oh, no. Where's your financial system, your bond rating? You should have, like I said, the BAO corporation that we have is one day going to issue its own bond ratings and whatnot, so we could raise capital to build our infrastructure. You know, all these things we have in the pipeline. You know, that hopefully one day will come to fruition. I just need more support. Hopefully, when I get this Patreon up and running, I'll attract the sort of people that can help me do these things. You know, I am trying. Don't be a downer. Okay, well, be a downer, but I'm trying to say like this: we don't need to do it. All we need to do is build a nice yeah, a bore. A lot of people talk about a borehole, but they don't have it. They don't talk about the most important thing: a filtration system. My guy Paul in Liberia. Do you ever know him, Paul Nunez?
And I don't
Dave.
know. I don't know.
He's on Honeycomb Beach in Sophia Rock, Honeycomb Beach, right there in Congo
Yeah,
Town. But
yeah.
he's a master plumber. This guy's a master plumber, man. He digs holes, boreholes and stuff like that, 27 feet. And he could say 20 Liberian table is 27 feet deep, right? He builds that thing and he pipes the water out and he has a filtration system and purifies the water and everything like that, you know?
Soften it and everything. Yeah.
Yeah, so he's an expert at plumbing, you know. He learned all that shit, you know. But yeah, so it is what it is. You got to have a filtration system. You don't have a filtration. A lot of people dig boreholes and they don't have a filtration system. They don't know how to clean the water and put in the things where it kills all the germs and stuff like that. And remove all the this other stuff on there, you know, so it's drinkable and potable. You know, But I would suggest honestly, if you go to Africa, Liz, just rent an apartment. I'm just telling you, you know, if you don't believe nothing else, I'm telling you, right? Just rent an apartment. You know, what do you think about that, Dave? You
Yeah.
know,
I wouldn't even say rent an apartment on you. Get a hotel.
no, I'm saying if you're gonna stay there for a long period
Yeah.
of time,
Oh no, if you're staying there for long term, yeah, lease something, rent something out, rent
yeah,
something
rent
out.
something out. You know, don't try to build.
Don't
Don't
even
listen to these.
don't do all that building, buying land.
Don't do
Nah,
it.
don't
Don't
do
do it. Do not do it.
don't
I
do that.
never tell anybody to go out there, buy property in
Don't
Africa
do
and
that.
build from the ground. What you know, you could probably buy a piece of property. You get one for cheap, right? And then turn it over to a developer and whatever. But they didn't even tell. There was one video Dollar Bill sent me. He said a lot of times you think the house is good, right? And you go there and the walls and the ceiling's not even and shit like that. It's like we have different expectations, you know, well, different expectations. So the
Yeah.
wall, the paint, whatnot, one wall's collapsing, whatnot, seals collapsing, like that. So the bottom line is you got to go over there and get the best developer, a consultant, There's one group with one guy. I forgot his name, but he does Liberian. Thing. You seen him on YouTube, right? This guy does housing development in Liberia. You seen him, cool brother, American Liberian type brother. It's cool as hell. But
I don't, man. I don't keep up with a lot of these
he's
things.
on YouTube, man. I forgot the name. He's building these one houses that are real nice. He builds these houses. He has houses for sale. He's really good, But he's saying, make sure you get a good consultant. He said our consulting costs $300. Well worth it. Because we tell you what not to do and stuff like that. Because if you don't, your house is gonna be half. I wouldn't even bother with that, unless you could go in and buy a house that's already built and you go over there and look at it, inspect it, and make sure everything's right. Then like that. But don't try to build a house yourself. In Africa, do not do it. Do not do it. Yes, he goes.
Do
That's
not
what the
do
guy
it.
says. You need to supervise, but some Negroes will be in Liberia for 2 weeks, put the money down on a house, go, and they think they're gonna come back in a year. It's all gonna be done, And then when they're like, "Yo, you see what happened when people eat all the money and whatnot?" Yeah, you see
Yeah,
it happens in Nigeria a lot.
all the time. They
It
don't,
happens
they
all
don't,
over Africa. The
all the
house is not
time,
even done.
man.
House is not even done and whatnot. I'm like, what the hell? You got to.
People take your money. People will take 50,000 from you. They showing you pictures of somebody else's house. And,
Oh man, that's the funniest one,
come
right?
on, bruh.
You go over there, you'll say, "Yeah, your house is done, man." They show you pictures of somebody else's
Some
house.
people invest 100,000 in a farm. They run away with the money. Come on, it's all the time,
And then
man.
they'll say you go there to the farm. I don't know about that, but I own this farm right here. You got the paperwork and everything. And they're like, "Nope, that's fake, whatnot." And
The
people,
worst thing you could do is take your money and say you want to go do something in Africa. First of
do not do that.
all the local people trying to get out of Africa. So once you get them your money, they're gonna take your money and try to get out of Africa.
Yeah,
They're
bottom
not
line is
trying
this:
to, they're not trying to do nothing over there.
the
The
best
only
thing you
way it's
do is
gonna
go
work,
there.
if
If you
you
want
go,
to live there, just rent for a year or
yeah,
two.
if you or if they really serious, Colin, they want to do a project, if they really serious, let them just live in Africa one time and just do their project.
Yeah,
Don't
we gotta
come
live
back
there,
to yeah.
And one thing, hold up, before you even buy a house or like that, first thing you need is your
Like the Bag
transportation.
family. I got mad respect for the Bag family. Like
Yeah,
they
they tough
really
that shit
on
out. They
ground.
do tough that
They
shit out.
really on ground. Like the Bag, if anything, I will go to the Bag family for advice. They should be the
Yeah,
ones giving everybody all their advice. Really?
yeah. But everybody keep
But they've
clowning
been
them,
through it. They've been through all the
Yeah.
headaches, getting locked up, this one, that. They'll
Basically
tell, yeah.
everybody's always clowning Ricky and
No, but they the most knowledgeable about Africa.
right.
If you want to
And it
really
was
be
smart. You
honest.
see Ricky, he has a pickup truck. They got a pickup. They're smart enough to get a pickup truck because your bottom line, if you ain't got a truck or a vehicle in
But
Africa, you a dead ass.
But Kyla, I respect the Bag family because they learned it the hard way and they stuck it out and they still did.
Right.
Now,
And
yeah.
they-
So at the end of the day, Kyla, we could make fun of them, but we gotta put them a high respect.
I do because
You
like I
know what I
said,
mean?
they're
Because
doing
they out
what a
there. They
lot of
out
us want
there.
to. They doing what a lot of us want to do: live in Africa and be free.
And they going through all the tough times and they still out there.
Yeah.
It's crazy, So hey, if
That one
anything,
dude. That one dude is on them, man. Everybody got always got somebody. The Fresh Prince of Wakanda. He's always on the Bag family, man. I was like, damn, leave that family alone. This dude, Fresh Prince of Wakanda.
where's he from?
He's a Gambian, Yo,
That's just jealousy, Kyle.
yeah, check this out.
He not in
He's a
Gambia
British. No,
enjoying.
he's a
Hey,
British
yo,
Gambian.
yeah,
He's a British Gambian.
the Bag family enjoying Gambia more than him, so he's
All right.
jealous.
He's up in the
So
UK.
like Dag up in the UK, it's cold. Bag family drinking coconut water, chilling. Oh man, I can't stand
Well, it's funny that he basically Ricky was one day collecting tires, right? And the dude was playing the Fred Sanford music in the background. I was like, this is so fucked up. He goes, call Ricky Fred Sanford. That was fucked up, man. I was like, damn, leave that family alone, man. Ricky ain't bothering nobody. He was collecting tires. He goes, Ricky reduced to selling tires, No, he was working on something, so he collected a bunch of used tires, He was on that, Ricky collected used tires one night. He was playing his first
Ricky
snap for
out
me.
there hustling, but Ricky out there hustling now.
Yeah. And that
You
was a lot of
know?
tires he put on his truck, man. He's like stacked them up by himself one night, So he got serious about something. I lived in Southern Africa 2 years. We got to watch China man getting robbed, whatever. He keeps going. He gets a mining license. He's a millionaire. Well, the bottom line is this: if Africans don't want to learn how to mine themselves because they don't know anything, I don't know. It's just I don't know. I would not have any foreigners mining gold or anything in our land. When I was in there, you know how many Chinamen I see in Liberia now, Dave?
Yo, Tyler, it's a
I went
whole
down
bunch.
in Grand Bassa on the
Yo,
river. The
Tyler,
great.
it's a whole bunch of Chinese people out there illegally mining, bro.
Yeah,
Some
they're
of them
illegally
Chinese
mining. I
people that
said, "What the hell is a
they
Chinaman
don't
doing here?"
have no papers. Some of them out there, they don't got no papers.
This one
And
guy,
they,
that was at Al Lagoons sitting there, the girl was waiting on him before she waited on me. The guy couldn't even speak English. I was trying to help him out. The guy, he's like, I guess he was trying to pay for a room. The dude didn't know no English, no nothing, man. How the hell? I'm like, what the hell is and the Chinese. One thing about Chinese, you see them in the most Liberian rundown parts of town. That's the only one you see. You do see them
always in
KKs.
groups. They always like 2, 3 of them.
You ever see them? They be writing KKs, pen pans, all that stuff.
Always like 2 or 3 of them too when they
Yeah.
move.
So I'm like this. So Chinese will basically they'll live. You think, oh, not everybody's gonna live here.
And I think they're messing up the ecosystem too, because the
Yeah, they are.
Chinese
They are
people too.
destroying it. Because the Chinese want this one redwood in Liberia that's precious. They want that wood, and they're legal in mining up in Cape Mount. And all they have to do is get
and
away with it.
what they do, Colin, is they like to get a lot of the exotic animals and the wildlife, and they
Yeah,
do a lot of rituals and stuff with them too. Like
and they want that that
yeah,
redwood that's there.
yeah, they redwood. They probably doing something with that redwood. So you
Yeah,
gotta,
so
I mean, they
so
know
the
why they.
bottom line is this. But this is a country. These are the people we left. Do you think that would have happened in Tubman's time? Hell no.
Oh hell no!
And
You
you
ain't
think
gonna
I
see a
said no?
Chinaman in sight.
Yeah. So the bottom line. So the native man have dropped the ball in Liberia, but people like Elvis will get on me like, "Oh, I don't care, Colin. You guys are never gonna get." Oh, okay, I get it. We're never gonna get it back, but by the way, you guys destroy the country, and you gotta live with that. Liberia's not the Liberia we ancestors.
Liberia gonna have a Chinese Liberian president one day. If they don't be
Oh yeah,
careful.
you have a Chinaman, and
Gonna have
also
a
the Chinese are
Chinaman.
leaving. They're leaving
You know
so
what I
many
mean?
half-caste babies all over the place.
Mhm.
So it is what it is, man. But that's the native man for you. That's what he wanted. That's native. It's native man time. Call it native man time. Okay. So remember, Chinese, rural China was not worth much more in developed than that one. Remember, many of those Chinese mining coming from a lot of Chinese coming from rural China are poorer than Africans.
Yeah,
But
more than
Africans see them
Africa.
as superior
That's
for some
true.
reason.
And Scala, they got Chinese stores out there too in Liberia.
Yeah, these Chinese are all over the place
They're
doing all
all over
kinds
the
of
place.
illicit shit and everything. And they're coming from like the friggin' I forgot the name of this part of China. It's really rough, and rural China and whatnot. They're coming from these rural areas in China and whatnot, where a lot of them are not even educated in their own language or whatnot. So non-African ethnies successful in Africa. Well, non-African ethnies are successful in Africa. You spend energy posting African investment, it's futile. Can you share posts of initiatives? Look, bottom line is this: Africa needs everything and anything, but it's not going to happen with Black America, right? You don't understand unbrood, right? Because one, we don't have anywhere mechanisms of backing anything up. That's the one thing, Stay what you want. How dusty the Chinese and whatnot. They basically have a government that backs them up, and the treaties and deals, and
They got their embassy
will
right
hold people
there. They
accountable.
got their embassy right there. Anything go on right there by
Yeah,
Ala
we don't hold
Lagoon.
Black America. Ask where Black Americans in the embassy. We don't have one.
Right there by Ala Lagoon and Calabash is their embassy. Right,
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 yep,
Kala?
yep.
Right?
And I always see them. That's where they're always hanging out
Right?
at.
They always over there. Anything happen to one of those Chinese men, they're gonna go right there. And each one of them gonna be solved right there.
Well, actually, to tell you the truth, Diners is exaggerating. Lebanese only specifically do one type of business in Liberia. That's the shop rights and the grocery stores and whatnot. And they
Yeah,
may
the
only,
grocery
you
stores
know,
and the
the
building
grocery store,
supplies,
yeah, and the building supplies.
electronics.
That's about it. You know, they don't own
Right,
other.
you know, like they own bakeries, a lot of bakeries and stuff
Yeah,
like that.
even
And you know,
even
like
the furniture
pastry.
making is they use Liberian furniture makers. You know.
Yeah. And then redo it, resell it. So that's it.
And also Lebanese in Liberia, right? You go to their stuff, a lot of the products that they have in their freezers are fish coming from the local Liberians.
Yeah.
You
They
know?
just repackage it. They just know how
Yeah.
to present it better.
Yeah,
That's all.
what you got? Yeah, all they do is like this. Like they do a lot of business with the local black African population. So I have nothing against the Lebanese to tell you the truth. You
One thing,
know?
I don't have no problem with them. I don't.
You know why? Because I love
They're the
when I'm
ones
driving
only
on Tubman
they the
Boulevard,
only
right?
ones giving us development, Kyla.
Yeah.
So
When I
yeah,
drive down Tubman Boulevard, man,
getting that
oh
AC
yeah, man,
love,
look cold,
man.
man.
Oh
Let me get
man.
some soda. They got those like the sodas, the Fantas only
Everything
like 65
cold,
cents.
all the juices, all the
Oh
waters,
yeah, the little
everything
pack of juice and whatnot.
cold.
I usually
Oh,
grab me like 3 juices and 2 Fantas and whatnot, you know, and enjoy that cold AC. Oh, I was like,
oh
oh,
man, it's
man,
just the
go outside, you
breeze
know?
just hitting you.
I was like, and I didn't have that, man. I don't know what the hell I would do.
It's all about presentation.
Yeah, what you call it? Baruti says so-called African. Why does he say so-called African American? Damn, it's like, damn, can we have an identity? Why are we so-called? God damn, you know? That's what Baruti's going to end up losing this argument with you all the time, you know? So-called African American. He wants to change our identity. That's not going to happen, Baruti, you know? We're not Bantu people, you know? We're not going to just like this. Our culture was derived right here in America after the transatlantic slave trade and whatnot, you know? When we have a different experience in another land, our identity will change again. But as long as we're sitting in America, in a white man's country, living on way like that, you know, we are African Americans. That's it, you know? Change the environment, get us our land, whatever like we could build, and then we could rename ourselves, you know, or reinvent ourselves. Right now, we're African Americans. We have no government, no nothing, you know. So glad we as a group do not need a government. Oh, sorry, what is he fucking? Is this guy insane? You know, do not need a government. What is he freaking crazy? Or for them to be involved in that? Yes, you do. The bottom line is this, Dave. Let's talk about that. He says African Americans don't need a government to be involved with Africa. But have you ever seen anything meaningful come out of African Americans and Africans right there? You know, on a
Yeah.
high level.
No, no, it's
It
just
doesn't exist, man. You know why? Because when Africans sit down, Baruti, they're sitting down with the Chinese. They're sitting down with sovereign people. When the Ghanaians sit down with Nigerians, there's a government. They have two governments with diplomacy. They got treaties, and treaties are backed by laws. You
got a
know,
flag, post office,
yeah,
country code number for communication.
yeah. So all
Different
the stuff
things
like
are
that,
going on.
military operations together.
Yeah.
Black Americans, what you call it, you know, Black America does not have anything. That has no flag, no government, no sovereignty, and everything. We wasted time in America 400 years. We should have made Liberia our land. You know, it was America versus Liberia for the most part. You know, and our education academic system wrote Liberia out of history. You know, there was a thing they made it seem like America.
Why you think most African Americans didn't learn about
Because our leaders, the people leading Black America, were evil, Uncle Tom's, race traders and whatnot, who are comfortable. And everything you see about Black leadership is about them comfortable. You know what the comfortable Negro is? He'll go out of his way and lie and tell you that, oh, we got to keep fighting for integration, knowing fully well that his kids, you ever notice that Negroes that talk integration are the people that usually could pass for white, whatever like that, you know? Those
yeah,
type of Black people or whatever. So they want everybody to basically suffer so they can have their little white heaven and enjoyment and everything like that. And they made our values. We have to be near white people. That's how sick we are. We're really sick. We really thought that the nearer I got to thee, the nearer I got to white people, the closer we are to the white man, the better off we are for everybody. That's how America is when But you ever notice the Jews, everybody else was just moving into their own groups and everything. But the black man was so focused on trying to be next to the white man, Everybody else was doing their own thing. The Mexicans, the Chinese, they had their own Chinatowns, everything. We're the only thing our whole soul focus on is. So they say, well, this is our country. So how do you basically tell black people that they have no other options, right? Besides America, right?
Yeah.
You erase the history, you erase Liberia from history books, and you erase it from memory. Only a few black people knew about it. Garvey knew about it. That's why I hated rid of Garvey. You in order to control Black America, you have to make them think that America is the only reality.
Yeah.
So you get comfortable in America in American mediocrity. You get comfortable in American mediocrity. We got a flag. I said focus on our own land. What flag do we got? Your flag. We don't have no flag that stands over any soil that I know of. We have no flag. People said the RBG. The RBG flag never was propped on any territory. When you put a flag on land, that means nobody can touch that land. The laws and whatever flag is supreme. We don't have no land, no flag, no land.
And right now with the FBA movement, they're gonna try to dismiss Liberia.
Yeah. So the bottom line, the FBA movement don't want a land. They don't want a flag.
The Indians. The
FBA movement is the ultimate comfortable Negro.
They're gonna dismiss all of that. You just keep talking. That's not FBA.
Yeah, I got Tariq going at a Liberian lady.
I wanted to know what's up with Phil Scott, man. This guy's every 5 minutes is FBA. You talking about
Phil Scott.
What happened with this governor in Maryland?
This
why they want him like that?
I'm like this. It was only a reparations study. Yeah. It was never going to lead to no money. Black people got to get it out of their head. Ain't nothing going to lead. It was just a study.
And why they attacking this man like that?
Because he's a freaking Jamaican descent. They say, "Oh, see, the FBA movement saying, see, these tethers, they're after our reparations and whatnot." And they actually got uneducated black people convinced that there was actually reparations around the corner. You got people out there going out to their mailbox every day looking for their reparations check.
You gotta get a job, my nigga. Excuse my friend.
Yeah, dude. Reparation is not coming.
Bro. Get a job.
Yeah.
This
is how it's gonna go.
The time they're looking for reparations, they could be doing something productive.
Yeah, they ain't trying to do it. They're trying to be lazy. This is how the reparations is gonna go. You're gonna have Ben Youssef, Jonathan Miller, and a couple of people. They're gonna be like bring the reparations suit, and it's going to go before the Supreme Court, right? And they're going to have a couple of people basically arguing against it as a defense for the government, right? And they're going to make the case that, well, slavery never happened, Slavery never happened. Black people already here and whatnot, They taught us English, and, they're the real Englishmen, and they're Americans, they're original Americans, right? And then they're going to bring that dude, Black Skin is Amazing, Dane Calloway, and a couple of it as witnesses, right? And the judge is going to be like, wham, case dismissed, Evidence overwhelming. There was never a slave trade, whatever like that, based on the testimony of Mr. Dane Calloway, Black people from Turtle Island, slavery is a myth. It never happened. There's no slave ships, These people are crazy. They talk about there's no slave ships. Who's that? Yet they want reparations. Like I said, Negroes, man. I got a PhD in Negroology.
Tyler, I want to ask you a question. Do you think on the eve of the Civil War, should we have fought to be a part of America, or should we?
Let me tell you something. This is how it works.
We should have probably fought to maybe go back to Liberia and do our own.
This is what happened, right? The black people who fought the Civil War didn't give a damn about the Union, anything like that, right? But since they showed such bravery, because it wasn't for the black soldiers, South would have won, Since they show so much, it's unfortunately because they show so much bravery, right? It's saving the Union, right? Lincoln said against everything America stood because they had no intention of ever making us citizens, They said it's a white man's country, whatever like that, But Lincoln said, no, our civilization will literally die if we, because they at the time thought that the best thing you can give a black man was citizenship in America, be part of America, right? Lincoln also said, we're going to give him citizenship, right? But Lincoln had everything of getting rid of black people. In other words, basically, he created the Gullah Geechee corridor. You ever heard of that?
No, I didn't hear that.
Well, I'm going to show you a map and a picture. Gullah Geechee corridor. He wanted to move all the black people in the South to that area, that strip of land, right? And then point black people towards Liberia and Haiti, right?
Mm-hmm.
In 1862, John Hanson, Liberian senator, was in D.C. meeting with Lincoln. Said, "I'll take all the Negroes." Lincoln now he said, "Yes, we could do that, but we need a place to launch from." That's why they created Gullah Geechee corridor.
Mm-hmm.
And the whole thing is how to do that was they gave us birthright citizenship, right? But they were going to try to prevent black people from being born, any more black people being born in America, by exporting most of us out of here.
Yeah.
That would solve the race problem ever. If black people, they knew they couldn't get rid of everybody,
Yeah.
but
But at least a good number.
good number, right? By staring, and it probably would have worked because imagine if 4 million black people with skills and everything from slavery would have descended on Liberia. Where
Yeah,
Liberia
control
would
your
be?
own destiny. That'd be a megatropolis.
Yeah, it
So
would.
many towns will spark up.
Yeah,
Settlements, different settlements,
and now that hold on,
and that culture
now
would have
that
been
the American Liberians would have been the vast majority,
Yeah.
because in 1860 the Liberian population, native population, was only 100,000 people, so any large influx of us would have basically made sure we were the majority. That was the plan, that's why it's like this. What happened when that didn't happen, right? The governments of Liberia started saying we need people, so they started importing people from the hinterland and other parts of Africa to make up for the deficit of citizens,
Yeah.
So the bottom line, the massive black people didn't come until the Garvey movement came around. Then I wrote my book, Journey to the Promised Land, of 1878. That was only one maiden voyage from Charleston, South Carolina,
Yeah.
And so therefore the plan was for the next 100 years, be shipping black people to Liberia. That was done by black people themselves. They purchased a ship called the Azor in 1878 from Charleston, South Carolina. It was called the Exodus of 1878. Black people basically was going to buy ships. The Liberian Exodus Corporation buy ships to ship black people out of America. They had given up on America. So this idea that our ancestors loved America, the guy was saying, was a lie.
Mm-hmm.
America is something that was forced upon us, So something like this. Where's the principle that makes Liberia sag again? Do I like a sagger, Dave?
No.
So why is he telling me sag? So in other words, basically he said, look, Principally thinks anybody don't believe what he does is a freaking thug and a gangbanger and all that. I'm not that, bro. Okay, Logic Black, so we'll promise 40 acres. No, that 40 acres was the land, the Gullah Geechee corridor. 40 acres of mules. So we would spend time pulling ourselves up, pulling ourselves up. And if we had to work in certain parts of the white area, we had a place to retreat to, 40 acres, because that's what our ancestors went. They told Sherman, they said, look, when the Civil War is over, we need a way how to be protected from white people, because they basically are going to enact revenge. And were they right? Yeah. They go, these people have so much prejudice against us, they're going to come after us after the Civil War is over, And so he said, what did he?
Especially they mad you killed some of the Confederate
Right. That's what the Ku Klux Klan
soldiers.
was about. It was like these are ghosts of the Confederate soldiers coming to haunt black people,
Yeah.
And so our ancestors really, they put our ancestors through hell in this country, Okay, if the reparations are approved, G, you can have my reparations. How about that? I got that on record. You got that on record. G, you can have my reparations, you can have it, all of it, So you can have my reparations, G. You can have it. Go ahead, bro. Keep it. That's all you, bro. But let me find this Gullah Geechee corridor. I'm gonna show you what I'm talking about. Hold up.
Keep talking about reparations getting approved. There's no path to reparations.
There's none. There's no civil, no path to reparations. You know, I when the reparations movie just showed me how ignorant black people are.
Legally, there's no path for reparations. Legally. Like it's sad to say, but legally. Once we got the 14th Amendment, we bought into the system.
We
That
bought
was
into the system, man. We're trapped. It was a trap, you know.
That was it. You
That was it.
merge,
Not only that, the 14th Amendment basically obviously America absolved America for any guilt and said you're Americans now. You can't get reparations because you're a citizen. You know, you can't sue your own government. You know, you stupid fools. You know, so
we did two mergers. I don't know what black people don't understand. We did two mergers. The 14th Amendment, that was the first merger. Then the second merger was the Civil Rights Act. So we did two mergers.
You can't be fighting your way into American society for 100 years.
We did two mergers.
Reparations is a separatist movement, you know? That's a separatist movement, a nationalist movement. You're not a nationalist, you're not a separatist, you know? Yeah, first
so this is so all green was the corridor?
Well, yeah, that was a corridor right there. See
all
right there?
green?
Yeah, all green. Let me
man, that was the launch point.
That was right. It has Wilmington and it was down by Savannah, Macon, and Jacksonville. That was where they want. That's where a good person. What's up, Honeyflower? That's was the Gullah Geechee corridor for Black America. They want to make that a territory, the federally protected territory, a homeland for Black America.
We fucked up, Kyla, and we could have still had that. We could have still had that area,
and he wanted Lincoln wanted to develop. He wanted to connect. He wanted to connect Liberia, Haiti, which Charleston, South Carolina.
And Kyla, imagine if we still had this plot of land today. This is prime real estate.
I know.
We have ports.
But how can we have that when our leaders basically look the people like Charles Spurgeon Johnson, W.E.B. Du Bois, they did everything they could to stop this. They didn't want us having America.
We could have had this and Liberia. And
they didn't want us having any
back and forth.
They wanted black people. Look, they wanted these were look. You gotta say how dangerous the mulatto is. You know, his whole thing was that the black race should die and disappear and mix in with the white race. So these are the people leading Black America. You know, people who believe in race mixing and genocide. You know, and so therefore, any idea of black people having something for themselves, a homeland, everything like that, there was against, because they said the whole idea was we should be amalgamating as one race. You know, that's what Frederick Douglass even believed. You know. Yeah. Let's see this area right here, the Gullah Geechee corridor, right there.
Like 4 states. That's covering 4 states.
Yeah, it was a coastline. So that's the line right there is how far Black America would be. The millions of us are going to be in this area right here, and then what we'll do is would just be a gradual migration to Haiti, the Virgin Islands, and Liberia, you know, and Panama, all these places. In other words, they didn't want us going into the interior or to the northern cities, and that's exactly
no problem.
But that's exactly what happened after Lincoln was.
And if we still want to held on to that today, it's prime real estate. You can control trade and everything from there.
Yeah. So we like I said, we missed the ball on a lot of shit. We missed the ball on this. We missed the ball in Liberia because we have dumb people leading us. That's why, you know. That's why I don't give a damn what people think. I say what I want to say, on this platform, whatever like that, because
over 4 states, major cities, Jacksonville, Savannah, Charleston, Myrtle Beach, Wilmington, those are major cities.
Yep, Mr. Looking for your Dama. He's flirting with Honeyflower. He goes, are you planning on jumping on a thing? Honeyflower, Dama, I'm ready to blow you up, man. He's in love with Honeyflower, man. We got a love connection. She's a little cutie, man. She's trying to put a camera. She's a little cutie, man. She looks more. Honeyflower looks more Eritrean than she does Ethiopian. Just more Eritrean. Than Ethiopian. Boogie was said the case. Buckets. So Booker T. Washington. I don't really disrespect the elder, but we always get the wrong people leading. He did good with Tuskegee. He told us we have to get skills and everything like that. But the whole thing was, his thing was us, you're learning all these skills to serve the white man, not to build our own homeland, up. But Franklin, Teddy Roosevelt encouraged him to go to Liberia. That's why we have the Booker T. Washington Institute in Liberia. Liberians, a lot of Liberians don't even know where that came from, the Booker Washington Institute.
Don't, Kyler, they don't.
Yeah, they're like Booker. I said, dude, do you understand Booker T. Washington was a black man from America? I'm like, dude, man, no, he wasn't a Liberian. Booker T. Washington was a black man. Right? These people basically just discount everything Black America. They refuse to believe that a group of people that once slaves.
They go to his school today. They still go to the guy's school today.
They refuse to believe a group of people that were once slaves came to Liberia and built the way it is. But they don't understand something. A lot of Liberians that went to Liberia, the early Liberians were never slaves. These were people that, not only that, even on this coast right here, do you know those free black communities in the Gullah Geechee area? There was maroon black communities, all of that. That's why they chose that area, maroon black communities from Wilmington all the way down to Jacksonville. The maroon black community, independent community that was there since the Spanish were there, So it is what it is. So people, when they was able to go to Liberia, they was able to duplicate some of those communities that they already had built on the East Coast of America, So what's up, Honeyflower?
Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
All right. I missed the beginning of the stream. I was
Shame on you.
Yeah, I was doing something. So, what were you talking about? Like, what do you mean by being comfortable? Do you mean like it's kind of too late now?
Well, no, the
Everything going
comfortable
on?
Negro is the people that basically say, when you say we got problems, like let's take the African for example, right? Why do you think the African does not build Africa? Because he's around the world being what? Comfortable,
Yeah.
Same thing. We have the comfortable Negro in America. You got the comfortable Negro in Africa. Okay, you want me to let your boyfriend up, Ndama?
I say the comfortable Negro from Africa is the worst.
But what do you mean by Africans are comfortable? I feel like the black race has been like we're the most hardship ridden race.
Yeah, but the thing is though, but you'd be surprised how people could find comfort in misery. Any look like let me tell you something how it usually works, right? Psychologically, even during slavery times in America, right? The white man will give you just enough, that one day off or that time to yourself by the lake or something where he says, okay, I'm going to give you a day off, where to let you know, okay, I can't work him to death, right? So to keep him from completely rebellion, man, I got to make him comfortable in his slavery, That's what they do, The most dangerous thing is a comfortable Negro, right? Because
so you remember like that quote from Harriet Tubman where she says like, I would have been able to free more people if the more slaves if they
well, yeah,
that they
that's
were
true. Well,
slaves.
that's that thing that she actually said that. But the thing is, though, people were comfortable.
I think she really
People
did say that.
look, I'm getting eaten every day, whatever, like that. Yeah, I got to go out and work. Well, I learned to do that, and that's what
people curse Kyle out every day.
Yeah, they curse me out every day because they're comfortable, like a Dama here,
But why are we like that as a race? Like, why are we comfortable in our misery?
You remember in the movie Django?
Mm-hmm.
You remember one part
I've seen it, but I forgot that movie.
The one part where Leonardo DiCaprio said, "See, most of the black man's brain is dedicated towards submission." I don't believe that, but he said the black man all he knows how to do is submit. Look, the white man, the stuff that we tolerate as black people in the world, other races would never tolerate.
Yeah. That's why they enslaved the black race for so long, and they're still like colonizing and stuff. I don't know
The
why we
fact that
always
France
focus
could get away with actually telling African countries what to do, and
with their
Africans got to
own
freaking
limited
make that case of why
resources.
they don't want to deal with the France and why they want to be free and whatnot, and that's and basically people like that. Now let me give you an example. You heard about that mansion, the mansion that burned down in Louisiana?
Yeah, I sent a link to what's his name. I think his name is Ja, because I seen it on my Facebook, and I sent the link. I said, What is this about? Like, is this some type of
That was a
spiritual?"
horrible. That was literally a horrible place. But people go in there to celebrate. People have their wedding pictures there. It's a celebratory thing. And bottom line, the fact that it sat there all this time is the comfortable Negro. People are comfortable with white people making a mockery of their ancestors and stuff like that. It's a
Yeah.
comfortable. That's what I'm talking about. That's how dangerous a comfortable Negro is. He just big, and some people say, "Well, yeah, man. At least black people got
But
jobs."
Colin, let's go back to that comment about the African or black man, whatever that comment was about being more submissive. But what is funny is that what I noticed about the black race is we kill each other before we kill others. Like
Oh yeah,
we
we're
have all
submissive
that
to other
energy
race
for
of
each
people. We're not
other.
submissive towards each other. We don't agree with. We refuse to listen to other black people, right?
Mhm.
But when it comes to the white man and any other race of people, we bow down to him and let him get away with everything. That's the sad part about it. We're comfortable with white supremacy. We're comfortable being
So
dominant.
everything that's wrong with us is really our psychology.
Exactly. Everything. Like I said, that's why I'm the
Terrible.
culture critic. I'm the culture critic, and basically, I criticize culture. And hopefully change because nothing's going to change unless we change our psyche. We actually believe the white race is supposed to rule over us. He's supposed to have everything, but it's
Yeah.
like back. A couple of years ago, they did a thing about poor whites in South Africa, right? Like this. Do you know that the poor blacks in South Africa felt more sad for the poor whites in there? They're like, oh well, we go look it up. Poor whites
They
South
felt
Africa.
more sad for the white.
Yeah, because they said we're not used to seeing whites and whatnot. I feel bad for them. They said, well, they're poor. They still got more than you, but yeah, well, white people aren't supposed to suffer. It was right. It was back. What was that? That was like 15 years ago. It's on YouTube
Mhm.
still.
We don't have. It seems like the black race doesn't really have a concept of race loyalty too.
Yeah, because the bottom line is this: that will cause you disruption. You're comfortable. Your comfortable comfort zone is let's not talk about race. Race is always color doesn't matter and whatnot. Oh, history don't matter. Oh yeah, you can't do nothing about it because their ancestors did that, not them and whatnot. But they're whites and everybody benefit from what their ancestors did. They do. They benefit from all the stuff like they do. And
I
then
think because they say like the way African race has evolved, we didn't really like the way we evolved and lived in our habitat, we didn't really struggle much. We've always had the abundant foods, we always had everything. So maybe our psychology is just too relaxed, not serious.
yeah,
Like
yeah, that's
I
another
think
thing.
once we actually go through a situation where we can go extinct, we might wake the hell up.
Yeah, we have to go through trials and tribulations. I realize
Yeah,
that.
well, what's up, Kyla? And yeah, let me respond to Honeyflower with that. My theory on the Honeyflower is this: is that what happened in Africa is that Africa never had like a dynastic period, the way China did, and the way that Europe did, and the way that the Middle East did, where you have like one kingdom or like one um empire that rules like for a long period of time, and they establish like a continuity of like culture. Like that's what you have in Europe. That's why Europe, they all have like a similar government system, similar romantic languages. That's what you had in China. They had many dynasties in China for thousands of years, but that's why China, is homogenous today because they had all those dynasties that ruled over them and homogenized their culture. At one point, China was extremely diverse. They used to have a lot of different religions there. They had Christianity
But
there.
can
They
I
had
say something
go
real
ahead, go ahead.
quick? those races, a lot of the races on this planet have a fear of extinction, or that they're gonna be dominated genetically. It's only the black race that does not have that fear. I think that's what messes us up. We don't have the fear that we're gonna not be extinct,
And
or
also,
we're gonna be
I'll
genetically
add to that. I
eliminated.
think that I get the impression. I hate to believe this, right? That if every time I see when I'm in Africa, right? Every time, basically, you see a mixed couple, oh, that kid's gonna come out so beautiful. That's sad, man, because they also want Africans want to see their race disappear. I thought it was just Black Americans. Africans want to see their race disappear. They want to be light skinned. They want to be identified. That's just sad. We don't have the natural fear. White people, Chinese people, they actually terrified of losing their racial identity.
Exactly. Every race is. It's just the black race that's not terrified. Like,
And,
the
that,
black
Well,
race
well,
actually seeks to
yeah.
eliminate themselves.
and that's the reason why the black race is on the bottom. And always like that. Let me tell you something. The most beautiful people who hold themselves as beautiful are always going to want to be above everybody else and conquer other people to protect themselves from them. Since the
Yeah.
African doesn't see himself like that, he doesn't have any desire to conquer anybody or whatever like that. He's more likely to defend other people's race. General Langley,
Well,
he's more
I'll say this. I'll say this, Carla and Honeyflower is what creates that, like what creates like a phobia of other cultures and losing your race is what I talk about is a dynastic period where you have a certain culture or a certain group that is tied to like a geographical area for a long period of time to a point where they distinguish themselves from like other groups and other areas and stuff, and that's what creates that. And with Africa, we didn't have that. What we had in Africa is we had kingdoms, but a lot of African tribes were like nomadic. So they would migrate from one area to another periodically. Like they weren't tied to like a geographic area
Well,
for an extended.
let me ask you a question, Dama.
Go
Now,
ahead.
Kwame in the chat room disagree. He says Egypt, Kemet. Like that. And I'm one of the things that don't believe that Kemet was in Egypt, the fake people of Kemet.
Can I
Egypt
make a
was a Black
quick
African civilization. That's why like you said, we said Egypt had a dynasty, but they were not Black African. There was some blacks in there,
they
but
were mixed. They're a mixed
yeah,
society. Can
so
I say something real quick? Like, for
good.
example, the crime that you see in the African American community amongst like gangs and stuff. Sometimes when I watch those shows, I'm like, damn, these men are really in a rush to exterminate their race. Like, what?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's genocide. I seen a video today of these boys, 13, 14-year-old having gats when I say we ain't scared of them niggas, blah, 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 blah. At 13, 14, you don't even have a sense of survival and how to, it just breaks my, that's why I said I cannot accept this stuff in America. I can't be comfortable, right? People say, well, you got a nice job, nice house, car, whatnot. But the fact of the matter is, I know that our people may go extinct in my lifetime. Black America is going through almost net zero birth rate. Between death, murder, disease, and abortion and race mixing, we're on our way to becoming extinct, and that bothers me. If it doesn't bother
And
you,
LGBT, don't
and
forget that.
LGBT, homosexuality, if that doesn't bother you, you need to quit this
Yeah.
movement tonight. You need to quit this movement right tonight, because you cannot have no damn movement, a pan movement, if we have all these problems right here.
Well, I'll say this, Kyla, and I want to piggyback something that Principe said a couple nights ago. What you need is I mean, community institutions are important. Churches, and stuff like that, where
Yeah,
people
but
meet.
hold
Where
up. But the only problem with that. First, you understand something. It's called the firewall.
yeah,
In other words, basically, there's no institutions in Black America that have the ability to hold the community together by force or through reward and punishment. You know, Everything in the Black community used to be held together by one thing called Black love. And it was powerful. Back in the day, you look at all the old movies and whatnot. One movie you say gangsters ready to kill each other. Said, "My brother, man, we went through a lot. So it was be called consciousness, you know." And the brother said, "They start crying. Oh, I'm sorry, my brother. Let's get together. Yeah, we're gonna have a better life. We're not gonna kill each other. The brothers are gonna get together." That is gone in Black America, you know. So if it's every man for himself and whatnot, there's nothing you could do because people only care. Back in the days, Black people at least cared about their community, and they only went into crime to survive. You know, now it's a way of life. It's cool. It's fashionable. You know, you got kids out there basically, you know, with white baby mamas and whatnot. Let me tell you something. The most dangerous people are those white kids and white girls that hang around Black thugs, you know, and have babies with Black. Those are the most dangerous people. Why? Because those people really hate their own race, and they hate Black people who don't agree with that. They're what they call I call true believers. You know, when they go bad, they go really bad. You know, I've seen them cold burner
They're
type.
called tragic mulattoes.
Yeah, you know, even the all white ones, when they basically get around Black people in that thug life, and whatnot, they completely criminalize and whatnot. And the bottom line, that's growing in America. You know, you got a lot of whites and Asians and Blacks who are not getting together, and it's all about destruction. But here's the thing: they don't see color and stuff like that. You know, a white person could be a fan, what they call fam, an Asian person be fam, a Hispanic person be fam, whatnot. When you get into normal Black society, we separate ourselves by Black, white, and stuff like that. You know, they don't see it like that, and they feel themselves more free. They think we're holding people in bondage because they don't believe in any restriction based on race. So what do you do about that? You know, if the society is saying that we don't want to see people based their identity based on race, right? And we're trying to say that's the only way we can fix our community. What do? You know, what do you do? To order us to fix our community, we basically got to talk about marrying each other and doing stuff like that. But if you got to bring in people that basically saying going to the way of okay, there's no color and there's no race or not, and they're comfortable with the social order in America, what can you do? Hey, Kwame, just throw your camera on for a second, brother. Okay, that's him. All right, Kwame, what's on your mind, brother?
Hey, you might think I'm taking a radical approach, but the only way to save the black race is to take an anti-Abrahamic stance and ban race mixing and Pan-Africanism. That's the only way that's going to save the black race.
Did you say ban Pan Africanism?
No, no, no. Ban race mixing. We can't
Yeah,
keep we can't
well,
keep praying to a rock in Arabia and praying to a Jewish zombie. And
I think it's a little
But Black
simplistic
men
in that.
love snow bunnies.
Yeah,
Okay,
exactly.
well look,
And
I'll say this. I'll say
subconsciously
this, honey fly.
the
Let
the
me let me
Christian
let me address this, brother.
can I just
Uh,
land my plane
yeah,
real
go
quick?
ahead, brother. Go ahead.
We can't keep praying to Jewish zombies in Iraq and Arabia and then believing, oh, Jesus loves us all when Jesus put his own race first. And then we pray to some rock in Arabia and we put the arrows above ourselves. Look what's going on in Sudan. Sudan went from a strictly black country to they let in all the Arabs because they feel like the Arabs are superior and they're God chosen people. And now Sudan is 70% Arab. They so confused, they don't know if they African or from Arabia no more. So we gotta take that stance. Ban the praying to the rock in Arabia and ban the Jewish zombie out of Africa. I land.
All right, now I'll say this, honey flower. What you would need is you would need a and I lost my train of thought. Well, what was you just talking about, brother? Because I lost my train of thought.
you focus on too much on honeyfire. Well, I'll tell you what he
He's
said.
No, the
he's
other
no. He
brother. No,
said
what
ban
was he just talking
I mean,
about? Like,
interracial
he
because
relationships.
talking about banning Abrahamic religions and
okay, yeah.
He
Well,
said
see,
he said
here's
ban
the
race
thing.
mixing. He
The
said
way
ban.
that and I just want to say this, but when you look at historically, like Japan and China, right? Both those societies banned Christianity, and in China, they banned it because they had huge, pretty much riots and even civil wars behind Christianity
Bro,
in
I'm gonna
China,
just say this.
where
I
you
know
had
I'm
hundreds
correct.
of thousands of people. And brother, you gotta echo your car. We can hear your car in the background. Okay, where where they had to ban, they had civil wars over Christianity. They banned Christianity, and they instituted basically Confucianism, and that's the basis of all Asian societies. China, South Korea, North Korea, Southeast Asia. They're all based on Confucianism, and that's what they use as their foundation. Now you can say, now see, here's the thing. I have mixed feelings because there's some things about Islam that I like, but then there are also things about it that are absolutely horrible as well. But I think that if you could have some sort of African spirituality that
Let me ask you a
that
question. This is why I always ask the question. I never got an answer. For years, I've been asked the question. Please explain African spirituality.
well, look, I'm not here to explain
No,
African
no, no. So you
spirituality.
said we need African spirituality.
I'm not here
Look,
to explain
look,
it, Tyler, because I'm
somebody,
still
look,
learning
It's
about it as
paganism.
we
They have
speak.
multiple gods.
Yeah,
What's
yeah. Well, see,
paganism?
here's the thing. Here's
I
the
would
What's
thing,
love to
Tyler,
hear.
and I'll
paganism?
say this. I'm still learning about it myself. But what I would say this is, we need some sort of African-based spiritual system that allows us to like go back to our like African
Sankofa.
spiritual roots, like Ogun and like stuff like that. Um, versus like going to like Abrahamic, like Islam or Christianity, or even though there's some things about Islam
Nah.
I kind of like. I don't like everything about it, but there are things that you can do.
Look,
They
like I
call
said,
it the global African religion is science across all Africa, no matter whether it's voodoo or the Book of the Dead. It all the
but what,
blueprint,
no, let me ask
the
you a question
the
Yeah, we
though.
cool
foundation
off
is
that
always
stuff,
Oh,
science,
Kwame,
man.
let me tell you
Nah.
the
something. Let me
study
ask
of
you,
nature.
what's the difference between that and everything else?
Okay, I could tell you. The Bible promotes Jewish supremacy. Islam promote Arab
How's the
supremacy.
Bible support Jewish supremacy? Come on, bro.
Yeah, this nigga's
Okay, because
crazy.
the
What?
Jews are the chosen race in the Bible.
Hold up, but there's a lot
They're
of people
God
who
chosen
say
people. They're
a
God
lot of
chosen
people
people,
say
and they're
black
put.
people are the Jews. So you say they're not right? The Hebrew Israelites say the black people are the Jews.
I mean, they're going through Stockholm syndrome. They
Oh,
they
so
see the
so in other
Bible as
words, basically,
superior, and they see they
hold
son,
up,
and they
basically,
see their son.
hold up. Basically, now the Hebrew Israelites brothers like built. Let me tell you something. The Bible says faith without works is dead. In other words, basically, you know a tree by a fruit it bears, right?
Right.
So you can have all the philosophy you want. If you cannot manifest something, what I say about the Hebrew, I don't agree with nothing they say, right? They did build schools all over the place, right? They do build things in Africa and stuff like that, and they do stick to a dietary code.
Islam too.
Hold on, so yeah, but some people like that. But when you say ban these people, like I said, you say ban Islam, whatnot. Look, I know churches that give out like one church that I work with. They give out they have a food pantry. They give out free food to the homeless and the people poor, and also they said they have contractors that in the congregation, right, that go out there and do free work in the homes of the poor people who can't afford to get a sink fixed, roofing put on, stuff like
Khaled,
that. It's a
that's
volunteer.
so
So
good.
hold on.
That's
What I'm trying to say is you're known by the fruit you bear, the good, right? When you have to do Kwame, right? If you really believe Christianity is so bad, you have to show by your works what you do, not
Yeah,
by
you gotta
your
get some
rhetoric.
money, bro.
What?
I was saying, yeah, he gotta get some money.
Yeah, but the bottom line is, if you can't attract people to you, what you're saying, and you can't raise money, the Christian church, the Islam, they're able to do it.
Africans are never gonna give up their religion. Like, I mean,
yeah,
I
but
understand your point, but it's never gonna happen.
And
Like
all that,
Paula
okay,
said,
they're gonna say
replace
like
it with
you,
what?
okay.
why you
They're
say it's
gonna
not
say,
gonna happen?
Kwame,
It's a big movement
they're
in
gonna say,
Gambia.
hold up, they're gonna say, Kwame, I
Hmm.
like your Kwame religion that you're talking, my religion, what you're talking about right here. Okay, where's your school? Where's your soup kitchen? Where's your clothing drive? Where's your works in the community? That's the first thing they're gonna look at.
Right.
And then when they basically see that you don't have that, they can go right back to that Christian church and say, "This is the truth right here," because that's what reality is.
Yeah, you gotta
Or
have an
they
incentive for people, bro.
or they mess around with some type of deity, get possessed.
See, like, yeah, who got time for that shit? Like, that's
Nobody
why
got
I'm
time for
cool off
that.
that. Like, come
I
on.
mean that's your standpoint, but I'm agreeing
Mm-mm.
with the brother what he said earlier. We have to take the
That's not my
Chinese approach.
standpoint. That's the reality.
Yeah, but the
What's the
Chinese,
reality?
hold up, the Chinese have a
People
culture.
messing with
You know,
deities and getting
hold up,
possessed.
Japan. Look, Japan.
People mess with Islam
Hold on,
and the
let me
Bible
say,
and
Come
get
hold on,
on,
let me
and
say
get
man.
the
this.
Holy Ghost.
Let me say
All
this.
right.
Hold on, let me tell you about the Japan. Japan is the most advanced country in Asia, right? The most advanced, highly industrial, but yet it's the most indigenous culture in Asia. 99% of them practice Buddhism and Shintoism. And Christianity and Islam only make up like 1% of the population. Same time, the reason why that was happened because they had a government that said they want to preserve their culture by doing all the things that Christianity and the West did. They studied the sciences, they studied industries, they studied how to build things, railways, everything. Once they had all that, there was no need to switch to Christianity. But
Plus,
the problem
Kala,
is,
can I say
yeah, go ahead.
something? The African spiritual religions or whatever, Africans are well aware of this stuff. We've seen it. We've seen people getting possessed. We've dealt with a lot of BS when it comes to that. And trust me, most Africans are not interested in that.
And all
They
that,
would rather
Honey
take
flower,
their
are you
Jesus
a Christian?
and their
Are you a
they would
Christian?
rather take their
hold on,
Jesus.
in
I'm not
Africa,
gonna worship
hold
no
on, in
ancestor, no
Liberia, West
shrine, no rock,
Africa.
none of that.
Let me ask you a question.
Period.
Part of the rituals in these thing that you said we're just going to embrace that. What do you ever have you, Kwame? Have you ever heard of cotton tree ritual?
Now, what is that?
Yeah,
Okay,
when you
let me
burn.
break
Yeah,
it
I
down.
know what you're talking about.
Now, what is that? I don't
I'm
know what
not
that
saying
is.
everything. I'm not
Yeah,
saying that we got to
that
go
Wait,
back
hold
to.
on.
no,
What is that though, Kala?
that all comes together. That all comes together when you basically say we're going to adopt the spirituality. You got to take everything. You can't just pick and choose what you want out of that.
Why we can't take the good and separate the
Hold on,
bad?
that's what people do with Christianity. They take the
No,
bad
no, no, no.
out
But
and they
that's
put
not
in the
ours
good.
though.
So that's hypocritical. You
And
No,
take the
because
black
honestly,
and
Christianity is
you
those
not
put it in
ours.
rituals,
the
they
work.
take too much time. You have to buy all these stuff. You have to
Right? Yeah. Who's doing that?
set up
Like,
idols. You got to feed stones. Like,
jeez.
nah, come on, please.
Okay, we living in the
That's
21st
scary
century.
as fuck. Like, I'm not doing that.
I
Like,
mean,
you know what I'm saying? Like, who's doing that?
You could, brother. You could keep Jesus. You could keep
Bro, I'm
Allah.
cool, bro. I had a dream. I went to heaven. That shit was nice. I'm cool on this side. All right.
Cool.
You don't want to
You
mess
could go to
around with
heaven
the
and meet your
spirit
Jewish
world.
zombie.
All
You
You
right,
could go
fuck
never
it.
to
It's all
know.
right. We go see.
you could meet your
All
Jewish zombie
right.
all you want,
That's cool, bro.
Or
All
you
right,
could
thanks.
just be
and
an
pray to your Jewish
agnostic, or
overlord.
you
All
could
right,
be
That's
a
man. All
cool.
right,
you
all
could
right,
be a
all right.
mystic. You don't have to be Christian or Islam. You don't have to do voodoo. You don't have to do that. You
Or
can be
just
a
be
mystic.
yourself. Be yourself.
Yeah,
But
just
Just
why
be
we
chill
you.
can't?
out.
But why we can't take the good and separate the bad and
Yeah, but
form something
hold up.
that's
That's
new?
the
That's
whole thing.
that's
Well, and look,
progressive.
me personally, like when we were from the BAO, what I said, we always said was leave your religion at the door. We're here to talk
That's
black nationalist
impossible, Kyler.
politics,
You right?
whatnot.
We here to talk business. Like, why are we
Yeah, hold on.
talking
We talking
about
about hold on.
religion?
Black nationalist
Y'all
politics.
brought up religion.
I didn't bring up religion. You
No, no,
did.
I'm not saying you, Kyle. I'm not saying you. I'm
You know
saying
what I'm
this
saying?
nigga.
I didn't bring up
What
religion. The
I'm
guy, somebody
you know.
was talking about China and talking about how they
No,
banned
you did. You
Christianity.
brought up.
Oh,
I didn't
You
bring that up.
said ban
I was talking
religion
about
and
that before I got on the
swirling.
panel.
Well, he
I
no,
was
was
you
talking
right.
about
said
the
something about
dynastic.
African
Dom was
spirituality,
talking about
about
the
adopted
dynastic
that.
stuff, and you
Huh?
talked about that's why we have. What thing
Yeah,
you want?
adopting African spirituality. That's what you said.
Brother, before I even got on the panel, y'all was talking about China and how China banned Christianity. That's
Can
before
I
I
say
even.
something?
Hold on,
Can I say
Adama got
something
that
real
wrong.
quick?
They did
Can I
Yeah,
say
not
he was
ban
something
doing
real
that.
quick?
Christianity. China did not ban Christianity. The only time it was banned during the communists, because the communists thought it was a threat to them. Chinese culture, it basically has, Hong Kong culture is Christian culture existed in China for hundreds of years.
Yeah, but it was a French. It was French
Yeah, but the whole thing is,
French.
you gotta say so.
It wasn't. It
Hold
wasn't
on,
like
there's a
it
lot of
wasn't
people in
dominated like
China. Hold on.
how the
A
Western
lot of people in
countries.
China basically are Christians and they also Buddhists. They combine both of them.
It's
That's
not
how
a
it
lot of
is.
people in China that's Christian or Muslim. They just got rid of
And they got
the small portion
they're
of Jewish
Muslim.
people.
There's Christians, Muslims, Buddhists. There's everything in China. The most important thing you need to understand is they're Chinese first. You
Kala,
know,
I think
But
he
Kyla,
says
we
what he
cannot say.
says.
Listen, what I'm saying, right?
Muslim
If you
first.
pay attention, what's going on in West
You
Africa
come
or
and
East
you become an
Africa, the
African
major
spirit.
problem. If you pay attention, what's going on in West Africa or East Africa, the major problem is always Islam or Christianity.
I don't think so. I don't believe that. No, it's not the
Okay.
problem. It's
I
not the
think it's
problem.
corruption. But can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
For example, like if you're talking about like we should take in science and knowledge of self and stuff, like you're talking about Hotepism, okay, that's one thing. But African religion, where they have certain tribes that worship certain gods that others don't, and rituals and voodoo and shrines and
Okay,
Human
what's
that
voodoo?
that stuff,
sacrifice, yo,
What's
yo, the
voodoo?
reality, look, reality,
it's something
Kwame.
I'm not
Let me
interested
tell you,
in. That's
let me
what it
tell you, like
is.
a lot of
Word
African
up.
religions in West Africa practice human sacrifice. You know, the cottonwood tree ritual is.
But
And
Kyla,
they throw and they do
the
magic on
major
each
religion in
other.
the Western
What?
culture is talk about sacrificing their God.
What are you
Jesus was put
talking
on a
about?
cross and
What
They
are
he's
you
do
talking about?
resurrected.
rituals on each other. They don't do rituals on white people or the colonists or whatever. They do rituals on each other. Stop people from succeeding in life and
Yeah, look,
getting
right now, hold on,
married and
right
stuff
now,
like that.
What? That's fucked up.
women are getting kidnapped in Nigeria and their breast cut off
For money,
for money
yes,
What?
for
rituals. You
money
know.
rituals. Yes, they do
Nah.
that.
For like what, 10 naira?
They
That's
do
sad
human
as
I have no
hell.
idea,
sacrifice,
but that's
blood
what's going on. That's what's
sacrifice.
going on. I'll
See?
say the
But
cotton,
Kyla,
yo, the
that
cotton,
at
yo,
the end
But
of the
y'all
day,
want me
check
to
this out.
go on a
Hold on.
tour. Like,
The
no.
worst of these are the cotton tree ritual. You know what it is? The cotton
No.
tree is an omen, right? That means you take a 13-year-old virgin, right, and you bury her alive, right, and you plant this cottonwood tree there, and whatnot, and that's going to give you good fortune, omen, and fertility in women, and all that. They just
What?
recently stopped that practice. That was practiced in a lot of rural parts of West Africa, Liberia.
Wait, hold on.
Really.
So they do that for good luck? Like, not even
Yes,
like,
man. That's
yo,
what you talk
this
about.
is
That's
crazy,
the
bro.
reality when you talk about
Dog
low.
Migo
Nah, I'm
seemed like
chilling. I'm
he
chilling.
anti African system. I could tell he a Christian or something.
How, nigga? Like, he just heard his
I
names?
know you a Bible
Like,
I
what do
know
you
you a
mean?
Bible
Well,
thumper. I
I
could
would
tell
Bro,
how
you
you
just
how you
said
there's
acting.
nothing
bury
wrong. There's
somebody
nothing wrong
alive.
being a
What are you
Bible
talking
thumper
about,
when it's
nigga?
more what you do with your life, man.
How
That's
I'm...
what I
Yo, you gonna say that to the
But
normal
Kyla,
person,
how could
bro.
we
They
save
gonna have my
listen
same
what I'm saying,
reaction. You
right?
crazy?
Listen what I'm saying. How could you save the black race if people are gonna
well,
align themselves with the
let me
with the
say this. Hold up.
authorities?
Let me say this, Kwame. Let me ask you this. What I find out that most of the people who I know that go to church and Christian aren't committing crimes. They're working hard. They raise their kids. You go to their house. You got one kid in the army, one kid in college with a college cap and gown on. That's what I see in Christian black families, right? So they don't need saving. You know, there's the Negroes. You know, they're out there, they're wilding and
But
crazy. And they ain't
Yeah, the
but
niggas with the beef.
Kyla, the black church has been the authority in the
Look,
Americas
the
for
bottom line, hold,
years,
my church is
and
not no authority. Look,
they
have
and
you
what
been
they
to
have
church?
done, they just gave away the wealth to the.
Kwame, you obviously have never been to church before. It's not all that, bro. You
I've
know,
been to
it's
church.
not
I've
all
been
that.
to church before. I used to go to church,
When's the
I
last
don't know
time
what
you
whether
type
went?
of church. I don't
Pentecostal
know what type of church.
or
I don't know
baptism.
what
I've
type of
been to
church you go
both.
to. Look, if people go to a church, right, and they getting spiritual fulfillment, and the preacher's telling a young man and whatnot, go out there and marry that young woman or whatnot, and do honor her and do like that. It's all a tree is known by the fruit it bears. So if a church is doing its job, right, I say all churches do, they're basically encouraging marriage among youth and whatnot. They're discouraging homosexuality. They're encouraging promiscuity. You know,
What? Kyla, the black church probably had the most homosexuality
what
going
the
on
hell are
right now
you
in the black
talking about?
community.
Yo,
Yeah,
what
you
are you
crazy.
talking?
Maybe
That's a
on
lie.
TV,
That's a lie.
nigga. Like, come on. Like, not in
That is a
real
lie.
life.
That's a friggin' lie,
That's
man. I don't
on
know what type of
TV,
church you
bro.
went to, bro.
I don't go to church. I haven't been to
So if you
church
don't
Exactly,
go to
in
church, how would
15,
you know
20
cut it
that?
out.
years.
There's no damn
But most of the
homosexuality
church
in
goers
church.
I see today is
Yeah,
black
I
women
don't know.
and
Bro, on
homosexuals.
Let me
TV,
tell you
nigga.
right
Come
now. Let me
on.
tell you, if you do see that, that's because homosexuals have been invading the church and trying to corrupt it.
The church is a progressive.
No,
It's
it's
not a
not a progressive. What are
conservative.
you talking about?
The black church is
Hold on,
not
hold on, hold on.
conservative.
Hold on. Let me play some Geno Jenkins so you know understand what the hell a black church is. What you understand?
Carla, that's hilarious. Homosexuals have been invading the
Yeah,
It
they
church.
have.
has,
That's what Geno Jenkins talk about that shit, you know? Yeah, they've been trying to. It ain't the church. It's people.
bro. It's not a lot of black men in the church no more. It's a bunch of black
Oh,
women
yeah,
and
Yeah,
and
there is a
homosexual
like
lot
men.
of gay
the
men.
church is
Why do
like
No,
you
yeah,
Bishop
think?
that is
Hall
But
true.
Bryant's
why?
church. Yeah.
But why are they there? The gay men
Just
at the
to mess
church.
everything up.
Because
You
the
know what I'm
church is
saying?
progressive. The church go with whatever
Well, I don't know. The
the
church is not progressive. That's not the church. That's freaking secular. That's a freaking preacher or thing,
bro.
you
If
know?
the church wasn't
Okay, listen,
progressive, they wouldn't have gay Bibles and things like that,
I don't know who he's
and they
talking.
would
What
What?
are
have a
you
strong.
talking
Gay
about, you know?
Bible?
What are you
What
talking
gay
about, bro?
Bible, nigga? What?
All right.
Hey, you be
I
right.
ain't never heard that one, brother. No, I'm telling you. What church you at, man?
Kala, were you gonna show a video?
Yeah. Go ahead, keep talking. I'm looking at Jano Jenkins, man. This guy is
But
no
yeah, I'm
joke.
just cool off. Like you heard what she was saying, all that African stuff, that spirit. I'm cool, man. The Bible is all right. I'm not
All
doing none
right,
of that
that's all
ritual
right to you.
stuff.
But like I said, the
It's bad.
Bible promotes
Yo,
Jewish
I mean, you're
supremacy.
not freaking
Nah,
changing
you
the
got it.
Bible.
You got it. As long as we're not burying
So
babies,
just
we
tell me
cool.
if I'm lying.
Until you
The
get
Bible
possessed and then
promotes
need
that
to
the
go to
Jews
the
are God
church
chosen
to get
people and they
something
should
off
rule
Bible,
over
I never heard
everybody
that. I
else.
never heard that in the
Yeah, I
Bible,
never
bro. I
heard
don't know
that
where
one
you
though.
got
No
that
cap.
from.
Yeah.
So the Bible the Jews are not the chosen people in the Bible.
Not that I know of, not what I believe. You know,
Well, you must not read the Bible then.
well, I don't
You
know.
know,
Look, hold on. The Bible that was the Old Testament. You know,
We could
now
go to the New Testament. We could
hold
go
on,
to Matthew
hold on.
15:24.
The New Testament, everyone is a body of Christ.
No,
No,
no. You have to
you don't
no.
know. You don't
The
know the
Bible
Bible.
promotes if you converted to the Jewish culture,
You
then
know
you
the
could be
Bible has nothing
saved.
to do with Judaism,
Yeah, you don't
bro.
gotta be a Jew to rock with the Bible, bro.
I
Like what?
mean, if we convert
Wait.
to,
So
for
if
example,
you
if we
pull up
convert
Matthew
to,
15:24,
can I
when
say
Jesus said, "I
something?
have came to save my the Jews only,"
Can I
that's what
say
he
something
says.
real quick? So let's say
Yeah.
we all convert to Kemet religion. So we
I
all
didn't say
don't
you had
do
to convert
worship.
to
For
commit
example,
religion,
no,
huh?
I'm just saying. So if we convert to Kemet religion, we will all have to mummify ourselves. We will have to believe in a eagle with a eagle
The
head and a
Unk symbol.
human
You gotta have the
body.
rare.
And
They walk around with the Unk
Honey
symbol.
flower. I'm not saying that the Egyptian religion been done for nearly 2,000 years, but we brandish
we can create a
certain
new one.
cultures.
Lord passed by.
Now,
Well, this is
here's you being
Jenkins.
told the Lord gone past by.
That's right.
But the question is, will you recognize him?
That's right.
Do you get me?
Amen.
He's being told the Lord gone past by.
Passed by.
But will you be able to recognize him when he come?
Amen.
Mm-hmm.
And behold, the Lord passed by.
And what happened?
And a great and strong wind rent the mountains and brake in pieces the rocks before the Lord. But the Lord was not in the wind.
But who was he told is going to pass by?
And behold, the Lord passed by.
That let you know even the devil was around when that information was given out.
That's right.
And the devil wanted to act up.
A great and strong wind rent the
Look
mountains.
at what the devil brought. Strong wind.
And break in pieces the
Break
rocks
to
before
pieces.
the Lord.
Listen, if someone told the average person, the Lord is going to pass by, and a strong wind came and tore down your house, most people would say, oh my God, that was the Lord.
That's right.
You know why? Lack of experience in that individual. They failed to realize that Satan can imitate the Lord's doing.
That's right.
That takes us back to church.
That's right.
Look at a lot of men that's in a pulpit. Imitate what's in the Bible.
Right.
You hear that, Carlin?
You got a lot of people say they have the Holy Ghost. They don't have. A lot of them don't have the Holy Ghost. You got there. I saw a little the message that we preached during the Holy Convocation about speaking in tongues. On the side of the screen of YouTube, there was a message over there with some false prophet saying how to speak in tongues. Because you know there's a teaching now where the preachers they teach it how to run off in the tongue. They say you start it off and then God will take it over.
That's right.
They got speaking in tongues schools.
Yeah.
Can you imagine that?
Yeah.
Speaking in tongues schools. And if you look at some preachers that got their sermon written down, sometimes they get their pages mixed up or they lose their train of thought and they run out of tongue whenever they feel like it. Have you ever met people like that? They're so anointed as they appear.
Yeah.
You ask them, well, sister, how you doing? I'm doing a halaba shata baraba. Yeah, you going, and after that, after they're done, you going to work tomorrow?
That's right.
Speak in tongue whenever they feel like it.
That's right.
Be able to tell the difference of who's dealing with you.
Mm-hmm.
And in order to properly identify the dealing of that spirit, you got to know God, you got to know the devil, and you better know yourself.
That's right. That's right.
What did the Holy Ghost say? Very good question here.
And behold, the Lord passed by.
The Lord passed by.
And a great and strong wind rent the mountains.
And
break in pieces the rocks before the Lord. but the Lord was not in the wind. And after the wind, an earthquake.
Wait a minute.
Amen.
Someone said, Pastor Jennings, I thought the Lord only caused earthquakes. Well, that's what you thought. Well, didn't Jesus say there's going to be earthquakes in diverse places? Yes, but did he ever say who will cause them?
Amen.
Huh?
That's right.
Listen.
And after the wind, an earthquake.
What?
But the Lord was not in the earthquake.
All right, let me ask you a question, viewers, and you that are here. Earthquake is when the earth shakes, is that not?
Right.
But it is written here, the Lord was not in it.
Not in.
Who's shaking you today? Who's shaking your earth? Our earth is our body, and our body is flesh.
That's right.
Who's shaking you?
That's right.
Is it?
That's a little sample of Geno Jenkins. That's man's speeches hit your Kwame. That man, that's what you call fire and brimstone sermon, you know? He teaches it like it is, you know? And the bottom line is this: when he basically is building a congregation of productive people who do like that, I don't think there's nothing wrong with it, you know? Now, if you have
Can I
something
say
that's
one quick thing,
beyond
Kala?
what you said, yeah.
We have so many religions on earth, so many different faiths, so many practices, but Black people are still in a terrible predicament. So
Yeah,
if we
well, we don't need
religion,
any more religion, you know? We
So
don't need
yeah,
so
any more.
we got plenty of religions in Africa, right? But why we choose the ones that's not African?
Hold up. You go to all throughout Africa. Africa is suffering, right? Show me one country that okay, like Islam and Christianity, the biggest religion in Africa, right?
Right.
You go to other parts of Africa where they don't really practice that. They're still screwed up and poor, you know? So it's
Yeah,
not like only
but it's
first,
factors to that.
the
the
spiritualist
factor is
community
because
people are in it first.
Embargoment.
It's because other groups of people. What did I call myself? The what? Culture critic, right?
Right.
I said culture is the most important thing. When I came out, I keep saying this over and over again. It's not religion. It's not anything else but culture. Black American culture has to be cultivated from the ground up. Man, woman, and child, family, you know, doing good. Also,
So
all this
religion is
stuff.
not culture?
What?
Religion is not culture?
No, it's not culture.
So
Religion is
religion come with
It's
a
belief.
with
There's
a
two different.
language, a certain
I think you're confusing religion with faith. Religion is just
No,
something you
religion
do
is a
over and over
culture.
again. That's not
Religion
culture.
promotes culture.
No, it
No,
doesn't. No,
because
it
if you
doesn't.
take
Islam
away
okay,
religion from
Islam
Africa, they still
promotes
have their culture.
Well,
Islam
religion is not
promotes the Arabic
religion is not
religion.
culture. Religion is not culture. You know.
Can I all right, okay. Islam promote the Arabic religion to dress in burqas that come from
Hold on.
Persia.
You know that there's African Islam
They
that's
had their
older
own
than Islam,
culture
right?
before
And
religion.
that's called bidah. And they will call
No.
it, they
Africa,
will
hold on. Africa, look.
you
Islam.
can't innovate Islam. That's called bidah.
What you're talking about is Mohammedism. You know, Mohammedism. Islam is actually older. It was basically indigenous to the black races in Eastern Africa and then throughout West
No,
Africa.
Islam is not
Look,
the Islam is not
hold up. Fundamental Islam is Mohammedism, you know, the Holy Prophet Muhammad. That was
so what's
completely
fundamentals? Fundamentals is the foundation, right?
hold up. You know what Islam means? Islam means one who submits to the will of God. That's all. That's all. Nothing else. It's not a religion.
You submit to praying to a rock in Arabia. That's
No, it
what you
ain't
do.
no rock. What are
And
we talking
pray
about?
and
God,
pray in
man.
Arabic.
God's not
You
a
gotta
rock.
pray.
Who said it was a rock?
He talking about Mecca.
But what if it was another
That's
different
Mecca.
religion? What if it was
Mecca
another
is
different?
a pilgrimage. But let me be on Kwame's side for a second, y'all. When he started talking about those gay dudes in the church, y'all all shot him down,
Oh
and he
yeah,
is
we
one.
know that
Hold on,
church
hold on,
was
let me
gay.
finish.
Nah, I
Let
say
me
ain't no
finish.
gay
Let me
dudes in
finish.
my
Let me
church.
finish. Let me finish. He is 1000% church. They got the gay Bibles. Not only do they got the gays in the church, they even got the gay gospel groups. That's at
Well, I
the
know
at.
all about that.
But what
But
I'm
you know, Hustle, you know, and I know that's illegitimate. You
Yo,
know,
no.
hustle too. I
You
gotta
right. Well, hold on.
hustle. I gotta tell you,
It is.
it's a privilege to for you to be on the panel. I've been
It's
watching
all
for a little
good, bro.
minute.
It's all good. I'm a fair guy. Now, if y'all said that it was illegitimate, that's fine. But they have infiltrated the church to the point that the preachers.
they have
That,
infiltrated Islam too. They were Buddhism. The
but
gays
I'm
are
just
out.
saying,
Look, the gays
it's
are
more
out
hit.
everywhere.
this is what I'm saying, Carla. In Islam is more hidden. It's hidden. But I'm talking about in the black churches, these motherfuckers up there wearing blouses and goddamn high heels and everything up in
But
there.
you know what?
So
Yo, the
and
church
on top
has
of that, hold on,
effeminized
hold on, hold on,
men.
hold
Black
on.
women in there.
Hold on.
That's why,
And on top of that, he was 100% right about the black men. The black men have left the church. It's only a bunch of big bitches and gay dudes up there and simps up in there. That's all that's up there. The real black men, Carla, I give you credit on this. They have left, and they're more listening to I listen to Pastor Gino. You get what I'm saying? But Pastor Gino is a diamond in the rough. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, the
Like
real black man listen to Geno
they'll
Jennings.
listen to Gino. But what I'm saying is that not only are they preaching now, you know what I'm saying, in drag, they got them in the choir directors. They over
Oh
there
yeah,
playing the
let me
drums.
say
They over
something.
there playing the keyboards.
Let me
So
say this. Let me
so
say
what
this.
I'm saying, hold on, Carl, this is the last point, I promise. All I'm saying is that the gay dudes came in there and then they came in there on a mission. They came in there taking the big roles in the church. They ain't just sitting out
Right.
there in the
I know that. I
pew.
know that.
They up there being seen.
Okay,
That's
in
crazy.
1985, right? This started in 1985, right? There was a preacher in Brooklyn, Queens, called Johnny Washington, Queens actually, Johnny Washington Church, right? That was a big black church, right? I mean, Johnny Washington Church was big. My grandparents went there in Queens, right? That was on Jamaica Avenue, right? Anyway, Johnny Washington's church, right? Never forget that as long as I live, right? On his radio sermon, right? He was like, let me tell you, congregation, what's going on? The homosexual has invaded the church. He goes, a choir director, a man with a choir was put out the church because he was homosexual. He sued the church and won. You know, that was 1985. I said, you mean tell me these people come into a church, right? And then I look at this now, I am not shocked. They said, so they've been doing this for a while. They come to the Catholic Church. They gays have invaded the Catholic Church and appointed the priesthood. That one lady that gave the prayer for Trump's inauguration prayer,
Look at
whatever,
Eddie Long.
if she is a homosexual. These people do that to delegitimize the
Yeah,
church, you
they're
know?
narcissists and they wanna go in there, ruin it, and then take over.
That's it. So,
Yeah.
so if you tell me there's homosexual, yeah, we know that. But they're not coming like this. But because that's why when black men see this stuff and no one does anything because they're putting money in the coffer, and black people say, I ain't with this. These big mammies and the homosexuals and whatnot, you know, we're not going through. That's why black men don't go to church more, except for Pastor Jenkins, you know. You know, black men do listen to him, you know.
It's too
Because
emotional.
Majority of the black
Too much
church
yelling.
are democratic progressive people. They're not conservative.
actually, to tell you the truth, if you really be honest with yourself, right? Martin Luther King, when he was going had the Southern Christian leaders,
And who was his right hand man?
hold
Bayard
on, I know
Rustin.
that. Hold up. You know that he only got like about 10% of the black churches to join his group, you know, and the majority of black people in churches did not support the civil rights movement because they basically saw homosexuals, they saw integration, and they saw all that stuff like that. They didn't like it. They didn't like the Hollywood crowd and everything like that. So this idea they want to make civil rights, the black church. Civil rights, the majority of black churches did not give a damn about the civil rights movement. You know, that's the truth.
So, are you saying it's like an agenda with the LGBT? Like they
Yeah.
go in to take over stuff,
Yeah, look.
like
Let me tell you something, Honey
politics
Fly.
or
This is
the
how it usually
church?
works. This is how it usually works, right? The sad part about this is this, right? Nobody wants to seem like they're oppressing somebody, you know.
Yeah,
They get
exactly.
really. Nobody wants to feel like they're oppressing somebody, right?
Yeah.
So there's a lot of
I bet
power.
I
Yeah,
bet
hold
you
on.
know gay people coming to no African Pan African religion. I know
Look,
that.
Yes,
hold
they
up. Let me
do.
hold up. Let me tell you something. The reason why the BAL group I have right here split is over just that issue. I had a
Wow.
couple of gay dudes that tried to join, and I put my foot down and said no, right? And so many
Mhm.
other people were like, basically, if you know the story of the BAO, how we split, me and Holtz split, is over the gay issue. Because he brought some couple of people in. He said, Colin, man, anybody could be a Pan-African. They could join it. No, I said, not anything I'm doing. If I'm sitting on this platform or anything, Blog Talk or anything like that, talking intimately you, I'm not talking intimately with a homosexual. I'm not going to talk intimately about family, nation building, everything. That's not their business. He said, "Well, you're a homophobe and whatnot." They almost like accusing me of being a closet one, you know. And so I said, bottom line is that's what they do. They always accuse you of being gay, you know.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's what they accuse. So I
Isn't
said,
this
All
no.
that doesn't
isn't
make
the
no sense.
LGBT the reason why the United States is kind of like crumbling right now?
Yeah, the bottom. If you don't know what a male or female is, like this buffoon Ketanji Jackson on the Supreme Court, the lady is an absolute buffoon, you know.
Another
I can't
another
tell you what a
another
male or
black dumb
female is.
bitch. And that's what we was talking about earlier, Carla. We were talking about this earlier, how black men did not take the mantle and black women said, well, you know what, we'll be in charge because there was no black men in charge. You get what I'm saying? Like me and Carla had a conversation earlier. He was saying that Obama. And I was like, well, you know, soon as Obama got in there, black men started saying, oh shit, we got sold a bill of goods that, you know, a rotten bill of good. We still might vote for him again, but we see that he really ain't like us. But black women, so we didn't have no leader. We were leaders. It damn sure wasn't Al Sharpton. You get what I'm saying? We had no leader in the black community, and black women stepped up and said, we'll do it. And whose black women best friend is a gay black man?
Yep.
So
Yup.
All
therefore, when the
running.
black
All
men,
running.
when the black woman was elevated, the gay black man was elevated, and then following the simps.
And
Well,
what they
then
tell you, Jesus save all.
Well, they, you know, these people make a mockery about it. You can't say that. The bottom line, these people don't believe in God. They don't believe these people are atheists, Kwame.
Kyler,
Atheists,
you
they usually
can't,
believe like this. They
Kyler,
don't believe none of that.
Kyler, you cannot
Oh, you
deny
talk
that the
to
church,
LGBTQ.
you
You
cannot,
talk to LGBTQ. If you talk to them, let them talk about that. They'll say, or equivalently, I've heard this out of their own mouth to me there is no God. You know, and
Yeah,
they believe they believe the Bible and the Quran are oppressive. You know.
Kyler, I bet you if you talk to, well, I wouldn't say, I bet if you talk to most homosexuality, black homosexuals in America come from the church. The church emasculized.
No, bro. That's not the
nah,
case.
nah, nah, nah. I can't go there. That ain't
Hey,
where it came from. It just came from. It came from single black mothers. You know what I'm saying? It came from single black mothers raising their sons up to be their boyfriends. You know what I'm saying? And
no,
they
that
watching their moms. So some boys can thrive just getting raised by a woman,
you
and
check it out.
some
You ever
guys
see
revert back to femininity
you ever see
with a black woman.
guys who are homosexuals? They look up. They see their mother
yeah,
the way
usually
they
it
are with
leads,
men
something happening
and
in their
stuff like that,
child. You
and
know
they
what?
basically see
Sexual
how
abuse
women
shit.
mouth
That's why them
off
niggas be
and they
free.
get emotional, stuff like that. So they pick on they take on their mother's traits. That's why you got so much vibe. But they're still men, though.
Yeah.
You know, they take on their
Nah,
mother's traits.
if you're a
People are
homosexual, if
just
you're a
naturally
man and you're a
homosexual.
homosexual, you are no longer a man.
But
I don't know what to call you, but you're no longer a man.
Well, the bottom line, he's a male. You know,
Yeah,
some
a
Yeah,
people
he's
male,
a
are
male.
naturally
a male.
homosexual though, without being. I know people that have not been like molested or they grew up with a mom and dad and they're still gay. So
Yeah, that's true.
Carla, I have a question. In your Afghanistan, so are gay people not allowed
well,
or?
this is what I would say. People ask me that all the time, right?
Can't build no nation with no faggots.
I'm like this. This is what I
Yeah,
say, right?
you
I'm saying
can't
this.
build no nation with
On
lesbians and homosexuals.
I'm like this. I would say like this. I would, right? If we start building this thing, right? I would encourage most people to be married, young married. You know, married couples will get priority, right? Can we agree with that? Married couples get priority in America, right? They give single mothers priority, right? If there's going to be government assistance and everything like that, it should be for married couples. You know, so that's what
I
that is.
agree.
And the whole idea of a married couple is that you have to have children, you know, birth rate and stuff like that. Only a male and a female can have children, you know. Two men can't have children. Pete Buttigieg adopting a child with his husband, whatever, like that. This is sick, you know. So therefore, we're saying that we want to start all. This is how we discredit America, right? America is a thing. They're doubling down on this homosexual shit. You know, it's going to so strong. Now, see,
Yeah, with
Donald
Trump
Trump,
in office.
if the Republicans end up losing, right, and these people come back to power, right, it's going to be 100 times worse than it was. They're going to be so emboldened, right? You're going to see drag everywhere, you know? You're gonna be like, I can't stand, you turn on TV and two guys are kissing, you know? And I'm saying what's on TV commercials, you know? I'm like, so it's going to get worse. Now they're trying to say in America, they're trying to say the parent has no right over their kids. The kid belongs to the state. So if you tell a kid you want to put your values in the kid and say no, this and thing. If your son says something stupid like at 5 years, I want to be a little girl or whatnot, they'll snatch your kid from you and take you in for let him have his gender reassignment. You have nothing to say about it. This is this insane stuff that it leads to, Somebody said Republican propaganda. No, that's not Republican propaganda. That's the truth,
Yeah. Yeah, they was teach like they was having like at my son's schools in Maryland, like when he told me that they was gonna have a gay a drag queen to come in there and
Oh,
read
yeah.
something. Man, I told him you're not going to school that day. You know what I'm saying? And that was when Joe Biden was in office. I was like, no, you're not going to school that day.
You got these wicked looking drag
Matter of
queens
fact,
in there.
you take 3 days off just in case that they double back. You know what I'm saying? And it's sad that that's what's being pressed on the kids. Now Trump came in there, so hopefully we get another year of Republicans just to clear that shit out. Because so I'm a conservative by nature, and most black people are too.
Yeah,
But
most black people are very conservative. Trust me.
but for some reason, they got this. Black people got this hate fest for Donald Trump, and that's all been promoted by the shade room, black women, and gay black men. You get what I'm saying? Like,
they don't want gay black men.
Who ushered in gay rights in America?
We don't know. The bottom line is,
they got that under the Constitution. So it's not.
Bayard Rustin and Martin Luther King with the black church.
But
that's so simplistic, bro.
No, that's simplistic. What Colin said, that's right. What I'm saying is that now the gay marriage is a different thing. You get what I'm saying? But what it is that what they said was there was the caveat. They said, well, you can be man and man if you want to, but you can't have a marriage under the Constitution say man and woman. That's where they did it. So it's like, hey, y'all want to sit up there and walk around and act like whatever, then that's it. But what happening is now is that these same people, the same way with women, they getting on child support. Just like these women that getting their vitro with getting kids and all that. You fuck around and she break up with you. She putting women get put on child support now, and they like, oh shit, we ain't signed up for this shit. Oh, this is what men go through. You get what I'm saying? Like, you taking my wages, like from a child that we went and picked up from Dollar General. You know what I'm saying? In a tube. Like, this is the crazy stuff that was going on, but that was when that woke culture was so big to the point that you can say what you want to say. People was doxing people on the internet, even on YouTube. People was doxing people, calling people jobs, playing videos, all this to get somebody fired because of what they say. That's why me and Colin had this conversation earlier. We so glad that we don't make none of our money come from black people. Black people are the most envious, jealous, vindictive motherfucker to each other. Won't breathe on a picture of a white person. You get what I'm saying? Just like right here, I'm in Atlanta, in Lakewood. They call it Snakewood, right? The white dudes can ride around with their dogs up and down the street. But if another black person coming out, oh, it's where you from, who you know. But a white dude can walk around, he's safe. The safest person in the hood is a white person.
Yep.
That's
a
so
fact.
true. They're like
That's a fact.
invisible. Like, people don't. It's like they're invincible. Like, no one touches them. That's crazy.
Yeah, but by the way, look, which was like there was just talk about that one guy. Something happened in L.A. recently, right? Oh yes, this guy was talking about on Brandon's show, right? He was talking about that the fact that he owns a weed shop in a black neighborhood, right? And he said he had to use a Chinese man as a front because he would basically be shaken down by people who say you got to check in. He goes, how the fuck only black people got to check in when they go to Los Angeles,
Mm-hmm.
You got to check in.
What do you mean Chinese man as a front? Like, he had to have him at the front desk?
Yeah, the front, like he owned it. So,
wow.
So yeah, because if it was black, it's like they will try black.
Yeah, they'll try to kill him or rob him or something out of jealousy. Yeah, they hate black businesses.
Yeah, so the bottom of when people get up here like Principe talk about, yeah, man, you gotta start black business. Look, Principe, Hustle, did you see a video I played where the brother was taking? They trashed his house.
The trust his house.
Yeah, they trashed his house. I was talking. Well, the last show I did was about don't invest, or you should invest in the hood, whatever like that. And I played a video, as I remember from a couple of years ago, 4 years ago, where he ran into this girl or not, and they trashed his. He wanted his money, and had her boyfriend trash the house. And he was like, "I didn't do nothing. Bye bye bye. Well, you bitch, I'm gonna kill you when I see you."
Hey, Kyla, play that video again real fast.
Yeah,
Let me,
play it.
let me see if
Yeah,
I can find it.
play it again. That shit was crazy.
It was not funny, man. It was not
It
funny.
wasn't funny, but it was crazy though.
Yeah, it was not
Kala,
funny.
before you play the video, I forgot to mention another reason why they fled the like LGBT and communities is it's a part of population control. You know,
It
to make
is.
a people go extinct or lower their
Yeah, we
numbers.
definitely we have a net zero birth rate in Black America. You know, people say, "How you gonna go stink in the most developed country?" They systematically doing this. The violence,
That's
the
why they wanted
suburbs.
in Africa as well. I think it was Uganda or something. What's that
I,
one video that
I,
was going viral about the pastor or something saying we don't want this in our I think it was Uganda. They were trying to push it so
Oh yeah,
hard.
Uganda. They'll
yo,
try to
yo,
push
yo,
homosexuality
you
hard.
know what's crazy that I didn't see in like the 80s or the 90s that I'm seeing now in the 21st century. Like every female group, they gotta have a gay man in the group now. Like every female group, it gotta be some type of gay dude in the mix or something like that. This gay stuff is really this
Yeah,
shit
they're
is
on the
sickening.
makeup commercials too now. Like L'Oreal and lip gloss and stuff. They're on there.
And it's
They're
like
promoting
This
that.
Western, I wouldn't even say just America, Western culture promotes just gayness as a whole.
Because nobody stands up to it. You
They
know.
they push it most in the black community though.
Yeah, they're trying to. You
Over all
know.
communities, they
And they
push it
use
a
hold on, they
lot
use
in the black
select. Also,
community.
you say the church, brother, is actually the people that brother is celebrities. Black celebrities basically bring these people like RuPaul out and whatnot. You know. So the bottom line is this: is black celebrities for the most part that's behind a lot of this stuff, that the gay agenda and stuff like that. You know, because
And
they
they
be
be
having
so
say like,
good looking. Like the gay guys, you wouldn't think they're like some of them. You know, they look strong, muscular, dress nice, smell nice, and then they're gay. It's like it's
I'm
terrible.
like, you can keep
And I can't
whatever you
I
feel.
wouldn't
You
say
can
I
keep
wouldn't say celebrity. I would say the black women especially is promoting gayness. Like they basically were
Women in
out you.
general support it. They like it. They like gayness. They like transgender. They like that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
I
yo,
don't know why.
you got women out here lining straight men up with trannies and thinking it's funny and thinking it's hilarious. And
Yeah,
they're supporting trannies under their pictures. Go
because women are
girl.
sexually degenerate. To be honest with you, most of them, not all, but a lot of women have a very
And
degenerate mind.
you got even some women having sexual intercourse with trannies and gay men nowadays.
yeah.
Facts.
They'll do anything.
Cardi B was doing that. She would drug dudes and let her tranny friends run up in them. You know. And whatever happened to that case? That was like 4 years ago. Whatever did it ever go to trial? They got
Ain't no
Diddy
case
on
with
trial
that.
and
They
whatnot.
got Diddy on trial for you got propaganda talking about Diddy date raping people, but women are to me are the leaders of date rape, putting things in men drinking, robbing them for their Rolexes
And
and their
Cassie was there
chains.
the whole time, living the life, enjoying her life. Then all of a sudden, she's a victim. I don't. It's just
Yeah, so you see that a white guy as
I
a
don't feel
husband.
bad for her. All the women
Ev-
and all the people. Oh, you should feel bad. Everyone
Damn
keep
near
telling me to
every
feel bad
day.
for her. I'm like, for what? She was living. She she's not a victim. She was
She got
okay with
30.
that
She
for
got
all those
$30 million.
years.
$30 million from Diddy.
Yo, to after this Cassie stuff, if Diddy go to jail, we might not even know what consent means no more. Cause
I know,
now
right?
a woman could consent today and then come back 10 years later and say, well, I don't think I consented. He actually coerced me with
Yeah,
money
because
and
she was a
power.
freak. She was a freak. She was down with all that stuff, and then all of a sudden, oh, it was by force.
And this damn near taking away the masculinity of men, because now if they could send you to jail for coercion, you use your money and your power to coerce this woman and groom her into whatever she wanted to do.
It
She
should
didn't
make you scared of women too. You know, they want men not to talk to women, be with women. Oh, we scared that you're gonna get arrested, you know, for something. So
Yeah.
yeah.
I was listening to Mark Lamont yesterday. He had this sexologist, whatever she called herself. She basically was saying, "Oh, you have to read the room because a woman could say yes, but she could be not wet and she could be giving you a sign that she don't want to consent." So I'm like, yo, this is scrambling my brain. Cause if a woman come to my house and say and we already agreed to have sex, now I gotta read her brain and read the signs and like this is crazy.
Which men are bad at doing either way. So
Yeah, you got some women
terrible.
that's shy that they want men to be the aggressor and make the first
Exactly.
move. So now I gotta think of, well, she not giving me the sign, but even though she consented, she could come back 2 weeks later and say, yo, he took it from me.
Yeah, it's better to just get a woman from another country.
Yeah, like I do.
That's what all my relatives do. They don't get women from America.
America women is
Too
toxic.
much.
And it's no
Too
men
much mental
rights.
illness, you
Like
know?
like it's no laws that say, yo, oh well, this is a training. She tricked a straight man to believe that she was a woman, and you can't even do nothing about it.
Yeah, they say it's a hate crime if you know, shoot them or something.
Yeah, beat their ass or whatnot, you know.
Yeah. Meanwhile,
That's
you
what
were
I say.
deceived the entire
And now
time.
and now your life could be ruined. Your family might not mess with you. You could lose your job. People, your friends could out you. Everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, hustle. This is that
They'll call
video.
you down low.
Like, because I asked you to leave because you did not pay your rent. I asked you to leave my house. I wasn't evicting you. I didn't want to even put an eviction on your record. I just asked you to leave my house and you do this shit? Like, because I asked you to leave my house and you wouldn't leave, talking about, Timmy, you gonna have to take me to court. You do all this though? Like, I ain't never did shit to you, never. I gave your bitch ass a place to live when nobody else will give you a place to live.
And
And
that
you
was
tear
his
my shit
personal
up?
state.
Ain't no scam, bitch, because ain't no insurance on this motherfucker. This gonna come out my pocket, bitch. You gotta have insurance to pull a scam, dumb bitch. Like, you did this shit to me because I asked you to pay me my money? I work hard every motherfucking day. I go to work and stay the fuck out the way. I don't bother no motherfucking body. I didn't care if you and your nigga was in this bitch selling drugs, doing whatever the fuck you was doing. I didn't give a fuck. I told you, long as you keep my house up and pay me my rent, I wasn't gonna fuck with y'all. Ain't no landlord doing that shit. Because I know y'all gotta feed y'all family like I gotta feed mine, bitch. This what the fuck y'all do to people? I swear to God on my mama, bitch, if I see you, I'm going to prison. And that's on my kids. I'll shoot you dead in your motherfucking face, bitch. I'm mad as a motherfucker. I'd kill this bitch if I seen her on my soul. I would. I'm mad as fuck. My motherfucking tenants called me and asked me for $2,000, and I give it to him. Like this, I'm not that type of motherfucker. This is fucked up. This bitch bogus. Bro, I'm so motherfucking mad. I swear to God.
Well, folks, the good news about that is he had a GoFundMe. Dark Migo, camera brother. Yeah, he had a
That's
GoFundMe.
funny.
and yeah, he raised out like a $40,000, you know, for raise it for him, you know.
So the person that did that, what was her relationship to him?
Well, she was just somebody he knew. He knew. I don't know if he probably thought he could probably get some ass on the side. You know, that's what.
Yeah,
Yeah,
right.
that's what usually how it happens.
That's
You
what
think
it
you can
looked
just,
like. Gotta be.
Carla, you know it was some simping going on, bro.
Yeah.
yeah, you know.
Because she said that I would even let your man and you sell drugs in here. So I was confused, but I thought it was his girl. But then
She probably had bad credit, and dude probably just fell for the
Yo,
simp.
the
She probably had on some leggings with no drawers on, you know what I'm saying? Them furry flip-flops and a bunny, bending over
Crop
all
top.
the
Yeah.
listen, the first thing first. This lane,
the leopard thongs. That's what
the
you think.
leopard, yeah, the ones in our ass. The
Thanks for
first
giving
things
me the
first,
leopard thongs. What's that to the leopard thongs? I was just like, out each
White toes.
Probably the see-through thong. You know the see-through
yeah,
yo,
thong?
the leopard,
yeah,
yo, leopard thong, yo, leopard
with the
thongs is
crotch,
like,
with the
oh,
crotch
man.
cut out. You know what I'm saying? But look,
Oh Lord,
First,
man.
first thing first, caller. First thing first, when I heard the brother talk, first thing he said, "My house ain't got no insurance." That's stupid. Number one, and on top of that, if your house ain't got no insurance, you don't have to tell your tenants that because everything come out your pocket. But you damn sure don't you damn sure don't rent somebody that's high risk if you ain't got insurance. That's two. Then on top of that, like I always tell people, I've been telling people this shit for 3-4 years now. The simp that feels like he go beyond, above and beyond for a bitch,
Captain
for a chick that
Taberhole.
got multiple kids, be the first ones that want to kill the bitch. They be the first
Yeah,
ones
they
talking about
self-proclaimed.
putting their hands on the bitch.
No, word up.
It kills me that people think that I hate women, and you ain't never heard me talk about putting my hands on a chick. But the simp that felt like he put his livelihood on on the chopping block for a bitch,
Facts.
and then when she did him wrong, now he ready to go to prison where they gonna be throwing gang signs up at the door and trying to rape him for a honey bun and some potato chips.
but
It's
are
just a
you sure
potato
that it was
chip.
just a woman that did that damage?
No, it was a guy. She
Nah,
had,
it's both of them
it's
had to
probably
Gotta
be.
a
be a
guy.
guy because
That
that
should look like
And
paintwork
not just
Of
a
markation
course,
right
guy.
she
there.
calls some
She probably,
thugs in there.
Yo, she
Of
yeah,
probably
course, she
called
knows
some
she
of
some.
them
probably
Of
niggas
course,
over
she
also
knows
there.
some
she
hitters.
probably has her
Fuck this shit
boys and
up.
all that. I know that chick. She probably got like 15 or 10 dudes that they be all up in there laying around and whatnot, you know.
Facts.
Yeah, I've been
Yeah,
in
they
that trap
smoked that
house.
shit out.
Yo,
Everybody smoked the blunt in there.
what I got for this video, dude was probably a nerd, a simp, and she's probably some hood baddie. He probably seen that, yo, I could probably clap it probably once a month or something like that. And she like, yo, I'm looking at this nigga like a lick.
Nah, he probably just, you feel me, it's headed in the hood or something. You know, it's just bitches like that
No,
probably over there.
Yo,
no, she
left
probably
the
was
button on.
fine as hell. She probably was fine as hell 3-4 kids ago, and she's still one of them chicks that got that snapback body. So she kicked out a few kids and still got the body straight. You know what I'm saying? But me and Carla, you remember we had this conversation, and you was like, "Where did that shit come from?" When I told you that, I said it's funny that most women that act like this always got a simp that will kill for them, that will
Yeah.
come in there and fuck us, risk going to jail for a chick like this.
Right?
Nowhere to
That's
stay at,
crazy.
nowhere to go. And believe me, it's another dude that'll come up there and let her lay up, because that's how overly sexualized black men are. And that's
Check this
why
out.
I
How
tell
smart.
everybody,
Hold
all
on.
we offer women, only thing we offering the black woman right now is death, dick, and disaster. That's it.
Yeah, how's smart? Check this out. About a month, I tell you, about a month ago, I walked into my favorite hibachi spot, right? And this one chick, black chick, was in the lobby, right? Saw me walking up. She said, "Sir, can you help?" I said, "No, but I'm sorry. I don't want to be bothered, you know. But excuse me. That's what they want to do. Get me. Next thing you know, I would have been around Craig and them and Lily and them's house or whatnot. It'll be the nightfall coming, and she's going, "Let me be right back. We gotta go do something." You know, you know, back in the days, I used to be putting myself in those little dangerous situations, but random chicks. Now I'm just like, look, I'm just going over here to have some lunch. No, I'm not sorry. Well, excuse me. I hope you have a better day. No, yeah, I will. You're not going to be involved in it. You
But
know,
don't you think that women back then were a bit better after like
well, it's better. But I've
Instagram
been
and
through. So look, I've been
Facebook
through
and all
so much.
that?
Look,
You
I've been
know.
through so much shit with women. I would do and the stuff I put myself through to get in those drawers.
Ew.
Crazy back in the days, man. I was like, yo. But now I'm just like, as you get older, I'm like, no, you're more of a headache than what it is. She looked good too, But I just knew. I said it's just something innate in you that basically we're like, because you can go someplace, you could be in a trap situation, whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Your survival instinct goes up as you get older. And they work whatever it is, whatever she got between her legs is not worth it. That's how you figure. I
Nah,
got
that's a fact.
But see, you know what? We say that, but that don't change that lust for men, for women like that. And I ain't gonna, I'm not gonna make it sound weird like men fetishize their moms, but say the way black men raised up by single mom, like we go crazy for a fat ass. Like, don't get me wrong, I have seen white dudes they don't act the same way when they see like dudes act like wild monkeys when they see a fat ass, especially in Africa. You get what I'm saying?
Do you
Like
think
it's,
it's
I
a
actually,
genetic thing
I
that
hate to sound.
African or
I think
black
you sound
men act like
I
provocative.
that?
think it's a black man thing. Only
Hey, look,
black men act like that.
Hustle smart. That's a down south thing. Now, I would say like this: hustle smart. I don't want Honey Flower hearing this because Honey Flower, meet yourself, so you don't hear this, right? I am not an ass man. I'm a breast man. You know, yeah. Most
Hey,
Yeah.
girls
but
are ass.
usually girls that got big breasts, they making them pancakes. They making them IHOP pancakes, bro.
I
They
tell
usually
you,
have,
I'm a breast man. I'm not an ass. A big girl can have a big ass. I'm like, you don't do nothing for me. So I'm not really like this. So you was wasting your time with me. This girl had a fat ass. She thought because she had a big ass and she was tall, I was gonna be like, yes. What do you need? I just saw myself fixing somebody's car or taking it to get something. Oh, by the way, my storage bill. Can you buy? I'm like, no. I'm going inside of here and I'm having my lunch. Peaceful. And I enjoy myself. I said, now what about if I would took the time to get involved, whatever the hell she was talking about?
Yeah,
Don't
they would
do it.
have Ray Ray rob you and shit with the
Oh yeah, I
gas
could
and
have got
shit.
right. Yeah, and I didn't think about that. Yeah, you're right. I could have got stuck up. Yeah, all these things
Yeah,
got to play
man.
out,
yo, right now I support. I matter of fact, I want to say support. Any black man should not be getting with any woman that got children already.
Well, that means
Yeah.
you're gonna go be alone because over the age of
Nah,
25, every black woman got a child.
Nah, it be a lot of black
nah.
women that don't got kids, yo. No
Yeah, but
lie.
It's a
only
lot of
those
it's a
ones
lot
who
of
don't have
it's a lot of
kids.
black women that got
Those
kids.
black women don't have kids with a lot of them, right? They're basically with white guys, and doing other things. They focus on their career.
Nah, you got some women that's career driven. They doctors,
Yeah.
lawyers, real estate agents,
Yeah, so they're not thinking
Caseworkers and
about
shit like that.
scientists. They into biology.
And yo, a lot, you know what's crazy? Yo, a lot of women like don't be going for that stuff, bro. Like nowadays, like they don't be liking that whole stuff. Like they be calling other women out now. So I'm like, it's
Yeah,
Nah, I wouldn't
because
acceptable
say
now.
that.
Instagram and all, it's gotten
Yeah,
like I can't even scroll. I don't use social media like I used to because I can't even scroll without seeing twerking or women showing off
I
her
hate Facebook
body or
Reels. I
something like
hate
that.
I would say we living in a pro prostitution era where
Yeah, it's
yeah.
where
Babylon.
where
Yeah,
it's not it,
they basically made it okay. OnlyFans is like a legitimate career now.
yeah.
It's like you can go
Yo,
to
yo,
college
yo,
to learn OnlyFans.
Kala, I know,
Like,
I know
yo,
women that do OnlyFans. They making 50 to 100K a fucking a month, bro.
yeah. So the bottom when you're making
You
that
know
kind of
them
money,
personally?
Yeah,
That's disgusting.
yeah, man. It's like
She said that's
there's one
disgusting.
OnlyFans chick right a couple of years ago. Blonde chick made like $2 million in 1 year. Like, damn. It's like so. Therefore, when you have
Because
a
there's a
society like
loneliness epidemic amongst men. They go on there and chat with the OnlyFans and all types of stuff. Like it's disgusting. It's dystopian.
the
Like
thing is, that's why I tell Kwame, it's not just about homosexuality. It's just like immorality altogether. OnlyFans,
yeah,
it's like
it's
we,
immoral.
we live in a world. We live in a world, right? And what the leaders supposed to do, like Donald Trump. I
It's
mean, he's
godless.
trying, right? You
Yeah.
got to at the very top of society has to call it out. That this is not the society
Trump
we
needs to
want.
ban
And
that
and,
shit.
and, and what's bad is like living in New York is like because like most of the women that are scientists, biologists and stuff like that, they want to go to the strip club and see, and I mean they want to go to the Starlets, the Atlantis,
No, yeah, I
the,
know what you
the-
mean. Yeah, like the
so
regular women still be trying to like like idolize that lifestyle and shit.
yeah,
Yeah,
so so even they
they be
friends
getting
is
Oh yeah.
corrupted.
so
Yo,
even
straight
they
women, yo,
friends is
straight women
dancers
that
and
don't do nothing. You ever see that?
bartenders and they all do OnlyFans and
Yeah,
stuff like
because
Yeah,
that.
Check it
most
out. Hold
women
on.
are
Yo,
degenerates.
you
Like I
ever see
was
that?
saying earlier, most women are degenerate. You can't just go by like society was
You hold
brainwashed to
on,
believe
let me
women
say
are
this. Let me say
angels.
this, right?
They're
You'll
not
have a woman
angels.
that appears on that she's nice, she's sweet, demure, whatever like that, and then they support the most vile shit. The whole LGBT,
yeah.
Bro, the
OnlyFans.
culture,
I'm like, what the hell, man? So
Yeah.
it's like,
bro,
damn.
the culture of women in New York, they just want to go to the latest club and drink Casa Azul in 1942 and do
But you'll be
wild things.
surprised, bro. That's women everywhere, bro. And
Yeah, it's
and to
everywhere.
Honeyflower's
Even
point when she
like
was saying,
some friends that I had, they always try to push me to accept like terrible liberal agendas and shit that's just ungodly and disgusting and sleeping around and all that and hookup culture and dating apps where you just play with people's feelings and stuff. And I'm an introvert and stuff. I've never been into that type of stuff, and I question things. I reflect on society. I'm very
And we're
pessimistic
living in
about
a
things.
dangerous time period. You play with
Yeah.
somebody's heart, a lot of these guys will hurt you. You play with somebody's
Yeah, you
heart,
can
made them
get
different.
chopped up and
I don't know
thrown
why
in
women
in
get
the
off on that.
garbage bag.
That's why I say it's so crazy that they charging Diddy with all this coercion. And I'm like, yo, women are doing the most coercion right now on this
They
planet.
are
What you think
Instagram and
What
all
you
that
think
stuff.
OnlyFans and all this stuff for? They
Oh,
coercion
yo,
money.
these
That's
women
why
do
we need
OnlyFans immediately.
Islam to a certain extent. You talking about banning? We need the stoning and stuff because some women are just crazy, like out of control.
Like women,
yo,
in
Yo,
Western
I
society
know
out
a
of
girl,
control.
I know a girl right
We
now.
need
All she
burkas.
do, oh yeah, burkas and perkins and jobs.
There's a
Yeah,
reason why that stuff was invented because
Yeah,
women
there's a
natural
reason
they
why
want to
we
show
have
Hey yo,
Islam
themselves.
on the strip.
I'm
It's like
anti-Islam,
beat the hell out of them.
anti-Christianity, anti-Jude, but Islam for some instance it do kind of save the black woman in America though.
Well, let me tell you
yeah.
something, brother. The most strict Islam is the Black Pentecostal Church. Those women there don't wear no makeup. The hell's
Yo,
Islam saying?
y-
They don't wear
yeah,
no
they be
makeup.
head to toe, bro.
Their head to toe,
Bro,
dressed
strict as
all the way
fuck.
down to
Like,
the
oh my
ankle.
god, bro,
You
those are
could,
the best
a
black women, bro.
Pentecostal girl when you see it. She ain't got nothing, or no makeup, no nails, no nothing like that, and you can't see nothing.
The
But
seven, the Pentecostal 7 Day Adventures too, right?
no, it's a different. I don't know if they're the same thing, but Pentecostal is like the Holy Ghost, like the day of Pentecost, like where we focus mostly on the Holy Spirit and not the Trinity. The Pentecost, Bishop Huey Rogers of Brooklyn, the great
Okay.
Pentecostal church, revivals and stuff like that. That was
Nah,
the legendary
we
Huey
we
Rogers.
we we might need to bring back some 7th century Arabian culture to America
Traditionalism is
where we
needed.
cutting
People
off
start going crazy.
where we stoning women in the dirt and all type of crazy nonsense.
So the bottom line, just get back to basically, if women, basically, the liberals have taught women that your body, your choice, all stuff like that. There's all societies. Women know that they're the givers of life,
But
right?
I can't even lie. It's seeping through to the Arab culture because women is flying out to Abu Dhabi, Dubai, and
Yeah,
these.
the corruption. I see it all over the world. Yeah, look,
They do anything for. I
hold
don't know why
hold up.
women like.
Hold up. Do you guys got Facebook Reels? I'm seeing
Nah, let me
provocative
ask
stuff
Yes.
you.
coming from all corners of the earth, and I thought it was just American women. You got women
Yeah.
Nah,
all over the world
Nah,
doing
it's
but
everybody,
matter of fact,
bro.
I can't lie. Abu Dhabi and Dubai are probably worse than America.
Yeah,
Cause
cause
I
like,
see like poor people too. Do
yo
Philippines, all that stuff.
Yeah, I
Oh
be
they
seeing
my god.
Philippines
they
and whatnot.
flying
They be doing
10
some
women
weird
out.
shit.
They flying 10 women out, taking them all to the Gucci store and then turn them to potty princesses.
bro, and niggas think it's just potty. Like, you know what I mean? It's worse than that. You know what
No,
I mean?
no,
Like,
no, no, no. You got
that's
some
you
women
feel me? That's lower level.
getting shit on their chest, shit on their face. they having sex with the 4-year-old little brothers, all type of
See, yeah,
craziness.
see, that's what, nigga. That's when I was like, nigga, I lost all respect for everybody after that.
Do you
After
guys
Yo,
that,
know about
if I
this
see a woman
lady?
fly to Dubai,
right?
Hold
Yeah, I'm
on.
I
like,
Can I
nah,
block
ask
bro,
you
her.
it's
a
over.
question? Do you
Yeah, I
guys know
block her.
about this lady named Priscilla, Queen Maker, that talks about men and stuff? She had to admit that women are degenerates and stuff. If you ever seen her, she's like the opposite of the manosphere. She talks about women need, you know how there's red pill versus like um women whatever they do, there's like that divide. Well, she used to make a lot of videos about men. She's a lesbian. Now she's totally angry, like she does not trust women. She talks about how women are degenerate and stuff like that, all the while she's still bashing men. So that's why I don't believe in gender war, because I know both of the genders have issues. Like women are not perfect, men are not perfect, and
The
it
women are
annoys me
always
that
seen as
women
the
act
victim, no
like
matter
they're
what.
angels.
I
Women
don't
are
want to
not
sound I don't
angels.
want to sound like a misogynist, but the women now is just insane.
Yeah, they're demonic. They're Jezebels. Straight
That's
They,
why
up.
I stay to myself, mind my business. You know.
Right? Like, you got a wife, you straight. You know what I mean? You
Yeah,
good.
man, and that's all I need. But she gets on my last nerve sometime. But the bottom of she's way over there in Liberia right now. But the time we spend together is like heaven. I love it. I wait for it.
and now
I'd
that
rather
women,
do that, right? Spend hopefully 2 months out of the year, over there, maybe 2 years, 3 months, 4 months at a time. I could wait for that, right? Then get myself involved in anything over here with these crazy. I saw this woman when I was in Cox Care paying my bill the other day, right? And this chick, right? I guess she thought she was cute. She light skinned chick, right? But I could tell she was ran through. She looked like, what I'm saying? And she was like, I thought she thought I was gonna talk to her or something like that, right? But I was just like, in there paying my bill, whatever like that. She was like, oh, he didn't say hi to me, I looked at her like,
She
you
said
look
that,
like,
or that's what you think she was thinking.
yeah, because the way she was like, oh, I know he's looking at me and my body, and she has tight
Oh,
jeans on when I,
like
and I'm saying to
enticing
myself,
you.
this girl looks so trampy.
Mm. Yeah,
yo,
women dress like
you know what's crazy? You know what's
they dress
crazy?
horribly.
You
She
know
looked
what's
like the type. Hold on, she got purple lips, and
Oh no.
you could tell she smokes Black and Miles, blunt.
Plastic tip black and mild.
Blunt.
the wine flavor.
Ew, that's the
Yeah,
worst one.
like, she looked like that type, man. I was like, I look at her like, you're not my type. I like feminine, beautiful. Saying like I don't like tattoos. When she had a lot of tattoos on her, you're not my type. But why do women even do all that stuff? They think guys, and I like women who wear
Because
dresses.
they have
Word.
Yo,
trauma.
And
yo,
chew
you
gum.
know what's crazy?
They
Women
have
was
trauma. That's
complaining.
why they get tattoos and piercings.
You know it's crazy since we've been living in the women in power era. Like women was complaining that men was over sexualizing them
Yeah.
and prostitution and all that. Now they got OnlyFans. Yo,
Yeah.
you go on Twitter, it's like
They don't know what they want. A woman's mind is so confused. Like they fight
yo,
for feminism and self-respect, and then they
yo,
become like
Twitter now
orcs.
is damn near like a porn site
Oh,
now.
Bro,
it's
I
I
don't
straight
don't
even
up
have Twitter,
Pornhub.
bro,
It's
because
straight
of that.
Pornhub. But hey, y'all, let me say this real quick about that. Now, I had this cousin, right? So we was had a little family event. She was like talking about this dude. She was like, "Oh my God, I met this dude. You know what I'm saying? He's nice and everything. He can sing and he can dance and everything. You know what I'm saying? Like that the type of guy. Like we saw her 6 months later. She was like, I can't stand him, and all he doing be singing and dancing and all acting all feminine. See, when she liked the guy, when the guy was doing everything she asked him to do, she liked everything he doing because he looked like her favorite singer. But when she was mad, all that singing and dancing looked effeminate when it was feminine from the jump. Unless it's entertainment, if you walk into a store or a mall, you see a guy singing and dancing, you're gonna think he's gay. The only people that can get away
or
with that
straight
is
bozo.
straight up bozo. So the only dudes can get away with that with entertainer. You walk out the street and there's a dude out there shaking his ass and crumping and doing flips and shit. You like, man, that nigga's on that salt. That nigga's on that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like you think something's wrong with him. Entertainers get a pass by that. Women definitely don't know what they want. But the problem is in the black community that the black men let the woman get on a pedestal. So whether she loud and wrong, she gonna be loud and wrong because black men ain't trying to take the mantle. Black men still sitting around here talking about protect the black queen. And see, let me tell y'all something. When I was locked up, I was locked up. I heard stories of dudes that have killed for women, and I have know guys that had people killed, you know what I'm saying, at the same time. So what I realized is that the men is a dude that die, is a dude that get a life sentence, and the woman don't even get that much time.
Yeah,
She
no.
don't
He
even get
walked
that much
scot
time at
free.
all.
Hold on, the women, hold up. The women nowadays, like, do you know Hustle Smart during the Civil War? You know who General Sherman had to appeal to end the war? The Confederate women. Because the women had the power of telling these guys to stop fighting, it's not worth it, whatever, like that. You know, he tried to convince the Southern women, stop telling your boys out there. But the women are like make it seem like you're not a man unless you're going out there fighting for me or protecting my honor and whatnot. You know, they're gonna all keep continuous war. Same thing in the streets.
It's this white man cuckold Western culture that that
And we do the same thing. And
Exactly.
what you see
This is
in
not
black
black
cultures,
culture, African culture for the women to,
yeah, yeah, this is white
this is
boy
strange.
Western cuckold culture that go back to Greece, Rome, and all the way up to now.
Like African women are strong. We have a voice, but it's not like what's going on here, you know? This is some other stuff.
Carl, I know you seen
Where
the
women don't
movie
got no
what was the movie with the ship that went hit the iceberg and went up Titanic?
Yeah.
Titanic, yeah.
Now, let me tell you the most suckish shit of the movie at the end when it was Leonardo DiCaprio and the chick, and they was on that piece of wood. You get what I'm saying? And he told her to get on the wood, and he was gonna stay in the water. You know what I'm saying? And then so she can stay on the wood. So he got them dives and float away, and she stay on the wood and go get with another dude and got them suck some dick. You know what I'm saying? Down the road and have some kids and start talking about she gonna name a child after the dude and all that stupid shit. See,
And
that's that propaganda.
she had his pendant at the
Yeah,
beginning. Remember?
yeah.
yo,
Then she
yo,
There were
threw it in the
people
river.
saying
yo
on Facebook
I don't
that
want
they
to go
both could
back
have
to
been on that piece of wood if they there was a way a few years ago for them to both survive. But that guy, he sacrificed himself.
I don't want to go back to the Diddy stuff, but you got women just basically like, yo, women don't got no accountability. I'm like, yo, Cassie's a grown woman. She's texting,
I
orchestrating
know.
freak offs. She requesting men to urinate in her mouth, and they still talk. Well, she got groomed. She she she
Yeah.
she she was coerced to do all this stuff. I'm like, where's the accountability? She
Bro,
was
it's
free.
not gonna happen, bro.
She was
Because yo,
free to
I was
fuck
talking to this
Kid
one girl,
Cudi,
bro.
free to
She told
fuck
me, bro,
NF.
she'd defend her homegirls to the world blow up. Like it don't matter, you feel me, whatever, they do. They just gonna defend them no matter what. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like,
Right.
accountability that never happened.
They say
But
believe all
what
women are victims and stuff
but
like
this
that.
is what but this is what I'm talking about. This Western cuckold civilization where you got a bunch of men that's deprived from sex and don't know women instinctively. They're giving all these women these rights and not hold them accountable for nothing. Like Cardi B could talk about she spiking men drinking and it's funny to people.
Yeah, that shit. Whatever happened to that case?
Ain't no case with that.
What
Yeah,
Cardi
them
happened?
niggas
B
out of
He
here.
admitted
ain't
it.
no case with that.
He admitted it.
Collar, damn near every week is a nigga in
Yo, there was
Miami
a victim.
getting robbed by
The
women.
guy came forward and said what happened to him. You know, he said I was drugged and then some guys raped me. Some trannies raped me, and she put the trans up to it. So she walked away from that, and Diddy's
Yeah,
on trial.
ain't no Cardi B ain't going to jail for that.
That's
That's fucked
crazy.
up, man.
What?
Yo, Collar, every week it's a nigga in Miami right now that got drugged, went back to his hotel, and his Rolex, his chain, his wallet, every got took it.
Yeah.
Every week.
But hold on though. See, this is the issue that I have with Puff Daddy because he was talking that believe all women. I remember when the Kavanaugh case was going on, that Me Too movement, he was right up there talking about believe all women,
He said
protect women.
believe
He
her,
was, huh?
the believe her movement.
Yeah, to believe her movement. He was right up there with that revolt. Had all them bitches up
No,
there.
it's called Me Too movement.
Yeah, it's a Me Too, but the slogan was "Believe all women."
Yeah,
When
I remember that. Believe
it was
all
to
women.
believe all women, you know what I'm saying? With the Me Too, and he was right up there with it too. Sitting up there talking about Donald Trump. When he was promoting against Donald Trump for the first presidency, he was right up there making commercials like, you know what I'm saying, this man had did stuff to a woman, grabbed her in the pussy, and you know what
Oh
I'm saying? And
yeah.
he was
Grab
right
him by
up
the
there with
pussy,
that shit. Now that's why I don't feel sorry for him at all. And like, this is my thing. All these laws that make it a woman that can come back from 1926 and said you slapped on the ass,
Hey, hustle. I know you heard about this one case, right? And I'm gonna find the video, right?
and that's
A white
men fault.
lady,
Men put them laws in there.
is a
Men
white
can take
Yeah.
lady.
them laws away.
Hustle. How far are you from College Park?
About 12 miles.
Okay, in College Park, Georgia, right? Some white lady, some floozy, right? You look like she was a prostitute, right? Made a complaint against a guy she dated 20 years ago. She was crazy, right? And basically said he kicked the door. This guy's a paraplegic on a wheelchair, right? Let me tell you something about these so-called extra positive Negroes out there, right? He took her information now, right? She said he ran off on foot. The guy can't walk. He hasn't been walking 25 years, right? He put the warrant out. He said basically he was trying to get a passport, and he said, well, I say I got an arrest warrant of it. He went down there and the guy said, yeah, I remember. Well, I'm glad you turned yourself, but I got to arrest you. And black guy went to go put hands on. He fell out of the wheelchair. The other black guy cop comes and said, what's going on? You guys like this. The lieutenant was like, oh, he just don't want to go to jail. The guy was literally, but come to find out, the cop that originally did the arrest warrant, this lady has a history of lying to police and giving false reports, right? And if you look at her, right, you could tell she's one of them white trailer park chicks that probably do trying tricks and probably. And that guy, I bet you, how did he come on the scene so fast? You know, I bet you any amount of money he knew who that chick was, right? And he was trying to get with that. You know, he was one of them big teddy bear dudes. You know,
Yo,
Oh yeah, they
nowadays,
be triggered.
nowadays, it's more dangerous being a rich black man than being a poor black man.
yeah, but
Yeah, it is.
the guy that did that was a white guy. It was a white guy in a wheelchair. And she said, like the guy said, he goes, I knew her 20 years ago, but I'm married now. And he had all the alibis. Yeah, I was the night that she said it happened. I was at a dinner, but they all checked out. But he still got arrested, right? I was like, holy shit. I was like, he should sue. But the bottom line is this: if that's how it is with black law enforcement and law, I was like, man, that's a ridiculous thing. And so they said, well, we got a warrant, and I got to serve this warrant, whatever, like that. They couldn't say, well, because obviously you didn't do this, right? And then come to find out, if they looked at the lady's record, she got arrested for drugs and all kinds of like that. But they believed her, you know, that believe her, you know.
Yeah.
And obviously, she said, no, I might have been exaggerating. She told him I might have been exaggerating. I didn't mean for him to get arrested.
Hey
And so
yo,
Can be
yo,
psychopaths. They can be sociopaths. They can be narcissists.
that's
They can
scary
be
right there. That's
all
scary.
kinds of
Because
things.
I
Like
think
you
about
can't just
this, right?
believe.
I tell you about that incident that happened to me at the airport when I got back, right? This lady said
Nah.
I bumped into this lady trying to grab my bags, or she's standing in my way, right? She goes, "Don't touch me." I said, "I was not touching you. You're just in the way. You can't stand right there while everybody's trying to grab their bags, right?" And then she kept saying, "You don't touch me," right? I said, "Ma'am, I didn't touch you. You know, I bumped into you. I apologize, right? Well, you touched me." I said, "Look, you said one more time, I will touch you, right?" She said, "Well, no, no." I said, "You said one more time, and I'm gonna freaking hit you right in the mouth." And then she shut up. You know,
right.
Yo,
Yo,
White lady.
you
Kyler,
can't say that.
nowadays you got dudes at the gym working out, and women is filing sexual harassment on men just for looking at them at
Yeah,
the
they
gym.
do it on purpose. They be doing it on purpose.
What?
They're
Yeah,
bending
and they're
over
like
and
half
stuff
You
like
lie?
naked
that,
Yo,
you
you
know?
serious?
at the gym.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Cause I'll
there's
be at
videos about them being
cause
half
I'll be at the gym,
naked.
bro, and they be coming over to in my area when I be on the bag,
But
doing that shit.
don't get caught looking, man,
Yo,
because they be having
I'm about to
cameras.
stop going.
You got to put on blindfolds, King.
Nah, I never knew that. That's crazy. All right, word. I
Oh
appreciate
yeah,
y'all.
black women,
Hmm.
white women, they're all doing it,
Yeah,
Yo,
man.
it be
yo,
all of
yo,
them.
that's
Spanish,
like a
bro, all of them.
TikTok. That's like a TikTok sensation
And they
where
put it on
women.
TikTok and whatnot to get views, you know?
Yeah, I gotta go on TikTok. I don't
Also,
got that.
like I've seen a video about the clothes that they wear at the gym, like they're half naked. Like
Bro,
women
what?
are even
Bro,
complaining about.
leggings, no panties, like in crop top. I'm like, what?
You know,
Man, let
and
me
only
tell
doing
y'all,
like
man.
butt workouts. You know, that's it.
Listen, man, my daughter is 23 years old, just graduated. Her and her friend, they was at my house. She wanted to go get some workout clothes. You know what I'm saying? I was like, cool, cool. Gave her my credit card. You know what I'm saying? Let her go get some stuff. So I gave her my key fob for Anytime Fitness. Her and her ratchet ass friends went in the gym, took some pictures. They was back at the house in about 30, 20 minutes. Ain't broke not damn sweat. Looked on their Instagram, all of that. They that got pictures. They on the bench. And you know the crazy thing, they wouldn't even put no weights on it. They were just in the gym taking pictures. That's what they do. Black women are just attention whores, man. That's what they are. Now, white women do it too, but the black woman does it more. Everything that we do, we copy from white people, but we always take it to the next level. So, but the only thing
Facts.
that has came back to hunt white men is that those same laws. See, it used to be just a black woman putting using the system against black men. Now the white woman is putting the system. That's the thing
Oh
that the
yeah,
white men,
white guys are getting taste of what we
white men are
go
getting
through.
a taste of it now. You get what I'm saying?
Yep.
30, 40 years
I
like
see
this.
one guy. I see this real good looking. I didn't say he was gay. I'm not gay. No, good looking white guy, right? And you see a chick one night, and they said, "Girl, he said I didn't touch her." Or whatever. I was like, "Damn, man! If a guy like that gets accused, man, you know." I like that guy looks like he can have any woman he wants to. And he sexually that battered me. Colorfy, he was innocent,
So
but
what's gonna happen? Like women have gotten so much freedom to the point where it's just hurting society, it's hurting dating, it's hurting relationships, it's hurting friendships.
I
Yeah.
couldn't be a young, look. I couldn't be a
So
young man in these
something
days
has
and
to
times. I could
happen.
not be
Yo,
a young man.
yo, yo,
Now niggas, they gonna start killing them.
the worst thing is that word coercion. That's the worst thing. Cause that's just it's too ambiguous and it could go either way. They could literally say you coerce them with your power or money. That is dangerous.
Yeah,
But is that what they chase though? So
and
it's
Yeah,
also
and that's what they change. They want the boss.
human
They don't want the
trafficking.
worker. They want the
The term,
boss.
the
So
term human
now
trafficking is still evolving, and it's not really defined. It all depends on who interpretation of what human trafficking. You could have a chick, right? Let's say you're with a chick, right? And you guys just live together, and y'all basically travel from state to state. You know that's considered human trafficking.
Kyla, what's worse is you could fly a woman out from New York to
Don't do
Miami,
it. Don't do it. Don't do
and
it.
and
Don't
now
do it.
that's considered sex trafficking.
Yeah, don't do it, man. It ain't worth it, man. Don't do it. Everything, and you notice how this all attack is on heterosexual sex.
yeah, it's to destroy men and women from being
It never
together.
anything
All it
gays do is never gays. They gays can do whatever
I'm
they
I'm
want.
still surprised how it's no laws like for heterosexual men. Like I said, a trainee could fool a dude with all
And
type
then by the
of
way, you do something, you'll go to jail.
yeah, and they won't face no capital punishment, nothing.
Yeah, it training out of control. Matter of fact, I think that somebody just got arrested. They blew up a birth clinic, whatever, like that birth clinic.
Yeah,
You heard about that? And
yeah.
the
It
group
was a
that said that
fertility
this like
clinic.
no natal nowhere. This group is against human reproduction at all. These people are crazy in this
Yeah,
country. If these
there's too
people
many
ever win,
agendas.
man, we're
There's too
finished.
many agendas. It's
These
out of.
people don't
Yeah,
want human birth at all.
They actually turned women into whores and stuff to destroy families, to destroy marriages, to
hey,
destroy
hey, yo,
society, to collapse the country.
you can't even go to a public school and teach about African tradition, but you could go to school dressed as a man dressed as a woman and talk about the importance of gay rights and
Yeah,
all type of
yeah,
nonsense. You
They
can't even teach
weaponize
your
women and
cultural
gays.
history
They
with
weaponize women and gays. Terrible.
yeah. That's exactly what it is. The
But see,
weapon.
it's a byproduct because what they did was they thought that making women single, the world would be more productive. You get what I'm saying? Excuse me.
Yeah. So
But it
you,
was
you ever heard of Thomas Matthews? How smart
Thomas
Thomas
Matthews.
Thomas Matthews, right? It's called Malthusianism.
Mm.
Thomas Malthus was an 18th century Darwinist, right? Who believed that the world was going to overpopulate, and we got to reduce the world's population. One of the things that the feminist movement came out of that, eugenics came out of that, right? And one of the things the feminist movement encouraged was they said homosexuality and promiscuity among women and homosexuality. That was slurred down the birth rate because human beings, Bill Gates believes human beings are the biggest threat to Mother Earth, the planet, Mother Earth.
But that is true though in a way to the animals.
Nah, no, it's not.
It can be if the people are. I mean, it depends
Yo,
if you're
we
living.
got enough. We got
the
enough
thing
land.
what the thing
We
about
got
that,
enough land, and we got
The
enough food on
corporations are
Earth.
killing
hold
the
on. You
earth.
know what the problem was?
Killing the-
Thomas Matthews basically was a product of the British East India Company. So he would go to places like India, Bombay, and whatnot. And because of the way the British mercantile system was, it created a large numbers of poverty, right? So he'd say, "Oh, it's poverty." He called these people useless eaters. In other words, the food that we gotta give these people. Now, if the British never colonized them and they were growing their own food, trading like they were for thousands of years, we would have a problem. But he was looking at the world through the British and the colonialist capitalist system,
Right, because they're destructive. They're
yeah.
The thing that hurts indirectly it still is humans, but industrialization that was hurts the planet. You get what I'm saying? Like that would hurt the planet, because if everybody was still running around with banana leaves in their asshole and got them chicken bones through their nose and fishing and hunting like that, then it would be clean air. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, so we wouldn't have no medication, wouldn't have the plague. You like some of these diseases.
We only have a life expectancy of 30.
Yeah, we would have a life expectancy. That's why I try to have this conversation with somebody else. Like at the same time, modern medicine has took the Black Plague, or y'all go back and look at all these plagues that happened. I mean, they was killing, like we talking about Corona, like they was having like killing 10, 20 million people.
The Spanish flu wiped out.
Spanish flu alone wiped out what, like 20 million people?
Right. And then Chinese had one too over there, you know what I'm saying, a long time ago. But the thing about it is that it's nothing that we can do about it. The problem is that we don't want to spread out. So especially with Black people now, in Africa is different. Africans are spread out in Africa, in their different countries. And Black Americans, we all like roaches and get into the major top 3 cities. The top 3 cities of all states. If y'all really think about it, that's where most of all the Black people at.
Yeah.
The top three populated cities of each state, that's where you're gonna find most Black people. I travel all over the country, and it's white people out there don't have neighbors that's not living on top of each other, and they out there just as free and clear. When you raised up in the belly of the beast, and you raised up in the concrete jungle where everybody on top of each other, you see, you don't have no space. Like at the end of the day,
mental illness.
It causes mental illness in us. We think that we're finding like, okay, the strongest survive. No, it's the strongest survive, and you got a mental capacity of like a doorknob. That's how small your brain is now, that now you think about in a circle. So that's why you start calling this block my block, this street my street, where you don't own it. Like the police can pull up and make your ass get off the block anytime they want to. But you'll kill somebody about your block, your corner, where you don't own anything, you rent. You get what I'm saying? And we got dudes going to prison enough for the rest of their life. You know, that I seen it for myself, that I seen dudes with names of projects tatted on their backs, where the projects don't even exist no more. They don't turn down the projects. And these dummies still got project names on they, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's crazy. That's the way the mind goes.
You know what's worse is nowadays we going from the projects to condos. That's what even make it worse. Young people don't even want to buy houses no more. They just want to live in a glass house condo with a doorman and all this and all that type of shit. So yeah,
their houses are unaffordable.
Man, you could buy a house for 20.
You still can buy a house cheaper than you can buy a condo.
Yeah. You
They got
could
to
you
have
could put
credit.
you could put a down payment on a house and it's way faster than putting up for a condo that costs 45, 5500
Yeah,
a
but the
month.
difference is, my brother, that a condo you can float around. You don't like this one, you can move to another one. The house, you stuck.
But what I'm saying is the condo revolution is promoting the same thing as like living in a project.
Right, I agree with you.
You just
I'm
living
just
in expensive projects.
and let me tell you something. Those condos that they buying, they look just like hotels where you walk in the kitchen, you walk through the door, you're immediately in the kitchen, and you walk past the kitchen, and there go the living room. It's just like what you would call a 1 bedroom suite in a hotel. If you ever been to Hilton, um, the Hampton Inn, they have them like 1 bedroom suites where as soon as you walk through the door, you're in the kitchen, then you walk past that living room, and it's a
Yeah.
bedroom. It's like a studio. Most of them condos are like studio now.
Yep.
Like glorified studio with a wall up.
Yep.
And
No
that's
bigger
what
than
they bust.
900 square feet.
Yeah, I'm talking about small as shit to the point, you know what I'm saying? But that's where we're living at now. And you know what? I'm glad that I came up in a day where we didn't have cell phone, because I would have been that dummy too. You know what I'm saying? I would have been putting work on there, you know what I'm saying? Have our work money. I would have been doing the same thing. But so a lot of things that in my generation, we always talk shit about the new generation as if we wouldn't have did it. The only reason why we didn't do it because we couldn't do it. You know what I'm saying? Like I remember the day that I was on the phone and I thought something was wrong with the phone. I heard the beeping noise and I asked my mom, I was like, what's wrong with the phone? Like some beeping. And she's like, oh yeah, we got call waiting, call wait. I remember when call waiting, I was on the phone the first time I heard call waiting. You get what I'm saying? Like before cell phones. You get what I'm saying? Before smartphones. You know what I'm saying? But I'm telling you, if we had those same things, we would have did the same thing. You're a product of your environment. So if your environment is, you know what I'm saying, wearing your pants, I like, okay, put it this way. When we was younger, we used to be in the nasty ass bathroom where you pissing and shitting, spitting on our heads and spitting on our backs. In the nasty public bathroom.
Did you say spitting?
Spinning.
Oh, okay.
Spinning, putting your head down on the nasty ass ground and spinning in a circle on your head. Breakdancing.
Yeah, fact.
That's what we was doing. You get what I'm saying? And we thought that was the shit. Everybody was in the bathroom doing that shit. You ain't gonna catch no kids in there doing that shit now. They on some different shit. You know what I'm saying? So we was a product of the hip hop when hip hop first came out. So everybody was just going to the bathroom. That's what we would do. You know what I'm saying? So we're a product of that, and the new generation is a product. At the end of the day, I tell everybody my age and older, it doesn't matter what we think. They are up next. They up next. You're gonna either learn how to move with them. You don't have to move exactly with them, but you got to see which route they going, because they are gonna be the
What do you
ones in
mean by
charge.
they are up next?
I'm not gonna lie though.
What
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 The
does that
what you
way
mean?
mean? What you mean when I say they up next?
Yeah.
They are the next ones up to rule the world.
Oh, okay.
I'm not
They're
gonna lie
they're gonna
though.
be the ones in power. They're gonna be the supervisors. They're gonna be the ones in the House, in the Senate. You get what I'm
But
saying?
not
That's
really. It's like they're not. They're lacking a lot of intellect.
You're right. But it still doesn't change the fact that in I got about me and Carla age range, and I'm not gonna say me and her because I don't want to put that bad on my brother. But at the end of the day, in the next 20 years, one of us might be kicking up daisies. In the next 20 years, y'all gonna be in y'all 40s.
Right.
We're gonna be
Yeah.
goddamn pissing on ourselves, you know what I'm saying, or in a room, rather piss in a bucket or something, because it's gonna be painful for us to go walk in the bathroom. You get what I'm saying? That's gonna be our life. So the new generation, no matter how much we talk shit, y'all are up next. So it's gonna either be the catastrophic, destroyed, or
Yeah.
is
I
it
feel
gonna
like it's gonna be destroyed, honestly, or
Hey yo,
robots or something.
this Western culture is going to destroy the
Pandora's
world.
box already open. Like we opened. There's a thing called Pandora's box. Once you open it, you can never go back to how things used to be. Like women have lost their minds, men have lost their minds. Like
That's why I say we need a whole
sure,
new reset.
we need
We
a
need an
reset
African
bad.
to start all
Af-
over again.
Africa is the goal.
Can I
You
ask you
know,
guys
not
one
just
last
Africa, right?
question?
Hold up, just not that. We need an Afristan while we filter
Yeah,
everything out of there because a lot of garbage in Africa we don't need. You know.
yeah, that's true. That's true.
And the
Hey,
white
But this,
man's
but this
culture
Western,
is
but
not the white man's culture is very self. I like white people. I'm not racist. I love all human beings, but the stuff that they got going on here is it's not for the human
Oh,
soul.
what I
It's
see,
not for
what
the
I
human
see is
yo,
this.
consciousness.
Hold on,
you, you,
It's
this is
too
what I
much.
dislike about Western culture, right? For thousands of years, right? Humanity has always said one thing: there's a male and a female, right?
Yes.
Western culture is always challenging something, right? There's nothing that ever says, yes, that's the way it is. There's somebody in it. Now, well, if you could basically redefine gender, what else can they redefine? You
oh,
know,
AI is next. AI,
what else can they redefine and
Arti-
whatnot? Hold on,
artificial
what if
intelligence is
somebody said,
next.
what if somebody said really made a case that black people as a race belong in slavery? If enough people
Exactly.
can say
No,
that,
that's coming. That's coming.
Oh
if you
yeah,
could,
yeah, yeah, yeah,
people
yeah.
say no, that never happened. If you could basically alter gender and have a serious conversation that there's no gender,
They could say we're not even human. They could say that.
yeah, that's what's coming in. What if they said
Yeah.
black people we discovered aren't human?
Yeah. Exactly.
So this is what I'm talking about Western civilization. Western civilization is nothing definite, you know. It's always evolving and everything. It's hypocritical, you know.
Yeah.
One thing is always constant
It's
is
demonic.
white people are always being taken care of. You know that never ends. You know everything else is go here and there, but white supremacy remains the same.
Hey,
We
Carly, you
all
know what though, man? I don't believe in the Bible at all. But you know what we need? We need a motherfucking flood. We need a motherfucking flood around this bitch, boy.
You know, we need no God
Yeah,
needs
it's
to destroy.
terrible.
God needs to destroy this earth with fire and brimstone, like he said it would do. Fire and
yeah.
brimstone.
It's like we're in hell. I'm not even gonna lie. How everybody's so like divided, like there's no love, the family structure is destroyed, like it's hell.
Every
Yo,
metric is everything is wrong.
Western culture has literally destroyed men as a whole. I'm not gonna lie. Like
You know
And
why?
women
You know
the
too.
why?
It's
You know
strong
why?
destroyed
men,
women
Because
too.
Western culture doesn't need men. You know, it needed men to conquer, to grab the resources and everything. Now, the biggest threat to the Western man is the other Western man, the ones in power. You know, that's
yup.
why he makes laws to trip up the. I seen this one guy, right? There's a white guy, right? He's like a redneck, right? He got a divorce from his wife, whatever, like that, and he was in child support court. And they tried to, and there's a judge about, well, he said, look, I'm doing the best I can. Everybody's seen that video. I'm doing the best I can, working 3 job, paying this, but you ain't doing enough. A man should be doing. The guy was just really denigrating this young man, you know? He said, I'm doing the best I can. She decided to leave me when the judge completely took the woman's side. So I saw something in that, right? A white judge, young white guy. They're actually not just they're afraid of black people, but they don't like young white guys either. The people that might challenge them for anything like that. So therefore, they don't need them more. I think judges are liberal. You know, they're
Mm,
liberal because they don't need the men anymore. You know, men are just a unnecessary nuisance. They think we're bullies to their friends, like the homosexuals and all these other people like that. They think men are the problem.
So
You know,
men that hate men are ruling the world then.
yeah,
yup. Yes.
and they're
Yes.
allies of these
Yo,
guys, these
Honey
white guys.
Flower just hit the nail. She just hit the nail on the
It's
whole
those
conversation.
men that used to get the same men that rule the world used to get their ass whooped and beat up by the jocks and the cool
Yup.
guys. You
You
know
know,
what I'm
like Revenge of the Nerds.
Yo,
You know,
yo,
saying?
you know who's ruling the world now is the tech gurus. The tech guys
Yeah,
is
the
ruling the
nerds. That's
world.
what I'm saying.
nerds, nerds.
That's the one thing that I noticed that I remember when I was up there in Maryland, and they had this forum, forum the forum that they was doing, and they was trying to say, you know what I'm saying, we doing this thing for all the nerds. You get what I'm saying? They had the thing for all the nerds come in there, right? So my son would go to the school that's on the base. So, but when he brought me to when they showed what it was, It was telling people that, hey, come up here, make what you want to make, come with your proposal, and you might can get this office at this such and such place or base or
He's
whatever.
going in
So
and out.
that's
Nah,
me going in and out.
nah, I
I'm
can
going.
hear you. Nah, I can hear
I can
you
hear him.
perfectly.
Okay. So what I'm saying is that
Okay.
the government they gather the nerds and the smart guys. You get what I'm saying? Only the black people, we hate on the smart guys. We think the smart guys are sucker and is weak. But the government, what you think happened when they went over there and got Hitler? They went and got all this. What do y'all
Yep.
understand that the Germans came up with it wasn't Americans. It was the Germans that coming up with the rocket ship with the
Yep.
with the
Yeah.
with the engine for the F-16.
The
Germany built the
Germans created the
Autobahn. They did
car.
the
They created
Autobahn.
yeah.
They did the Autobahn was built
Do
before
y'all know that the Germans created the off ramp? The off ramps
Yeah,
was
the Autobahn. Hey, Hustler, you ever seen the Autobahn?
the Autobahn.
So
They're the ones.
to this day, even though I'll be scared, I would love to drive on that thing, but it's really nice, man. But it was built in the 1930s,
The Germans was the
American.
one that came up with the idea of when you get off at an exit, you go off of the off ramp and go up. Most off ramps goes up, unless you're in a place where it goes down or whatever. But most of them go up. That all of that came from the Germans. So what they went over there and did was they went over there, snuck all the when they were finna kill Hitler. They told all the German scientists they was gonna give them this. They was gonna give them their own school because the Germans was like, okay, we come to America. How we gonna go to school? What about our kids? They gave them their own schools on the military bases. They didn't have to go live with nobody. They lived on the military bases. And all
Do you hear my story? I tell you that my father, the reason why I grew up middle class, because the Von Wells came here after World War II from Germany, right? He was a chemist, right? And my uncle, he moved in a building in the Bronx with my Uncle Lake, right? My Uncle Lake helped him get his business started. Uncle Lake was like, well, just make sure that I get a job. And my father, they didn't think about business part and whatnot. He just wanted a job, So it's like, but my father had a good job, and I was supposed to work in Vaughn Products too, but they ended up moving to Tennessee. They'll save labor costs in Jersey. We had to move from the city to Jersey. But that's how, like you said, they brought all these. They were brought over by the United States. He was a chemist. He was brought over in post World War II by the United States government.
right. And then
Hey,
with the
y'all gotta look up the butterfly revolution.
but hold on, check it out. Even with the Vietnam, before they dropped the goddamn nuclear bomb, they went over there and got 20,000 babies out of there.
Yeah.
Put them on the planes. Y'all ain't seen that? They got documentaries up there. They outfitted like 20 or 30 planes and just went and got all the babies out of Vietnam and brought them to the United States and raised them up
Yeah,
here.
there was a lot of Vietnamese. I remember in the late 70s, I was a kid. The housing projects in the South North Carolina, right there across where I used to live at, right? You see all these Vietnamese. They just came from the Vietnam. They put them in black housing projects. A lot of Vietnamese grow up speaking hood and whatnot. And when you got that a lot. People underestimate that how many Vietnamese grow up in the projects.
But when you know that story, Colin, now you understand how they can be in the hood like that. Even though they don't speak English that good or whatever, they're good in the hood because they was brought over here to the project.
Yeah, the hood was a step up for them when they came from.
And the Cambodians, oh my God.
Yeah, the Cambodians and the Vietnamese, man.
We used to have like Cambodian gangs and stuff. It's
Cambodia
crazy.
got some rough gangs,
Yo,
Bloods.
look how much power these tech gurus got now in America. The tech gurus damn near got enough legislative power as a president right now in America.
Well, just a money thing, you know what I'm saying? Like they try to say that the legislators are bought and whatever, but at the end of the day, it takes money to produce a bill. It takes money to, build something. And you got somebody that's gonna give you $1 billion, like, okay, cool. Like, what you need me to do for me? If it ain't illegal, you know what I'm saying? Like, the thing of it is that black people want money, white people want power. A white person will go broke to have power.
Yep.
You get what I'm saying? So that's why
that power will eventually replenish them and give them money back. Black people want the money right then and there.
Exactly. Right. That's what I'm saying. So, black people be like, I don't trust the banks. White person be like, man, put this in the bank, put this
Yo,
in this
Floyd
account.
Mayweather, that is so embarrassing.
It's
He
something,
has,
man. Caller,
he
I
has $1 billion
swear I wanted
in
to choke
cash, man.
before my grandmama died. I wanted to choke her ass out before she died. But she was talking about she don't trust the bank. You get what I'm saying? And I was like, they be stealing her money. I'm like, grandma, they ain't stealing your money. She was like, I know they stealing it. And I'm gonna put the roots on. I'm
Yo,
talking about just,
when black
just
people think like
ignorance.
that, don't even try it because there's nothing you can do to change them.
Nothing you can do. She sit up there with a magnifying glass going through the paper trying to find numbers so she can play the cash 3. You know what I'm saying? Like some real country ass shit. You get what I'm saying? And I'm just sitting there, you know what I'm saying?
Your grandmother was one of those ones that the family said, I don't put it in the bank. I just send it to my aunt such and such. And my grandma
She put it under the mattress, have it all hidden to the point she
you had
don't even
people that did
remember.
that. They said they had relatives holding money for them, you know?
No, my grandma used to hide her money, man. The goddamn she was the type person that had the money under the flower and have a bag of money and some change
Y'all,
and
I know what you talk about, the black
like
bag
stupid,
and a black bag and stuff like
yeah,
that.
stupid shit, man. It was just shocking. You know what I'm saying? And everybody was like, well, you know what I'm saying? You just think different. I'm like, man, I like, no, I'm just thinking about it practically. I'm just a practical thinker. So, in my family, everybody was religious. And then I used to see them motherfuckers practicing. I used to see them practicing on Saturdays and Fridays, going over how the mess is going to be and all that shit. And I'm like, man, and you know the funny part is, the day I stopped being a Christian was the day that I read the Bible. I was like, ain't no way in the world this shit
True
makes
shit.
sense.
Yeah, true shit.
Once you read the Bible, once you read it from beginning to end, it's no way you can follow that stupid shit.
Yo, it's crazy because I knew more about the Bible when I wasn't in the Bible no more.
Yeah. That's the crazy thing, because there's so much contradiction. Now, if you just a spiritual person and you use that as a guide, then that's fine. Because goddamn, I'm just like any other black person. I use a Bible verse to fit my narrative. But you sit up there talking about, you know what I'm saying, giving the rich nigga reading scriptures, you know what I'm saying, Jesus private banker, and thinking somebody over you watching you jack your dick off in the shower or in the bed, you know what I'm saying, and then you're going to fall on your magical kneecaps, and then you're going to have this wonderful life after you die. Hold on, Kwame. After you die, you get to have a good life. Hold on, let me say that one more time.
Yo,
You live like shit on earth, but you got to die
to
that's
reap the
what
benefit. Yo, you know what? You know what's worse. You know what's
slave people.
Yo, you know what's worse is, to me, the Bible promote poor culture. Like, it promotes you to be just be
to
modest.
be a soft nigga.
Yeah.
It teaches you to be docile, and that's what
Docile.
religion was used back in the days. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Even some of the
that's
emperors.
that's what it was used for. Yeah, in
Yeah,
some
some of the
ways. Yeah.
emperors that was going on with the emperors back in the day when they was losing the people, you know what I'm saying? Or he went, like, especially with Rome, when Rome was split into two, you know what I'm saying? He was like, how can I get the people? 'Cause, some of them, like Constantine, he wanted to rule all of it. He like, what I'm going to do? God damn it, I'm going to get baptized. Let me go get in this water and dunk my head in it.
Yo, it's to the point where,
But there are
if we
verses that
think,
radicalize people as well. So it's not black and white with religion though.
No. It's
listen, the
never black and
Bible.
white. What I'm saying is that from the beginning of time, when it was no Bible, these motherfuckers was worshiping the sun, the water, the worms, the cow, the crops. Now, back in the days, I guarantee you they was talking the same way like we talking now. What? You ain't worshiping the sun, you deserve to die. If you ain't worshiping the water, we taught it every 500 or 600 years, especially not now, we're in this age. But back in those days, they worship different deities. You get what I'm saying? Some of the motherfuckers was worshiping cats.
Yo, what you think promote that all the money is the root of all evil.
Only broke people say that.
But that all come from all the Bible and stuff like that. When it promote, the rich man is the devil, and
It's
the poor
people in
what is
classes.
it, the
It's to
the
keep
poor
people in
shall.
classes, low class, the
The meek,
workers,
the
the
meek shall
farmers.
inherit
Yeah,
the
Yeah.
yeah,
earth.
you know the quote. You know the
Yeah,
quote.
the broke niggas gonna inherit that. That's why them Hebrew Israelites out there standing on the corner screaming at people, talking about
Look,
we in bondage because we stole a mango and ate from the tree of goddamn
look,
cantaloupes or some dumb shit. Like we
yo,
some
listen,
special niggas.
yo. I always tell the Hebrew Israelites, you're practicing a poor man religion. And they said, what you mean? You gonna tell me, yo, the reason why the Jews on top because this is how God put it, and we going through some curses. That's why we poor. I'm like, yo, so when we gonna have our day, the rich Jew, they got all the money and the power. Yeah, that's how God put it. Cause we go inherit all the kingdom, so we gotta die to inherit this
Yeah.
kingdom.
We got to suffer. And so after we
Yeah,
suffer
we
for
gotta
being
suffer.
disobedient, then God gonna give us all. We even had Lewis tight shirt ass and sit up here talking about we in the last days of bondage. What the fuck you talking about? My old ass grandmama used to sit up there and say that shit 80 some years ago. Like soon and very soon, we in the last day. So 500 years ago, 500 years from now, gonna be some people still talking about we living in the last days.
Yeah.
People been
Yeah.
saying
Yeah,
that shit for the past 3,000 years in the last day. I'm pretty sure when them goddamn locusts that went up there and ate all they motherfucking corn and vegetables, they thought that they was in the last days then when famine came, when people had to goddamn kill their kids and so the family
yo,
can
yo,
survive, didn't have enough food. I'm pretty sure they was in the last day. I'm pretty sure their prayers was more
yo.
pure.
I always say, yo, if God ain't coming slavery, God ain't never coming. Cause
No,
the thing,
if it did come when the world was a dust bowl, when it was all ice. You get what I'm saying?
cause I always say, yo, I know slaves prayed the most. I know black people prayed the most when they was enslaved.
Bro,
And
so you think that you or my bald-headed ass mama and grandmama could pray better than the slaves that got finna get ready to get whipped and hung on a tree?
yeah,
You think that their prayers went? You think that my mom and grandmama that live in home, grandma worked at Delta and mama worked for the federal government? Do you think that their prayers were better than the slaves that still got the scratch marks of the slave that they finna got them get up there and get whipped in front of their kids, husband, family? You think
right.
that and nobody came to help them, but now y'all niggas think y'all got a personal relationship with God. Now y'all think that y'all can go out there and sell pussy and have a relationship with God. Now y'all niggas think that y'all can rob and kill, but y'all got a relationship with God. God is real. God is real while you killing and stealing. God is real while you got them sucking dick for $40.
And they say only God can judge
And
me.
only God can judge me. That's a more personal pimp. God is my personal pimp. Invisible pimp. You know what I'm saying? That's why they call him the Sky Dad. That's what we call him in the
God
South.
daddy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
he's
got the
God
Sky
daddy.
Daddy, motherfucker. It ain't listen, you might as well. Goddamn, let's put it like this: the movie Matrix. Neo is goddamn Jesus, and goddamn the black guy is Morpheus is God.
Morpheus.
Goddamn, and Harry Potter is Jesus, and Dumbledore is God. They make these little stupid ass shit up that make you think that you're gonna go up here and you're gonna go up there to heaven, y'all gonna stand in line, and then somebody gonna read your past to you, and everybody just gonna be waiting like God gonna just do this for the 5 billion people that's on the earth now, and the 5 billion people that don't died the last 100 years, and the 5 billion before that, and the 5 billion before that. Like, do y'all understand how many people
Yo,
have been on this earth since the beginning of
y'all,
time?
y'all
And y'all
always
think that when you die, you're going to get in some type of line where your whole life is going to play back and you're going to get judged?
y'all always say this to Christian. Why didn't God just step in? Why did he crack the cloud during slavery? Said, nah, this is
It,
enough. Y'all did
it's
enough. Y'all
and you
did
know what
enough
they
to these
always
people.
say, like, I am. So I'm talking about, I always say this to all of them. I said, there's so much destruction, so much whatever, and God is talking to you, and you got to, then they tell you, you just got to listen. You got to just listen. You ain't
No, you
listening
just
hard
gotta
enough.
believe. You just
Yeah.
gotta believe. You
I
don't
like,
gotta know. You just gotta believe.
like, if y'all ever, have y'all ever seen the movie Eternals by
It's
Disney,
called
by
divine
Marvel?
intervention. Like some people believe that God intervenes in the affairs of human beings.
Right.
I don't believe that
Honey
because I
flower,
haven't
honey
seen.
flower. Let me give you a scenario, and I use this on Christians all the time. You got two neighbors. You got your next door neighbor to your left, and you got your next door neighbor to your right. Both of them go out there and crank up their car. The one on the left say, "This is the devil." And the one go out there and try to crank up their car and it don't work. He gonna say, "Oh, this God telling me not to go do something." But both of their cars didn't crank. But one of them call it the devil and one call him God. God, which one is right?
Mhm. Like I believe in God. I believe in a creator, but I don't believe that that creator intervenes in every single person's life at every moment. Like
So, honey
because
fly, you don't believe in Revelation. You don't believe Jesus gonna crack the cloud with 300 soldiers and come down and save us. You don't believe that?
Or you don't believe that it's gonna be 13 virgins for the Muslims.
Yeah.
so
Like you
on
gonna
my
have your dick
bloodline
in
I have
heaven.
Christians and I have Muslims. On my bloodline, I'm Ethiopian and Sudanese. So but me, the way I view, I'm not. It's kind of like I'm like more like a mystic. I know
Agnostic.
that there's a source, God, that created everything,
Right.
but I don't believe in an anthropomorphic, like human being type God with feelings and
Yeah.
emotions and
So,
stuff.
honey fly,
Hey,
you
hold on,
really
hold on.
don't.
Hey, bro, Kwame, that was a cute way of saying she don't follow the rules and regulations. That was a cute
Right.
way of
Because
saying
there's
that.
things that doesn't make
Yeah, I
sense.
get you.
So
Listen. You preaching to the choir. I understand. I'm
Yeah,
telling you
facts.
that some things of the Bible make sense, and a lot of that shit don't make no goddamn sense at all. But the funny part
I don't
is that
take it all. The thing is, I don't take the verses seriously. A
right.
lot of it is allegorical to me because if I take everything literally, then it wouldn't make sense. Talking snakes and stuff like that.
So,
It's
honey
just
fly, you don't believe in the Tawido church? You don't believe in that?
no. I wasn't raised Christian. I was raised Muslim.
Oh,
So
so
I don't know anything about the whole white Jesus, and I don't have that issue. It's more
so you don't
like
believe in the sunnah? You don't believe in the prophet? You don't believe in that? You don't
because I
believe?
believe I believe after the prophet died, they started writing stuff about him saying, he's a pedophile and all that stuff. So I
So you don't
believe that
believe in the hadith and the salaf and the what they call them? Salaf.
I just think she believes in parts of it. You know what I'm saying? The
yeah,
parts that make sense.
I reject a lot of stuff that came after. I believe God is one, that there's only one God that created everything. But as far as like the Arabic culture, like two things that are, obviously like the covering of the face, things that are too much, I don't follow.
So you
Let me
don't
tell you.
believe Muhammad gonna come back and break all the crosses and then bring Jesus
No,
back
I
to pray
believe
to
no,
pray on the.
that's in a hadith, and I believe he died. Jesus died. I don't believe in anyone coming back and saving
Okay,
us.
but you do believe in a heaven and a hell.
I believe in the next life. I don't
Okay,
know if
got you.
that's
Now, see, the one
yeah.
thing that I always try to ask Christians about, even family members, I'm like, so if I go to heaven, which body am I gonna have? Am I gonna have my 30-year-old body, my 40-year-old body? You know what I'm saying? My 12-year-old body. Which body am I? Let's get deep into that. And
Yeah.
they sit up there and look at me crazy. I'm like, I'm trying to find out. Will I still have my dick? You know what I'm saying? Will I piss?
Or will
Will I have
you
to?
reincarnate? Like I think about stuff like that. Will you
I
come
get you.
back?
Reincarnation, makes more sense than what they talk about. Because when Christians talk about going to heaven, it get real fucking vague. It get real vague. Am I gonna have this bald spot in the middle of my head where I have to shave my head every day? You get what I'm saying? Like, if my knees still gonna crack when I get up, you know what I'm saying? Am I gonna be able to float? Am I gonna be able to fly? You know what I'm saying? Am I still gonna have sperm? You know what I'm saying? Like,
I always ask them, are we gonna be able to have sex in heaven?
yeah, I just want to know, can I piss? Will I still be able if I drink fluids, will I still have my intestines? Or will I be a spirit? So now if I'm a spirit and I'm invisible, so if I go to hell, it's gonna be some special flames that can
Right.
burn.
Cuz how can
So,
you burn light?
how can you burn something that's see-through?
Yeah,
So it's gonna be some.
the soul is no. They say that the soul was the breath of even within Islam and everything. They said the soul is from the breath of God. Is made out of light. So how can you burn something that's made out of light? Light is warm, is energy, is heat. Like how you gonna burn that?
You know what?
unless you have flesh.
I just, that's why I got my kids, and we had this whole conversation. Black people, we don't like to talk about death, but what I'm saying, I informed them within 72 hours. I want to be on that George Foreman grill. You get what I'm saying? Don't be spending,
Right.
don't be spending no goddamn money talking about getting in a fucking limo and eating chicken and go eat chicken the day before I die. Don't goddamn do all that stupid shit with that money. Go survive and go goddamn be smart. You know what I'm saying? But this is the thing though. As the black community,
I'm wondering, can I gamble like God did with Job? Like he had the devil come up there, they made a bet on Job life. Like, nah, I'm telling you,
Yeah,
he ain't got
that's
the
how them type of stories are traumatizing to me.
yeah, those type
When
of
I read
stories.
stuff about God arguing with Moses and stuff, I don't like that.
Yeah, them type of
the
stories.
funniest thing is Job, because the devil and God is making bets. They making
Right.
bets.
That's actually terrible. That's a
They doing
nightmare.
like parlays. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, God and the devil doing parlays on
Yeah.
Job.
Yeah, I bet you. I bet you that motherfucker will curse you. You know what I'm saying? Like, hey man, let me do it. Let me rape his bitch. Let me kill his bitch. Let me kill his kids. You know what I'm saying? Let me
I'm
see.
like,
Let's
yeah.
see. And God,
I'm
like,
like,
man,
damn.
let's see. Now,
What was the over? What's the under with
yeah,
Job?
but hold on, but let me tell you
That's why
why
you
that's
can't take it literally because
oh,
it's just
of course,
ridiculous
of course,
when you
but let me
do
tell
this.
you why it didn't make no sense when I read it. I'm like, but this contradicts because God already know what's gonna happen. So if God
So
Exactly.
already
why he
know what's
making
going,
bets?
yeah, why is
With
he
the
making?
with the apple thing, he knew he was gonna eat
Yeah,
the apple and all
Yo,
that.
you got stories in the Bible where God talk about he can't defeat iron chariots.
yeah, like
And then
crazy
it's
shit.
just too
So
much.
so if you know what's gonna happen before it's happened, so before you make a left, I'm already at the left because I already know you're gonna step to the left. So
yo,
it just doesn't make sense, man. You know what I'm saying?
it get crazy in Islam cause they talk about God got two right hands, all type of yo, Islam is cool. It's
Yeah, I didn't get
crazy.
that deep in that. Now, one thing I will admit though, that Islam, because I was locked up, I just knew that where at the Christian church, that's where all of the faggots was at in jail. That's where all of the drug dealing. That's where everybody go in there, swap their drugs, swap their shanks. You could buy shanks. It was like a prison like market. You know what I'm saying? But in the
Nah, that's a fact. That's a fact.
where,
I
where
did
the
a little time
Muslim
on
was
right
at,
things up today.
where the Muslim was at, it was more controlled. You know what I'm saying? It was more structure. So I'll say this, honey flower.
Hmm.
If I had to make a choice, it would be Islam because it's more structured.
Yeah, there's more structure
It's
within
way
Islam.
more structured. It ain't without like I tell anybody, I'm like, one thing about Christianity, y'all got the best songs, y'all got the best dances, y'all can shake y'all ass all day, you can roll around, you know what I'm saying? You can see chicks titty bouncing, you can see all that good stuff up in the black church. You get what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Y'all can eat chicken and shit, you know, but
You can eat pork sandwiches,
yeah, you
everything.
can eat pork, you can
Because
eat pork.
Islam recognizes gender. It puts a heavy emphasis on male and female. That's why the gender roles are very clear. That's important for society, for a
That
family,
is.
you
But in the
know?
Yeah.
Muslim center, we all got in a circle. You know what I'm saying? And everybody read a chapter. That we did that every day. You know what I'm saying? We read a chapter. Everybody that was in there before the email, the
The
email
email.
got
Yeah.
email got up there speaking. He was a convict too. You get what I'm saying? Like we used to have the one on the outside. He used to come in there once a month. But then I figured out he was just coming in there to find out who was getting out of prison.
But
So
but
because he
but you
had a
can't lie.
construct.
You can't lie though. Islam in jail it's kind of like a gang though.
It is like a game. In the email outside, he was in there to get construction because he had a construction company and he was trying to get them because they was getting that $7,500 benefit if you hire a convicted felon. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
That's
Okay.
that's if you got a business in especially in Georgia. It might be federal now. I think it's federal law now. If you hire a convicted felon, you get like a 7,500 tax write-off.
Okay. That's what's up.
Yes. So that's now some companies don't fuck with him at all, but that's what he was trying to do. But what I'm saying is it was just more structure. We all ate together. You get what I'm saying? And on top of that, like even if you was a Muslim back then, if you could get your rooms changed because of the pork, the diet of the pork and all that. You know what I'm saying? What you eat and all that, and how you pray. You get what I'm saying? Praying 5 times. I was praying 5 times a day. All that shit. Now, don't get me wrong. When I got out of jail, I tried that shit. I used to try to make up prayers and all that, man. You know, to that day, I went to the rib shack. You know what I'm saying? It took a half a slab of ribs, you know what I'm saying, to be like, man, look, I appreciate them helping me get out because I was wilding the fuck out. But man, I gotta have these ribs, man. I ain't going because I was one of them type of people that I wasn't gonna play with it. Either I was gonna be all the way in it or I was gonna back all the way out. You know what I'm saying?
See, when I was doing Islam, it was more. It was more because I was talking to a chick from Egypt, so she was trying to get me to convert. So I used to go with her to the mosque, to the what they call the Islamic school again, the masjid. It's not the mosque. I forgot the.
Madrasa.
It's is it the mosque?
Madrasa.
Yeah. I try all that shit, but I'm like, nah, this a little different for
You
me.
was doing all that to fuck?
Nah, I was already fucking. I was
Okay, got
already
you, got
fucking.
you. Okay, you was whipped then.
Yeah, she
Okay,
was,
got you.
but you know, she was trying to get me to marry
What
her
do
and
you
all
mean?
that.
Like, were you engaged to her, or you guys were just sleeping together?
Nah, we was together, but she was into Islam. We wasn't married or nothing, but Islam's a
Oh,
little
so
different
that's
though.
against the rules.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You know, chicks gonna break the rules.
Yeah. They definitely got, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like it's structure, but all the rules are definitely, you know what I'm saying? The definitely
At the
like,
end of the day, we're humans, so lust is,
yeah. Like
Yeah.
you'll catch dudes on the host stroll with a kufi on, you know what I'm saying? Rod looking for some butt, you know what I'm saying? Like the sexual urge, like the one thing about us in America being hyper advanced far as industrial, we're hyper advanced with sexuality too. That's why we so freaky as fuck. Like when I talk to my Kenyan chick, you know what I'm saying? She ain't nowhere
freaky. I'm not
freaky.
freaky.
Huh?
I don't know. I'm not freaky.
That's what I'm saying. She's like that too. She's from Mubasa.
Nairobi.
Her family, she from Nairobi, but you know, in fact, she was living in Mubasa. But what I'm saying is like the freaky, like the get her to talk a certain type of way. She was like, it would be embarrassing for her. You know what I'm
Yes,
saying?
it's
Like,
too embarrassing and
yeah,
cringy. Like to
Yeah.
do phone sex and all that
Yo,
stuff.
yeah,
you know it's
yeah.
crazy. You know it's crazy why y'all say that? Like, cause I I felt bad because I was taking her off a dean. Like, you feel me?
You were taking off the path
Yeah,
of righteousness,
yeah, I was taking her off the dean.
digging her down.
Yeah.
Digging her down off the path of righteousness, man. Hey, man, but you know what, though? But that's the thing about it is that no matter what you really believe in, pussy or dick will always supersede it. I'm not gonna say supersede it for long term, but it'll definitely make you straight. Now, for me, it was
Yeah.
ribs. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm just not an overly
Yeah, I was
sexualized.
thinking like, did you really switch up over a plate
Over
of
some
ribs?
rims, man. You know what I'm saying? Over some goddamn rims. I was like, man, I'm done praying. And they was like, do you want to take this to go? Hell yeah, I'm gonna eat it later too. So I was like, I know I ain't gonna be praying when I got these rims in the refrigerator, you know what I'm saying? So it just so everything just stopped. The pork, the swine, the swine got me up out of it. So, but you know what? The way I look at it, I'm a logical person. If I was gonna let the ribs take me out of that, it was gonna be something else. It was gonna be something. I was ready to stop all that praying, and then with the rat race of life, just so much going on. I ain't feel like praying because when you stay in a major city, especially Atlanta, you get to the point that like if you ain't got no help, like you gonna have to do some things to get some money. You know what I'm saying? Like it's expensive
Right.
out here. And I know for a fact, the same way I talk shit about a Christian person praying, thinking something gonna fall in this lap, is the same way I thought about praying 5 times a day
A
wasn't gonna get
day.
nothing to fall in my lap. So soon as I start eating them ribs, I started back hustling too. I started, I started back hustling. But I was like, look, I'm gonna be smart. I'm just gonna sell weed. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Then there go the hard, there go the soft. But you know what? One thing I always kept the point that this OG told me was in jail. He said, "Do not have enough drugs on you that you can't bond out that same day." You get what I'm saying? He said, do not keep enough on there that you can't burn out that same day, or if you get locked up on the weekend by that Monday. You know what I'm saying? Nothing that you got to plead guilty to automatic jail time. You know what I'm saying? And that's something that I kept with me. So, you know what I'm saying? Like just, keeping an ounce of weed, you know what I'm saying? And maybe, the pot, and that, you know what? And that made me learn how to cook up crack, because back in those days, you could get less time for powder. You know what I'm saying? Powder, you didn't get that much. You would get mandatory time with crack. So I just learned how to keep up crack. So I would keep like an ounce of powder, an ounce of weed. You know what I'm saying? And you wouldn't get no mandatory jail time. But if I got caught with an ounce of crack, I would get a trafficking charge, and a trafficking charge was automatically prison time. You know what I'm saying? You would have to do 18 to 24 months mandatory. But with powder, if it was anything under 32 grams, you know what I'm saying, you would get like a simple possession or possession intent to distribute, and you can get it reduced down to a possession. You can't get that reduced with crack. So those was one of those laws with Joe Biden put in there with the 3 strike that had it set up to where you would get more time for crack, and most people sold crack was black people. So you would get the same amount of time for 7 bags of crack than somebody would get having 4 ounces of pure powder, even though they're the same drug. One of them just got baking soda in it. That's the only difference between powder and crack.
Yo, it's wild. It's wild now because now you got the opiates and stuff hitting the white community,
Yeah,
and
they got that
it's
synthetic shit.
yeah.
They
The
got
CCP is behind that.
that synthetic shit. Them dudes up there in
Colin, are
DC,
you awake? Did he
Colin
sleep?
knocked the fuck out. Because if Colin definitely sleep, 'cause he would have ended the live by now. Colin definitely knocked the fuck out. But you know what I'm saying? Like they got
He
that.
usually does not sleep this early though.
Man, Colin's a hard working man. Me and him was talking earlier while he was at work. So yeah, he been up all day. But the thing about it is with the synthetic, like you got them people up there on that K2, and anything synthetic got chemicals in it, like intentional.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. Like back when I was like a teenager, I had got locked up, and that was like the thing. I'm not gonna lie. Yo, I wouldn't advise nobody to ever do that shit.
You tried the K2?
Yeah, when it first came out, cause that was
Yeah.
going around in the jail, like, yo, this it's a new weed that could beat the system, beat the drug test, whatever. Bro, I tried that shit, bro. I felt like my brain snapped in half. I can't even explain
I
the
tried it too, but what it did for me is that it dried up my whole mouth. Like my whole mouth was like, it was like a cactus. Like I couldn't goddamn get no saliva to my, like, you know what I'm saying? It's like I couldn't swallow or nothing. Like whenever I drunk, it was like I had a thirst. Like it was dried up. Like it scared the
yo,
shit out of me. I
yo,
tried it one time.
I had an out of body experience and I almost died, no cap. Like that, that gotta be the worst thing to ever. I'm not even gonna lie.
And what state you was in?
Oh, New York.
See, in DC, they had this shit they called salt. It was K2, but it was different. They had came up with a different ingredient for different versions of K2. So they had this stuff called salt. And the girl I was fucking with, she goddamn was on the salt. You know what I'm saying? She used to put that shit in the microwave, wet it and put something on, put it in the microwave. And that's that shit. I mean, dried the fuck up, man. You get what I'm saying? Like, that was my first and last time doing it. Like, if she went and got that shit, I'd never forget. She went and got it from these like Indian people at this gas
Yeah.
station.
Yeah, up here is the Yemeni people. They sell it.
That's probably who it
Man,
was.
yeah, man. That shit is some next level shit.
Yeah, yeah,
I seen dudes break their face off that shit. I seen a dude try to eat a police face, like really try to eat his face off the K2 before.
bruh. This chick. Cause after I tried it one time, I stopped. But that's what she fucked with. And you know what? I let her fuck with it because it was cheaper than buying, all the rest of the shit. It still was cheaper, bruh. We went to Wendy's. You know what I'm saying? And this chick bit inside the Wendy's burger and fell asleep like that. I'm talking about like full with the burger still in her mouth, her teeth still connected to it. She fell asleep in the chair just like that, just like that.
Yo, I was playing poker. They had to my cell off the K2, and I say I would never ever in my life do no shit like that. I'm like, yo, this can't be no weed. But when it first came out, when we was trying in New York, we thought it was weed. We didn't know it was like some synthetic, some other stuff.
Now I see. Now I knew it was synthetic for the jump because I sold weed, so I started comparing it. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to feel the texture. I had a little grinder, so I wanted to grind it up. You know what I'm saying? Like and look at it and everything. And I'm like, bro, what is this shit right here? But I wanted to try it though. You know what I'm saying? But
Yo,
it's
and one, yo, the shit cracked my brain, King. The shit cracked my brain, and I had an out of body experience. I never, yo, that shit is different.
But it's definitely a wild scene. But you know what but see that's the generation that we in now is that all the drugs that used to get called lame for doing, everybody doing now. You know what I'm saying?
Now
Everybody.
the perks is killing the kids. Now I'm not even gonna
Yeah.
lie.
Oh man, let me tell you something. My homeboy, that's when I saw the machine that make them. My homeboy got a machine that make the perks.
Mm.
Make them. You get what I'm saying? Like it's just shocking what they put in there, the Molly, and people think the Molly ain't nothing but ice. You know what I'm saying? It is Molly is Molly and meth is first cousins. There's so much the same. You know what I'm saying? But the difference is that the
Nah,
dude.
I think the perks is worse than the mollies.
Oh
Those,
yeah, yo, definitely. But I'm saying between the the Molly and the meth, you know what I'm saying? Like
oh yeah,
the meth was harder to do because you got to be smart to make meth. So the Molly that the black people is getting, it was like a byproduct from the meth. You get what I'm saying? So that's why it was so hard to find it. Like the white dudes can find the milk, or they find the recipe, and it was so many people make it, just like moonshine. Like you can find a white person, know somebody that got moonshine. You can't find that many black people that make their own liquor. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, that's a fact. That's a
Because
fact.
it
Unless,
take
unless
time.
they in jail making hooch or some shit like
Man, I never. Once you start talking, cause see, we like nowadays the prison, the diff, y'all had buckets and mop buckets and and when I was in jail, they was straight up. You had to make that shit in the toilet. You had to put a plastic bag in the toilet.
oh.
That's the way they just get like two. They just get like two plastic bags, and dudes used to blow inside it to make sure it have no holes in it. You know what I'm saying? Like, when I was in that, it was so barbaric and ancient. You get what I'm saying? Like, it was real. It was real head buster wig split. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was real, just kind of barbaric. It was like living in medieval times. You get what
Nah,
I'm saying?
I
Like,
feel like that's what the perk doing to these young kids now. Cause
oh yeah.
the perks is damaging these young kids like crazy. Dudes is leaning like fiends, and they just going with the perks and the lean is like next level crackhead level.
But what I don't understand is that how do they get that strong ass? How do they hide that strong ass marijuana now?
I don't know.
Cause that shit is loud as fuck. They got the perfect name for it. Like I could be riding in my truck and ride by somebody's car and smell it. These dudes be having whole bags of shit, unless they got some bunk, unless they got some dirt.
Oh, you talking
Like,
about like the new weed, like the gumbo and stuff like that.
yeah, that shit be like unless they got goddamn like the oil or the motherfucking gummies or something. But I cannot understand how can you hide the smell of gas like that good marijuana. How can you because the only way you can do it, you would have to cut the once you open the bag, you're gonna have to have the little air sealer.
Yeah, you got the air seal it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like how you gonna what asshole you gonna fit that in to get it in there? You know what I'm saying? So you know what I'm saying? I'm lost on that. Now don't get me wrong. I know the officers were sneaking some of that stuff in there. You know what I'm saying? Like it was the chicks that was sneaking shit in there and they weave and shit. But they don't start catching on it. Now they dropping the shit in drones.
Drones, yeah.
Yeah, drones and shit. You know what I'm saying? So, but you
E-
know, for we was there, it was just cigarettes. Now y'all they got everything up in there, man. Cash and
even where you at down there in Atlanta, because I be going down to Atlanta like back and forth sometimes. Man, like the dudes are dropping 30 perks in a cup of Sprite with syrup and all this crazy shit. I'm like, yo,
yeah, they burnt out. They burnt the fuck out, man. And then they just go to raping the chicks. You know what I'm saying? Like these dudes wild hell. But look, listen, man. You know what I'm saying? I don't came and bought some work and you know what I'm saying, dealt with these young dudes. And there's like 8 dudes and 2 chicks up in there, and they all getting high. I'm looking at these hoes like, what the fuck y'all think finna happen? Y'all sitting up in here. It's like 8 dudes and 2 chicks with some leggings on.
oh the girls probably doing more drugs than the
But
dudes
that's what I'm
nowadays.
saying. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, I'm just gonna call it rape because that's what it is. But you know what I'm saying? Them kids, they passed out and that's how them hoes don't be knowing who they baby daddies is. Because every nigga in the house don't beat them down when they get high and drunk.
Yo, nowadays, yo, you could leave a club with a chick and she probably like, yo, how I get
Yeah,
here?
yeah, yeah. Where I met you at?
Yeah, for real.
You know what I'm saying?
So let me, Kwame, I want to play something for you. And we was talking about this yesterday about the dominant culture in New York. As a video. You listening? I'm gonna play this video.
Hi.
That it doesn't
Yo, we
exist.
thought you was asleep.
Understand it. There's nothing more confusing to black people from around the country than to go to a city like New York City and then being juxtaposed with so many other black people from other areas in the world. Whereas in the South, in the Midwest, in the West Coast, if you're black, you're primarily black American first. If you move to New York from Detroit, you move to New York from Atlanta, Alabama, Tennessee, you're going to feel as if the presence of Black American people is less or diminished or not represented enough because you, as a Black person, did not grow up with various types of Black people. Being from New York City is its own thing. We grew up exposed to cultures from around the world, and it's not just Black people. In New York City, you have the Jews, the Italians, the Polish, the Irish, the Russians, the Koreans, the Chinese, the Taiwanese, the Thai, and these pockets of people create what I understand in my life, and that is an amalgamation of living together to create what New York City is. Now, for you to be an outsider and a transplant and to come to New York or be in my comment sections saying that, oh, something's wrong with those New York Black people. Oh, all they do is pander to Caribbean. Oh, they play Caribbean music. Oh, yeah, and we eat food from around the world and we're more exposed to people from around the world. That's just what our culture is in the city that we're from. You don't understand it, which is fine. I'm not asking you to understand.
That's the whole thing I was trying to tell you. The thing about New York City is this, right? With the average New Yorker, right? When you live in New York, you're exposed to literally millions of people more than the average person around the world. Millions of people. Every time you look at, there's a Chinese person talking to you. You come across this Chinese, a Korean, Jew, Caribbeans, whatnot. All that thing shapes how you see the world and your culture. So, like I said, when people say, "Is New York Black American?" Yeah, but I'm also Caribbean too, because I grew up in New York and I was deeply influenced by Puerto Rican culture, Caribbean culture, Asian culture, Irish culture, Italian culture. You know, matter of fact, our foods in New York, black in New York, were not. My family makes good lasagna and spaghetti. You know, we get that from the Italians. You know, so
Yeah.
we absorb everything. You know, and that's why on the surface it looked like, oh, there's no FBA in New York. No, it's just that culture in black culture in America and New York has evolved to include all these things that you clearly can't tell who's black American, you know, anymore.
Nah, that's true. That's true. Cause I'm not gonna lie. Some Black Americans, you would think they're Haitian or Jamaican by the
When
way they
people
move
say
and the
like
music they play.
Americans in New York, no, just that they're New Yorkers. New York's a melting pot, so therefore you may have Black Americans, but like some of my family, when you swear they're from the islands when they playing reggae and shit like that. No, they're from freaking North Carolina, and Georgia, but we're just basically all around Caribbeans a lot, and we pick up the music. We got the Jamaican spots we go to, and stuff like that. So we basically absorb all these things. That's how New York is. We absorb it. But New York in the South, when I moved down South, man, a lot of my friends were like, nah, man. I started to play reggae. I can't listen to that reggae. I was like, they were literally repulsed. Now we had these one clubs that were really hardcore clubs. You would see some at the time. Buju Banton was popular,
Right.
That was about it. But for the most part, man, everybody was like, man, I can't listen to that reggae stuff or that. It was like you would think I was talking like it was like I was playing Cantonese music. I mean, that's how it was down here. That reggae stuff. I'm like, look at these motherfuckers like, yeah, that's what I knew. There's a difference, In New York, we're so used to being around multiculturalism and whatnot. It's all natural to us.
That's why I always tell people that I talk to that push like the FBA thing. I'm like, yo, this would never work in New York.
New York people, no one in New York knows what that damn FBA is, No one knows what a fucking FBA is. Now, really, you don't. Now, I'll tell you one thing. A couple of years ago, I went to New York, right? And shut up, Ross Moise. Check us out. I went to Rhode Island, right? I was passing to New York, upstate New York, and I went to go see my uncle, right? And he was telling me, I said, Uncle, let's go for a ride, right? I took him to the store with him, and spent some time together, right? So I was spending one night in New York, my friend, and then I would head back to Virginia. Anyway, he goes, I was getting out of the car, he said, yo, there's somebody you gotta listen to. I found out. I go, who? Have you ever heard of Yvette Carnell Tone Talk? They have this thing called America Says. I feel my uncle always was saying slight shit about Caribbeans since I was a kid,
Yeah.
But when he saw Yvette Carnell, I said, man, uncle, they're clowns, really. he just found gospel truth with that in the lost movement, I was like, dude, man, uncle, man, come on, man. He goes, yeah, see, they want our reparations, and we got to delineate from them or that. This is his chance to get
They're
back.
gonna take some of our check. We gonna cut the check.
Look, he said tonight, okay, Colin, if you don't want your reparations, I said, look, I've said on record right now, if the reparations come, G can have my check. Y'all hear that, right? Y'all got it, right?
Did you hear them clowns on Diney Show yesterday about that shit?
Listen to that, man. Yeah, that Mr. Sandman is a clown, man.
Well, I told you know what? You heard him? John, he was trying to say today he was a Republican. Then I called him on the show. I called him 2 weeks ago and asked him, I'm like, who did you vote for? He was like, well, if you let me explain why. I'm like, no, nigga, just tell me who you voted for. Then give me the song and dance. I like start tap dancing after you give me the answer, nigga. He was like, well, you ain't gonna let me say. I'm like, nigga, I'm sorry I even asked you the question. I know you voted for Kamala. And he's like, yeah, I voted. Then today he was sitting there talking about he a fucking Republican. I'm telling you something.
Yo, I was so mad, I almost crashed my car, man. I was like, I feel like jumping through the fuck. But T. Khalid took care of him,
T. Khalid was on his ass today.
He took care of him. But that dude, I said, dude, he reminded me of the dude I was telling you about earlier, Pianki. That's how Pianki is. Black people ain't shit right now. This dude went from pro-blacky to black,
So fuck y'all niggas. Y'all niggas lazy. Y'all don't work hard as the Mexicans.
Yeah, he got that contract, man, and he was just like adamant, niggas ain't shit.
Yeah.
That money will do it. Money will make you comfortable, man,
Yep.
He's complete through us, but Monty's still friends with him on Facebook, man.
That nigga said, man, if black people had the same energy that like the Mexican that walk 1,000 miles to get to the United States, we would be better.
How smart. My cleaning lady's from Guatemala. I love her to death, right? She today she did my house and my office, right? And I think it was a total of $200, right? It takes us like 4 hours to do my house, right? Then she must have headed over there, right? When I left my office at 5 o'clock. She told, you know, so $200 we pay her, but she does like maybe like 3 houses a day, right? That's
Yo,
hard to get
yo,
to work.
Ross boy, Sim Police versus Nigeria, or Sim Police versus Volvo. It's always legendary.
Actually, Volvo was making sense a little bit, last couple of times, but
He
but
makes
he was
he
making
makes sense the first 2 minutes, and then he gonna. But you know what? I felt now. I actually feel bad for him today. I felt that he's an alcoholic, bro.
it really is.
He be
Right.
drunk, man. He be drunk as shit. You know what I'm saying? Cause he got down. I'm talking about the last show that he was on, and him and Johnny. He was drunk as fuck. He kept picking up this can that had nothing in it.
What you call it? You heard Elvis belittling his career as a truck driver?
Yeah, I heard him.
Oh, you
But
didn't?
see, that's Volvo trying to make his job, because he just I think he do tanker work. You know what I'm saying? And he go home. He works a shift, you know what I'm saying? And I think he got some against that old country dude Maximilian, who owned his own
Yeah,
country.
he got a bone to pick with Maximilian.
Yeah, he got a bone a bit, so he trying to make himself look better, like he's an owner, you know what I'm saying? So even he trying to go against
Nah,
me.
you and Maximilian be putting him in his place though.
But you know what? I felt
Yo,
bad when
when you show him that driveway with your truck, he get tight.
yeah, I told him he need to get out that closet that he be sitting in. And then he
Where
trying
is
to
that
say
place? Where's
then
that
he
place?
trying to, hey, Colin, he tried to say he was 6'2". I'm like, how?
There's no way, man.
That's
That
like
nigga
your
carries
body
you to
frame
5'5".
say you 6'2".
He's like 5'5" and shit. Yeah.
Man, at the most.
And like I said, you could call me the ringmaster because I deal with a circus of deadly clowns and whatnot. And right when I get up there, man, Kyle always come up and starting shit with everybody. Nah, I ain't starting shit. I saw Elvis up there, and I just couldn't let that stand, man. I was like, "What the hell? Goddamn, using my
He's
show."
annoying.
Yeah, 6 hours. But he wasn't. Notice how he wasn't on today because he knew I would have been on his ass.
Crazy.
Everything that Elvis stands for is like, it's just everything that I'm against.
He sounds gay, right?
He sounds like a liberal woman.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Tyler,
Nah, chill, Wildflower.
Tyler, is
Chill,
that not
yo.
what I said earlier today?
Yeah, we said that all the time, man.
That's
Yeah,
what we said
no,
today.
you're right. You're right. Elvis does sound gay. I knew he was like that the first day I ever heard him talk.
No, he doesn't sound gay
No,
and
he does
everything.
No,
sound
he
gay
does
when
sound
He
gay.
has
he
talking
sounds
points of
gay.
like
Just listen to
liberal
the way he
women.
talk. Listen to the stances and that he takes and stuff.
Nah,
You know
He
what?
Elvis,
that
You know
he
what?
just
On
he
the
sound like
real,
a
you
he
know
just
what?
sound
On
like
the
a
real,
spoiled
that he
he
child.
always
definitely
remind me of, like me and Carla are both older. He remind me of Bert and Ernie, like Bert. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
He sound like the difference. Like got that, like he got a kazoo in his mouth or something. You know what I'm saying? Like he just doesn't. It just don't sound right. So and he's like a contrarian. So like for people that don't know him, that you could get thrown off his mess. You'll just be talking. He'll be like, so you don't think that little
Yo,
kid,
what's the other dude you be wilding up? Oh,
Mr.
this
Nigerian?
nah, the sissy boy.
Oh yeah, the gay.
You much shy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't show Shy gets no love, man. You know what I'm saying? Cause he secretly like diamonds. You know what I'm saying? So he be sitting.
Also, Philip Lindsay. I don't think Phil's gay.
You know,
He
Kala.
got a man crush
Yo,
on
he
him.
be sound. Yo, when you come boy, he always sound like he about to cry. Like nah, I be feeling bad
Yeah,
for him.
and then he was like, "Hustle be triggering me." I'm like, "Man, you gay?" I'm like, "Man, listen." That's why I be saying it. I'm like, "Listen, man, ain't nothing about a movement about gay about the black unity of black getting anywhere started with some faggots." You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like you need to go sit over there with the women. Go over there and comb the women hair and goddamn and pretend like you're a woman, man. Don't get on here.
I told you that was the reason why the BAO split, right? was
No,
Yeah,
good.
you said that.
yeah, you said that.
That
You
was
know
the
what
reason
made
why we
me
split
laugh?
over that issue right there. And I was they were trying to be like, bro, collar, blah, blah, blah. I stood my friggin' ground, you know? I said, no way I could be a legitimate Matter of fact, Holt was actually thinking about going after Irritated Genie. I said, don't you do that. That's suicidal for any organ. We were just starting out, and he was gonna make a video about Irritated Genie, you know? I was like, dude, man. He made a video. He said, should I publish this? Everybody was like, hell friggin' no, you know?
I
You
give
know what made
everybody a
me
pass.
laugh?
Oh, go ahead, honey flower. Go ahead.
The situation Ola doesn't come back on this thing because Ola said that Hustle Smart recorded a lady
Eating the chicken,
eating
bro.
chicken.
Funny.
And he said that Kala and
Dollar
Hustle
bill.
Smart sit up there and make fun of Africans on their show, and he was
I
saying,
never said nothing about Africa.
It wasn't.
how come
Why
you
is it
never
that hold up?
addressed that though?
Why is
Because
it that
he
hold up? Why
went
is
on
it that
Dinah's show
look?
and
Why
he
is it
said
that
that.
the same Africans or Caribbeans, when I talk about Black Americans, they're right there. Yes, yes, yeah, Colin, go for it, right?
Yeah, true.
But you know, pretty soon, you know, the clock always turns around the clock and it's gonna be
Yeah.
your turn. You know, and you have to
You
know that.
remember that guy,
Yo,
the Mr.
everybody got
Nigeria?
to get
He's
their
like,
day, man.
cuss
Everybody
them
got to
Everybody
out,
get
has
their
their
day.
cuss
day,
them
man.
out. I was like,
But say it
he
again.
got mad over some small little criticism, and then Ola got offended by a a video or something. It's just like they're so sensitive, but they can say
Yeah.
whatever
But you
they
know what?
want.
I didn't even know about it. They told me. So then when I went back and listened to it, I was ready when he came back on. But I went in on no. I
Oh,
went see.
your money short. Your money short. I'm gonna make
Yeah,
Kylie, you know what I like about you? You don't try to romanticize like Pan Africanism or
but
say again.
hold on, though, Kwame. In the beginning, Carlo was trying to play the line till he saw that, you know what I'm saying, with certain people that you just gonna have to, if you keep them around, you're gonna be at mercy to whatever you make a mistake and say. You know, it just took
right.
Carlo one time to just make a joke about something, and all of a sudden he was a misogynist and he hate women, and then the chicks were like they weren't comfortable. Like, no, you just, as long as Carlo was sitting up here acting like he was protecting and don't say this and don't say that, you was all for it. But soon as he said something you didn't like, then you ran right over there with for righteous, retarded, dolphin forehead. You know what I'm saying?
Look, I'm sitting there waiting on edge, man. She said she's supposed to have the anti-collar. She hasn't done it yet, has she? She said you're going
There
down.
is a channel that was created to talk about you. I
I
Oh,
saw
that
know,
was
yeah.
from
Collar commentary. That's our
Kala
good friend.
commentary or something
Our
like
good
that.
friend. What's her name? Chantel. You know,
Chantel, yeah.
and she's
Yeah, well,
like,
let me just say this though, Colin. I'm gonna just put this out there. Um, you got to be careful around Dynas because, and I've watched Dynas for years. I've watched him since 2015. I've never ever heard Dynas say anything positive about a female ever. I've never ever. Whenever you talk about
I'm
women, he always complaining about his ex and talking about how his ex was and stuff. But I've never seen Dynas say anything nice about women. I mean, he likes to get the women's money and stuff to go to on these trips in Africa and stuff. But I've never heard him say anything nice about women. I've never seen any women around him
he's a Mac Daddy,
ever.
Stein Samir, man. You know, all the women want to go with him, man. So they
Yeah, but look, he likes those women money. Okay, because he's charging 7,500 for these trips to go to
really
Africa.
he's charging that much.
He does not like women like that though.
No, it's not that. I mean, it's that much for the Sierra Leone, but it's like 4,800.
No, is and I'm not hating.
People are gonna listen to this and go on his
I'm
show and
not
say
hating.
that
He need
you
to get his
saying
money.
he's.
No, honey flower, because there's a lot of people
That's what
that
they
just
do.
have
They
some.
listen and then they go on his show and talk about.
Yeah, but that is one of the people. He don't really get into the.
I don't
He,
give a shit about none
yeah,
of that.
he's nonchalant about the situation, which is good for him. So you know what I'm saying. He just
Yeah.
uses platform to let people talk. So at the end of the day, the only thing I do give him props about is that he allows for whatever they say, if somebody got something opposite of it, to go in like it's no equal. Because believe me, when I don't know if you ever hear me,
Yeah,
Honey
he's not
Flower.
emotional.
Yeah, he's not emotional. See, that's the thing that I get along with him, because I'm not emotional. People think that I'm emotional. I'm not. I'm actually cutthroat. It's just passion behind my voice. That's
Nah,
why
you
people
you
call
you
me.
just passionate. You just
Yeah,
passionate
I'm
when you speak.
passionate, and you can hear the hustle. Like I'm telling you, when I go around my family members, and when I really get to talking about something, they be like, "Damn, you finna sell us some weed or some drugs or something?" Like because that's how I talk. It's more like, how can we make some money? Like, how can we
Yeah,
do
you
this? Like,
you 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 could sell salt to a slug. Yeah,
yeah, you get what I'm saying? It's always because you in the rat race. You got to be in a position to always ready to make a deal in America if you want to survive. You can't be passive. You know what I'm saying? And when you get older, you definitely got to get sharper. Like I don't go by you get older and then you fall off. You fall off physically, but your brain should get sharper. You should be studying more. Like when I go to
right.
sleep, at night, I'm listening to a 3-hour program about the cosmic. I'm having that shit playing like none of that soft noise and none of that. I got the 3-hour either about the what it is, the first civilization, what they call them?
Mesopotamia. Mesopotamia.
Mesopotamia's, the Bronze Age. You know what I'm saying? I'm 3 hours of that shit. You know what I'm saying, to put me to sleep.
Yeah,
So
yo,
I'm trying to get
that's how I do too. But
I'm
I do
trying to get
both.
smarter. But what I'm
Yeah,
saying is, on Dinah's show, he allows the argument to happen. You get what I'm saying? So I got
yeah.
to give him props for that, because I know that I'm cutthroat, and it's not that many people that can outwit me. You know what I'm saying? Because I still, even though I'm one of them type of people that I can drag you with the facts. And then
Yeah.
I make you look bad by going outside the facts, start talking about something you don't know. But when I hit you, it's facts with cutthroat at the same time. So it's hard to beat me. But I actually feel bad for Volvo though. I'm gonna actually stay off him a little bit, because he's like, something is wrong with him. He's slow or something, and he's an alcoholic. So, I just see that he's one of those type of people. He got that Napoleon complex. Like, he wants to be more than what he is. You get what I'm saying? Like that, when you have people that want to be more than what they are, them people like that are dangerous. They're a danger to themselves. You know what I'm saying?
Which please?
Yeah, what gets me is about his argument. His whole argument is that we're Americans. Okay, look, look, it's apparent.
Colin, have you ever seen it when you start pulling out the Jordans?
Yeah, it's like, yeah. I'm like, my whole thing is this. Look,
Yo, you didn't even pull out no fresh Jordans either.
just up until a few years ago, everybody was on some black nationalist, Pan African, back to Africa, the RBG and whatnot. But then what happened was, as immigrants start coming here, right? Black people said, "Oh, wait a minute here. We're being judged as failures because immigrants." There was an article.
Yeah, I think you know it's crazy, Kyle. I didn't mean to cut you. I think that's really the problem with like the whole FBA thing. Is like it's kind of like
Shining that spotlight.
it's kind of like we need somebody to blame, and we need to be the special Negro. Like the
Yeah,
white the white man need to look at us like the
do more
special
clear.
Negro.
I'll clear it up more for you. Like, check this out. What it is I believe, like Puzzle House of Smart believes, that the majority of black activism was always bullshit. I think we exaggerated and lied about racism in this country and lack of opportunity and stuff like that. For the most, it was there, lack of opportunity and whatnot, but we exaggerated that for excuse not to even try and always beg.
And
That's what
and
started
and it,
sending
it,
black
and
Americans out of
it's
control.
kind of like to me it's like the Caribbeans and the Africans, they always been like the taxi drivers or the poor black people. Now like they have risen to certain
Yeah,
positions
but
and
the thing
stuff
is, like,
like that.
there's one Caribbean guy. There's two Caribbean guys. I'll play the video on TikTok. Right, they were arguing about black women. One British guy was like, "Well, he was just basically doing all the pathologies of the black community out there. Saying, see, we Caribbeans and Africans come here, we're educated, blah blah." Then one other Caribbean guy said, "Wait, let's compare something." He said, "What you like to do is compare the top percent of the Caribbean African immigrant community to the bottom half Black America. He goes, if you take the top 10% of Black America, right? Top percent of Caribbean Africa, it's not even close. Black America is on top, not even close.
Nah, of course not. Of course.
They'll say that all the millionaires and billionaires are Black Americans. Who people run this Black America, right? But the whole thing is,
But those ain't the top majority, like the well
it
off
doesn't
Black
matter.
people. It ain't in
But
the
the same good thing
FBA.
said. Hold up, that's the same thing. Caribbeans, even the bottom half of Black America, still makes more money than most of the Caribbeans and Africans because they live on $1 a day. You see what I'm saying? Black America
Right.
working class makes more money than the whole entire African combined. You know, so therefore, if you take the elite and the working class, compare those two groups, compare on both sides, Black America's on top. The problem is Black America's problem itself is that we bought into the idea that America is this country, and it was something it is. We still have unresolved issues because of slavery, you know, and basically, white America basically says, "Okay, we're tired of hearing about slavery. We're tired of hearing about oppression. We don't think we're a racist country. We elected Barack Obama twice, whatever like that. So what they're doing is saying, okay, we're going to fast track Caribbeans and Africans to come over here." Like this, the Lieutenant Governor of Virginia, right? Winsome Sears, right? Now I got mixed feelings. I love her. I'm gonna vote for her she's running for governor, right? Right?
Yeah.
Which we call so, but her story that she's selling all the time, which is she's an immigrant. She said her father came to America with $1.75 in his pocket, and he believed in the American dream. We're American. She's a U.S. Marine and whatnot. I get that. She married an African American man, but her story is not the African American story. It's an immigrant story, and a lot of Black people feel like the immigrants are being used to discredit Black America's pay. Because we do still got a lot of trauma. It's not even about economics, you know. You got Black people of all different classes in America traumatized by racism and stuff like that. So when basically when you have people like Winsome Sears, okay, I get it, you know. But it seemed like what she's doing is absolving white people for any responsibility in history, you know, and put it all on Black people, you know.
So she gonna challenge Glenn Youngkin?
No, in Virginia, we can only run one term. Governors can only run one term.
Okay.
You can run not consecutively. You can only run one time. You can't run twice consecutively. You know, you can come back.
So you can come back after you.
Yeah, you can come back. Yeah.
Okay, got you. I get it.
You can't run because it's only Virginia governors one term. I think it's stupid though. It's only
I
one term.
don't know, Colin, because it seems like maybe. Well, you know what? When it comes to the Senate race, it's gonna tell me more because Virginia came. You know, almost went
Oh,
Republican.
look, Virginia's going to go red. I'm telling you right now. It's really about to go red, you know? And that's only thing in Virginia is Northern Virginia, right? I got like clients in Northern Virginia right there. Most of Northern Virginia is all immigrants, you know, up there, you know, Koreans. You'd be surprised. Northern Virginia is like living in like freaking New York City, you know? A lot of Arabs, Indians, Vietnamese, you know, Philippines, O's and whatnot, you know, that's Northern Virginia, you know? And outside of DC, rest of Virginia, a lot of Africans up there, you know. That's what flips Virginia blue. That Northern Virginia.
I like Alexandria, bro. I actually like Alexandria.
I don't like Reston. I don't like that place at all. You know, by the airport.
Yeah.
Reston, I had a client today.
Did y'all speak about the Westmore situation yet?
Well, this is what I'm saying. I haven't talked like this, but let me say this, right? Let me say this. The problem is this. It was basically, he said, veto a bill to study reparations. You know what that would do?
I don't get why the big uproar where
Because the bottom line is people are misusing. You gotta say something. The college justice always says, exaggeration is the bastard child of enthusiasm. Some people really do believe, enthusiastically believe in that Caribbeans are after Black American reparations, and they also think there's really a reparations movement. That's exaggeration,
right?
You know? So they're enthusiasts, reparation enthusiasts, exaggerate one, reparations, two, the fight against reparations. They put everything. Oh, it's a conspiracy. This guy basically
They
saying.
they all the main talking point is the Caribbeans and Africans would have replaced all the FBAs in America.
Yeah, so therefore, look, I can't even. The reason why I haven't done that show, because I'm not gonna have a. People should know my pattern right now. Colin's not gonna do a show on that. That's a dumb mistake. First of all, I'm not a reparation type of guy. Second, I think the whole thing is stupid. If I was a governor, right, I would say hell no too. Study reparations, no. Why give people false hope? Get out there and get a job. That's the best I can tell you.
That's now. Let me pick it back off that, Carla. So I'm gonna make my statement about it. That's the problem. Is that when it was coming with the elections, he was trying to act like he was on the. I'm with her. I'm on the black side. We got to worry about black issues. He was going on CNN and he kept talking about, America's wrong. They ain't even gave us reparations. So he said some things about reparations. You know what I'm saying? But he just said it just to be saying it in conversation. So then when, huh?
That's all of them do that.
Exactly. But so it's two ways you can look at it. If you're a logical person, you can look at it and say, well, he said that he's not going to study it because we know it need to be done. Now, but if you look at it on the other end, you'd be like, okay, so if you ain't even going to study it, you ain't serious about it because the study brings about the exact amount, all, using all the stuff in it. Like the same way that California was trying to do, like at the end of the day, you can't just say, I want reparation without having a detailed log of why you want it, how you want it, and how
But
much you want it.
I think they already got a study. Like
Hold up.
They got like they showed on the show yesterday, Carla. You talked to 12 different people. 12 different people had 12 different amounts.
Right. Check us out. This is what they did in California, right? They studied, right? That was like a 9-month study, right? All that
Mhm.
time, those Negroes up there were drawing a salary, having their lunch paid for, trying a meeting every day. That was cool. I would love to be part of a study like that. Someone gonna
Yep.
pay me like $5,000 a month just to sit there in a room and study for a few hours a day, whatever. Yeah, so it's a catch. So basically, wasted
Plus
money.
expensive, 5,000 a month plus expensive. Yeah.
Expensive food, everything like that. And they be having them gourmet lunches and dinners,
All on the state.
I'm saying, yeah, everybody's eating good for like
Yeah.
all y'all did was give a couple of Negroes a good paying job for a few months or whatnot.
Help them game up.
but
Help them.
what I didn't get is the Black Caucus is going after him. But I'm like, didn't the Black Caucus shot down the reparation thing in
Yeah, but see,
California?
the difference is that since they're different from the Black Caucus shutting something down, because their excuse was, the governor was going to veto it. So, you know what I'm saying? He was going to veto it anyway. So they took the hint. But in the mayor, in the governor of Maryland, he vetoed it. See, it just looks worse. Like if he had some type of Black Caucus up under him that did it, it would have been he would have been the buffer. They would have been the buffer. But think about it like this though. It still makes him look bad because he was talking that talk when trying to get Kamala elected. But
They'll
see
say
now
anything. They'll say anything was election.
saying anything, you know what I'm saying? So the way they was talking, don't even show up to the election. She already got it. Tyler Perry, LeBron James, all these, and we with her shit. So when it comes to that right there, I can't say nothing about him because at the end of the day, I understand the governor's position. And the point of, like you said, Carla, they having these meetings in California. So just imagine you getting paid for 9 months to talk about how shitty white people are and then get the 9 months, be like, yeah, we know they was shitty as fuck, but we can't do shit about it because they pay us.
Hold up, they did come up with recommendations, but this will happen, right? Glenn Youngkin said, "Yeah, we see the record, but that was just a recommendation, right?"
Yeah.
So I remember J Mall called me, see, Colin, we have to get. I said, Jamal, man, grow the fuck up, Stop being 15 years old for once. You're 15. I know one thing. I know America, right? One thing's for sure. Anything, you ain't getting shit. Now, if they did give her a referee, they would give out like $50 for every black person,
But Carla, this is the thing that they never want to talk about. And I heard Elvis using my talking point on Dinah's show yesterday when I was saying that, do
Did
you
they call in
understand?
yesterday or day before?
It was yesterday before when he was asking the guy. No, it was yesterday. It was yesterday. No, the day
He
before
ended up
yesterday.
calling yesterday, man.
Huh?
He ended up calling yesterday.
Yeah, he ended up calling in yesterday because it was at the end when the dude. It was some emotional dude that was stuttering. And he was talking about
Oh,
reparations.
Yeshua, yeah.
400 years, 400,
Yeah, I
400
know you're talking
Oh,
about.
years.
Yeshua, that's my boy, man. He
So
stutters. He
yeah,
stutters.
he started. So the thing about it is, Elvis asked him, he was like, how much do you think a bottle of water? Because you know I said it on your show. I was like, a bottle of water gonna be like $150. But that's it. But still, I don't mind if he use it because when you talk to them, they never talk about the inflation part of it. You get what I'm saying? Like they don't understand that under Joe Biden, we hit a 40-year inflation high with just a couple of like 1 or 2 trillion.
Oh,
The
do they
fuck is
understand? How's it smart? Do they understand that to get anything done? What I don't understand is, are they going to pursue it legislatively or are they going to pursue it in the courts?
no, they're gonna talk about it on YouTube.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So they don't even have a roadmap, a
Yeah.
pathway.
So they kept asking the gay dude, Cato. See, I ain't had a chance to go at him yet. You know what I'm saying? I'm waiting. I ain't got a chance to go at Cato yet. But I'm waiting for I will roast his faggot. I want to get both of them faggots on the show together. That's what I really want. But the Cato kept saying, you know, we need to be independent and hold our vote hostage. And the guy was trying to tell him,
Oh,
like,
man,
look,
that's the
it
dumbest thing
doesn't
in
make
the world.
any sense because you're gonna have to get majority of black people to believe in, to follow you, to be independent. And black people are inherently Democrat, and it's mostly women. You ain't gonna get women to be independent. You'll get women to say they independent, but
Also, why reparations? Because black people is what? Comfortable.
comfortable as fuck.
Comfortable. The comfortable Negro.
Look, and I don't, you know, you can tell that Democrats and Republicans ain't trying to hear that stupid shit because all they got to do is one interview and say how much everything gonna cost. This how much a bag of rice gonna cost. This how much this gonna cost. You know what I'm saying? They
Every
can be.
Republican or Democrat will be committing political suicide.
It'll be just like somebody said that if you bankrupt America, you bankrupt the world. America is the no like this is the thing. People don't understand this. Chinese people don't buy China $1,800 TVs. We buy that shit. We buy the expensive shit that they buy. The average Chinese person is practical as fuck. You get what I'm saying?
The average Chinese people person is now. You do got some middle class who have live in high rise stuff like that. But the masses of Chinese people, they're poorer than Africans, man. You
What I'm
know.
saying is, Carla, they ain't got big screens in every room. You know what I'm saying? Like they ain't doing that shit. They more family centered. Like Americans, we have been conditioned with movies and propaganda that we are consumers. So we consume everybody expensive product. The more expensive it is, the more it blinks and make noise. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
We like that's what we want to buy. Like we want that shit to goddamn give us goddamn a hysterectomy for all the blinking it do. You know what I'm saying?
Niggas got iPhones, iPads, television. They all do the
Yeah.
same shit.
And then we run out and maybe Collar doesn't do it, but goddamn my ugly ass kids, they damn sure do it. Every year they want to upgrade.
You're right.
Every fucking year.
I'm on iPhone 14. This is as high as I'm going.
My kids, I bought both of them little leeches. iPhone 15, now they want the 16.
Hey, I just got the 16 because my 14 was messing up. I literally just got the 14 probably like
Now the
the
only reason why
16
I said
last year.
I would get a 16 because it would use the same it used the same USB, not the USB C, the C type charger now. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah.
I hate that. You gotta watch out. I got played like that because what you go. You gotta just look at the charger before you buy it. You know.
right. But with the new ones, they use the same ones as the Samsung now.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you got what you got the or get the one with the double
Yeah. What I'm saying, Carl, you don't even have to do that now because now the new iPhone has the same that you use for your if you got iBeats, the Beats, or you got the Sony's
For,
like
for, for anything, yeah, for anything, the
it's for
same charger for
everything.
yeah.
If you got a charger for your phone, that you can use it all now. It ain't no special plug for the iPhone, the new iPhone 16. But I'm a Samsung guy. So, but what everything else I got is Apple. I got the laptop, I still got an iPod, you know what I'm saying? So, that's what I use for my car because it plays, it's a higher,
you
it
don't have
play,
a car, you don't have a CarPlay?
yeah, the iPod, I
No,
got the
you
digital,
get a CarPlay. CarPlay, you can put the app on there. You don't need an
right.
You talking about Apple CarPlay, Apple Music?
or it also the Android has one too. You can
You're
Yeah.
right. But what I'm telling you is that if I play my music on that and I play it from my iPod, the iPod is louder.
okay.
When I plug it into the US for whatever reason, I don't know why, but if I have the volume on 15 or 12 and I play it on the through the CarPlay and play it on the iPod. Then plus on top of that, the iPod, I just, get all the stuff on my laptop and put it on there. And I don't even listen to the radio and I don't do none of that, that random. Like I want to listen to exactly what I want to listen to.
Oh, let
So
me answer this borrow time goofball.
Oh yeah, he's a nut. He's a nut.
Oh, you heard seen him before?
Yeah.
It says, I know what it is. Brother's mad because he's getting old. Okay, we're getting old. So what? You
He's
know,
a he's a F- he's a FBA quota.
you know something. The problem is, people think like Elvis tried to trap me with this. Oh, you're old, Colin. I say, yeah, I'm a man in my freaking late 50s. I don't care. Because why? Because I had a very long life, well lived. And I'm proud of where I live. I'm not gonna freaking say that I'm in my early 50s because I've taken 4 or 5 years off of my life. Every year meant something to me. I'm at the age right now where I'm freaking at peace with what I am. I'm getting to be an older man. And next stage of my life is an elderly man. So the bottom line is this: when you're at peace with yourself, so when people call you old, they think they're hurting you. Not everybody wants to be young. I was young before. I've been there, done that. It's a young person. Nobody's jealous of young people. Young people riding
I
there.
just don't understand how somebody that's not doing nothing can tell you about what can question you about what you trying to do when they ain't doing nothing. Now that part I don't
I
understand.
guess he's calling me a Haitian. He goes, "Tell me the word for
Where
clown."
they get that from? Calling you Caribbean? Where they
I
get
have
that from?
no idea,
Is
man.
that some Chantel shit?
Yeah,
And it just spread it?
it
Nah,
is.
he probably seen your page and seeing like you probably got the red, black, and green, so he probably think you like from the Caribbean or something.
No, that was even before that. They was saying calling for the Caribbean.
The guy. Because anytime you oppose the FBA or anything, suddenly you're a Caribbean or an African.
Yeah.
Look. Shut your booty. He can't. Yeah, he one of them dudes that can't even write a sentence correctly.
Yeah, he's a
See,
color.
that's that thing that I feel bad about Volvo for, because he, when he don't make his point and everybody ain't, he'll tell somebody that's born and raised in the United States, you ain't from here, he
Yeah,
just,
he tried to say I'm a Liberian. No, the number of African Americans living in Liberia is growing. It's growing, man. Because all the movement we started a decade ago. Now black people say, you know something, why don't you reinvent the wheel? We already had a country that we built before. Let's reconnect. If we black people in America reconnect all our institutions to Liberia like we did 50 years ago, Liberia, we'd have like a second home. Not saying give up America, but you should have some place where you could so I'm sick of look right now. I'm looking on TikTok. White people are upset that Nottingham plantations burned down. Why you black people? You guys don't care about. Who gets tired? I'm tired of hearing them. I'm tired. They won't let up because we got social media. When I'm not sure my timeline on TikTok. Why do I gotta hear this white guy talk about that? The place was a house of horror. Notting Hill Plantation. It was a horrible place for black people, right? I'm not losing no damn sleep on that place burning down. So why are white people trying to hold? Oh, it was plantation history. No, it's your history because you cherish that history. You like this. Us
you
black.
talking about that plantation that burnt down?
Yeah, Louisiana.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but black people's going out there getting married and shit and doing
Yeah,
like,
that's what I said. Negroes are comfortable. I thought that's why I did this show today. I thought about that. Negroes are comfortable, you just comfortable. The graves of your ancestors, they're making a mockery of it. And one thing I will never do is mock my ancestors, I would say, what would my ancestors think about this? And I think about that, think long and hard. I said, no, they wouldn't want me to fucking have my wedding at the fucking place. They wouldn't let me like this. They wouldn't let me have a job as a groundskeeper on this place,
but you know those same people that would do that is the same people that every time they go to trip to Africa, they intentionally go find them slave dungeons.
I will not. I refuse to go to a slave dungeon.
If my
Like Almeida and
I would not. I'll go. I'll tell you what's up. We'll see what. I don't want to see what my ancestors were tortured and killed.
if my grandmama came out the grave right now and said, "Hey, go to the slave dungeon, you'll get all the answers," I'd slap her right back in that grave. I would never. And then on top of that, then the fucked up thing about his college that the descendants of slaves got to pay more to get in the bitch.
I know. You saw a couple of years ago. There was a
They
white guy.
charge us a higher fee.
You see that one European guy that had all these women out there twerking and dancing and
Oh yeah,
party,
yeah.
serving hot dogs and whatnot at this Amina Castle. That was so fucking disrespectful. Yeah, that was so fucking disrespectful.
Not to me. It didn't bother me none because I think the whole place is some fuckery. So some black women.
I'm like this. My whole thing is this. What if you go to like Israel, right, and look to the Wailing Wall? I dare you to go up there and take a supermodel and she be posing in a bikini on that. That will not happen. You get stoned because some people's things have to mean something,
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Something have to mean something.
But that was when Ghana was letting anything go down because they wanted that money. Ghana was like some.
But that's what I said. It's a money thing,
It was a straight money grab.
And the Ghanaians act like those castles they built. They're so proud of them. It's okay. I mean, look, you didn't build those. That was a slave fort, You didn't build them.
Why they had the slaves? Like, just think about it. While the slaves was up under shitting and pissing on themselves, they had a church upstairs.
Niggas is praying. Niggas is praying to Jesus on the top.
Yeah. They were praying for Jesus on the top, and then at the bottom they were like, "Oh Lord, why you forsaking us?" At the bottom.
Yeah. So the bottom line is this.
Yeah.
I tell people all the time. I said, look, slavery to me is unforgivable. So we said, well, that's why I said I don't believe in just going around just randomly hating. That's nothing. They want you there because you'll die of some disease. Hatred will kill you. So what I do is I take all my energy and focus on building a future for our people outside of America. That's why I'm involved in Liberia. Hopefully, I'll be able to expand to Angola and all these other places. So as long as we have something outside of America, and my ancestors can rest in peace. But when you don't do anything in Africa, you let them win.
Carl, have you ever sat back and thought about I sit back and think about sometime, man, overthinking. I'm like, damn, was my family the weak niggas that just sat around and just saw somebody else
I tell you what it was. This is what it was. I'll tell you in a nutshell, right? The Europeans, right? That's why I said, when I tell people all the time, if I ever see any of my free people bound to any African chiefs, I'll stomp your fucking head in. I'll kick your head, Because the bottom line is, before the Europeans came, there was no chiefs like that. The chiefs and whatnot, there were nothing but warlords and thugs, right? That were armed by the Europeans. Europeans had this thing where they thought that African society like that, where they had a one ruler, they could talk. African society wasn't like that, African society, the Macy and the council, the people picked the king and the leader. He didn't have absolute power. He had to obey the law. There was a rule of law. When like 300 something years created warlords, and they will raid and uproot villages. If your village was uprooted, Hustle Smart, there was nothing you could do. If you hear gunshots, as soon as you know how uproot a village, just in the distance, hearing gunshots in the distance. If people panic, right? When people panic, right, that's when the slave catchers come in. They carry people. So it was really nothing we could do, because the people that conspire with them, the Africans that conspire with them, they had to conspire with them because if they didn't, then somebody would conspire against them, and they would have been taken as slaves. You know. So
No,
the
I'm talking about on the plantations. Like what I'm saying is like the one thing I don't know my lineage of when they arrived in the US. So
yeah,
I'm
I
like,
do. Mine
so
arrived in the 1600s, and they said my ancestors, my DNA traces
I
the
know
most.
what you try. I know what you're trying to say. Like, do I descend from the pussy niggas or the tough
yeah,
niggas?
No,
So,
that survived,
this is what
that
I'll
let
tell
his
you.
last for 400 years.
No,
Hey,
this is what I'll
don't you
tell you.
do too much. You better pick your quota today.
First of all,
Like,
this is what I'll tell you. My ancestors were Maroons. They lived in the Great Dismal Swamp. You know, my ancestors were Maroons, and they were marauders. You know, they'll say they would raid plantations and stuff like that. You know, they were marauders. They built the whole communities back in the Dismal Swamp in the Albemarle Sound in North Carolina. You know, the Great Dismal Swamp area. You know, and my family was Elizabeth City, Windsor, Edenton, all that stuff like that. New Ahoskie. Those are all African American maroon communities back in the days, you know. So anyway, if
the
your
Gullah
ancestors,
too. The Gullah too. Gullah was a
well, the
Maroon.
Gullah was in South Carolina, you know,
Yeah.
and so my ancestors were called Atlantic Creoles, you know, they were Creoles, you know, and so they basically lived in the Great Dismal Swamp, North Carolina area, Chesapeake Bay area, you know, Chesapeake Bay area, and Virginia, North Carolina border, you know, that's where my ancestors come from. The Gullah Geechee are people who live off the coast of Georgia. I have family down there too. South Carolina, my mother's side of the family.
have you ever went down there and talked to them?
Yo,
Yeah,
they
I've
sat.
been to
They
South Carolina
yo
before. I've been to Georgia, Macon, Georgia, and all that.
No,
yo
I'm talking
yo.
about where they at, cause they in Orangeburg, South Carolina. Have you ever been down there?
No, I only been on the East Coast.
Man, Carl, let me tell you something. I was down there in Orangeburg. I was stuck down there for the weekend. I was like, okay, while I'm here,
Those are country bumpkins. I
I'm
know.
gonna go down there
Yo,
and check it
I'm
out. Man, when you heard these niggas out there like way over the water and we are this,
That's their Gullah Geechee
I was
dialect.
like, what the fuck is this? And the white people out there just clapping and like they out there entertaining. I'm like, man, y'all sitting up here shucking and jiving. For it was more white people there to see what was going on. I was like, what the fuck is this shit? And that was the last day I went back down there. So I ain't want to hear no more about that Gullah Geechee. It was a bunch of goddamn token shucking. It felt like all of them was 70.
That's your Jim Clyburns, you
It
know.
was embarrassing. It was embarrassing to hear them black people talk like that. And they're like, this Mama Sue and Sister Caddy, and we here just to work all day until our knees start shaking. I was like, what the man, I walked up out of there and they was like, are you okay? They thought like I was like emotional. I'm like, man, I'm finna get the hell out of here. Let me go here and get some of these ribs. Now they did have ribs out there that day though. They was out there, they was cooking out. I got me
Nah,
some ribs.
that's not how most of them sound. Like some, I think they got like a traditional language they speak
Yeah,
that got
some of
like
them real sound
yeah.
on the islands area sound really intelligent, you know.
Yeah, well, they had the goddamn shucking and jivers was out there, putting on the show for massa. You know what I'm saying? Out there doing, I just don't understand why we got we already work for white people. They already got all this control. Why the fuck we got to goddamn be entertaining these motherfuckers? Now,
Because they're afraid of them, you
I
know.
know they pay. That's one thing about it. Like we were saying earlier, Carla, a white person to go out there and make $100 million and pay a nigga $20 million to entertain them.
Yeah.
Like white people have no problem doing that. Like now, black people, we ain't gonna do that shit. We gonna entertain ourselves. But a white person to go out there, just like you see all them entertainers at the Lakers game, these motherfuckers go out there and do a movie, and then they'll buy goddamn $300,000 worth of tickets just to go out there and watch some sweaty niggas jump up and down.
Nothing I want to see so bad that I got to pay that much money, you know.
$50,000, $75,000.
Yeah, sit for a ticket, man. Are you crazy? You know.
To get some smelly, tall, young, rich niggas. And at the end of the day, they don't respect them because they be out there chopping them off. You know what I'm
Yo,
saying?
I
Like
tried to go to the Knicks game the other day. Man, the tickets were so fucking high. I'm like, this shit is retarded.
What are the tickets at?
Shit, it was starting at 800 all the way up to 60,000 for floor seats. I said, this shit is crazy.
Please.
Yeah,
60,000.
somebody get robbed, man. I would buy a ticket and then rob the goddamn purse after it's over with, man. That's how I'm giving up. Cause ain't nowhere in the world I'm gonna drop 60,000 and then go in there and buy some hot dogs for $12. Some popcorn for 30. Like it's crazy. But what I'm saying is that white people have no problem because they don't see the money aspect of it because they have so much of it. Like a white person will make a movie about sitting on the back porch having a conversation and all white people support it, they can get rich. That's the difference between white people and black people. White people don't need black people to get rich. But black people need white people to get rich. Unless you're gonna do that hood shit. And that's when you was talking about earlier with that check-in shit, Collar. The
Yeah.
only reason why niggas have to check in because they going to niggas to make money. So the niggas putting a charge on the reason Justin Bieber don't have to check in because Justin Bieber ain't going to the hood. He
Yeah,
ain't
if he
going
does
to
go to the hood, it ain't black people. He ain't making no money in the hood from the hood, so he don't have to check in. You know?
Yeah, you don't have to check in. That's what I'm saying. That's the problem when you rich, but you still rapping and perpetuating this ghetto persona. Now you got to check in with the people that you rapping about. In your song, they still about that life. So they're gonna make you pay because you want to go to these ghetto ass clubs, you want to go to the ghetto ass eating spots, you want to buy some weed
I
from
am
these
so
ghetto
glad that I said like this. I don't need that crowd. I don't care about that crowd.
at all.
And once you're done with them, now you're free. Like I'm free.
Like my family color, they always they'll be like, you don't want to go to the black this, the black. Like, let me tell you something. Anything with black in front of it, you count me out.
Now back in the day, we had the Afram Fest, but they shut that down because niggas acting stupid. You know.
Yeah. I ain't going nowhere where it's
When Clear Channel took over, sponsored Afram Fest, all hell broke loose. Now the only thing we got left here is the Emoji Festival. You know.
color. I don't even go to I used to go to the Caribbean Fest. Them niggas out there don't start acting stupid.
Yeah, so you see, I was saying the other day, right?
They don't start acting that. Now, don't get me wrong. Ain't nobody gonna get killed, but they gonna be out there fighting, throwing goddamn bottles and all that shit.
The other day when I was basically somebody was like, principal was like, you gotta do black activity. I said, look, I played a video of friggin' somebody getting shot and killed at a Juneteenth event. That was, all over. You got an 80-year-old woman, man. She was on a walker, right? That was the next thing you know, man. She picked that walk up and ran. Some-year-old woman, man, got to run. That was just so bad,
I ain't going nowhere that is 80% black people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, check this out. I guess African booty scratchers saying he must be a Caribbean tether. Why is everybody calling me a tether now? Hustle Smart,
I just don't know where that came from. I mean, when I heard it a long time ago, I thought they were just joking when they was like, you a Caribbean. And then there was that, then they keep saying, like, just take that one person to say something,
Damn.
and then for somebody else to dislike you, and so they just
Colin, what you got in the title that they all coming now?
Well, the bottom line is this, because I keep the FBA. Look, what I did was I took the FBA arguments away from them. They have legitimate arguments, but the people who are spreading this black supremacy sort of shit, that's what I'm against. This anti-black unity. I still believe black people should be unified with one family.
I wish we could do it, man.
But this idea that there's a false narrative going around that somehow
I think it's dangerous because I think it could possibly what I always say is domestically embargo black people in America with that type of rhetoric.
Yeah, good rhetoric is going to eventually lead to violence. I know.
I think the only way we can do that is we got to distill, like how Carla said, you got to understand that their risk, that punishment and reward. Your dad got to be first. You got to have that punishment and reward, and then you build around a pecking order. If you ain't got that together, trying to unite with black people when you don't have the punishment and reward and a pecking order.
Look, that's what you said. Video going around with these young dudes in Chicago, 13, 14, carrying gats, about to
They got
absolutely.
them. They got the videos of them dudes in Atlanta with at the subway going down there 13, 14 years old shooting up the subway.
So when you have a situation like that, the community is completely paralyzed and well, and this is living under the white man system. So what I tell you, the white man system failed us. Okay, how many jobs you got? If you don't have reward and punishment, you don't have a community.
You don't.
You
And
don't have
that,
a
and if
community.
you don't have that, it's a non. All the rest of that shit is just feel good shit until one. Just like you, Carla, you can have a forum that everybody agreeing with you to take that one person
Yep.
and then throw the whole thing off because it ain't no rules and regulation. That shit can
But I
sabotage
believe
and
the
shit.
only way we're gonna have rules and regulations, we have a land, nation, state of our own. Where we have the power, of the courts and the punishment, including the death penalty on our side. Yeah, we'll straighten niggas out. Trust me.
Yeah, definitely some niggas need to die.
Yeah, so yeah, niggas hang. Give them a trial. Give them
And
a
not
trial.
yeah, not on some op shit. I'm talking
No,
about
no, give them a
on
trial.
some evidence. Yeah,
He needs to be sitting there in a tribunal trial.
yeah.
Like when I say you have been found guilty of such and such insurrection, treason against the people, the state, and the people, you will now be sentenced to death. Some of you will be sentenced to a life of hard labor.
Kyrie gotta be the first one.
Bottom line is this: these people that are destroying Black America, and they only do it because they get the green light for what they get the impression that white people are okay with what they're doing. They know they're not stupid. Like let me tell you, I told this the other day to somebody. I said, look, when you're in Africa, oh, Big Black. Did you have debate I had with Big Black the other night?
Big Black is funny.
Check this out. Dude, he was like, no, Colin. I said, look, Big Black, when you go to Africa and you get a chance to, I'm good at reading people. I'm really good at reading people, right? When you get to look at somebody in their eyes and whatnot and what they feel and stuff like that, much as I like Liberians, right? I look Africans, right? I could see how they really could have been behind the sale of our ancestors. I get that, And then when they always say, "Oh, the CIA and the neo-colonial," I said, and they'll say you also look clever. Like there's nothing that goes on in Africa unless Africans let it go themselves. There ain't nobody coming to Africa talking about they're still. Are they coming in the dead of night and then mining gold and then taking it out? No. It's just bad deals that people are corrupt. They go for, but they have us thinking the Europeans are looting the continent. No, they're fucking not looting the continent. Africans facilitate whatever's going on for their little nickels and dimes. They don't care about building their country. That's what the problem is. No, they're forced them to do it. No, there ain't nobody forcing them. They want to do it, but they got people, black people like you in the West, basically telling them that make you think like there's nothing wrong with
I
them.
don't believe no man can force you to do anything you don't want to do.
That's why I said we've been buying the old Pan African before College Genesis came along. The old Pan African is just blame the white man on everything and Jews, whatever, and Africans have no responsibility. Them days are over. And so the bottom line is this: if you see, oh yeah, the Nigerian, the Western are taking Nigerian oil, well, why don't they nationalize the oil industry? No, can't do that. Well, so then don't complain about it then. So, but
Yeah.
that's what they always want us to do: sit here and basically agree with them in the nonsense. And then we get nothing out of it. We don't own
Just like when people say, "Yo, it was the CIA that killed Malcolm X." I'm like, bro, did you ever hear how
Yo,
these
check this
Nation
out.
of Islam people was
The
talking?
Audubon ballroom, right? All niggas in there, right? How'd the CIA sneak in there, kill Malcolm, and then get out without
Yeah,
undetected? Thousands
yeah.
of people there running for their life and whatnot.
I'm like, so was it the CIA that told Farrakhan and all these people that was doing lectures talking about, yo, we gonna deal with how we want to deal with our people and treasons.
Right. Next to the video, I'm gonna play that. Farrakhan saying we dealt with them like, what businesses of yours?
Yeah.
I guess I was a CIA too. See, like I said, I got a PhD in Negroology. And the bottom line, when you take anything Negroes say, man, that's the specific thing. But anyway, Kwame, good night, man. I gotta go, man. I might be on tomorrow night. I'll talk to you later, brother. Have a
Yo,
good
good show, Colin.
night.
Tomorrow.
All right.